Devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies in 2 varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ganier also fears that once introduced to farmers, the GMO maize would keep other local crops from growing. Kwapata says there is no evidence that would happen, but he acknowledges that people are concerned.
There's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of political anxiety, but in the final analysis as researchers, we are saying that the nation needs to give us a chance to do the research diligently, independently, without due influence.
Kwapata says the researchers will present the results of the trials only to government authorities so they can decide whether the GMO maize should be introduced in Malawi. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
Good day wherever you're watching. Imagine a community without security. Imagine critical assets left on the line. Imagine private guard with no one to guide. Imagine agro-rangers missing from the field. Imagine VIPs unprotected in the crowd. When the nation calls, the civil defense responds. We stand in the gap, protecting our land and securing our future. Welcome to the Defenders program. This program is coming to you from the Civil Law Defenders TV of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. And the program is aimed at highlighting the achievements of the Corps under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. I am Babawali Afalai.
As for The Defenders, the show that highlights the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in action, protecting the heart of Nigeria's progress. From safeguarding critical infrastructure to securing our national resources, the NSCDC plays a vital role in securing the future of Nigeria. With the mining marshals leading the fight against illegal mining, the Corps ensures that our natural resources are protected from exploitation, preserving them for future generations. The Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad is on the front line, fighting to stop illegal bunkering and the theft of our nation's oil resources, protecting our economy and sovereignty. And the female squad is dedicated to protecting our schools, keeping our children safe from the threat of banditry, rape, and other criminal activities. Every day, the men and women of the NSCDC are working tirelessly to safeguard our communities, protect our nation's resources, and support sustainable development. The Defenders, ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
The Corps is mandated to be the lead agency in the area of protection of critical national assets and infrastructure. If they are tampered with, it affects the economic viability of any nation. The Corps is in the nucleus, the center of the national security architecture of this country. The Corps is involved in all the joint operations in the military, police, civil defense, and DSS. The Corps has been involving since from inception, when we started carrying arms in 2012 till date. We have been involving in all the joint operations: Operation Hadinkai, Operation Ayama Batima, Operation One Stroke, Operation Fansanyama, all the joint operations with the military. The Corps is an elite corps. It's an elite corps. We can boast of having, I tell you, on record, over 40 PhDs from different fields. So we have come to realize that knowledge is one platform that you can use to drive development. And so we encourage our people to obtain knowledge, to go to school, to get knowledge so that we can use the knowledge to conduct researches, and then we use the results and the outcomes of the researches to plan on our operational activities and program for us to be able to achieve and do our mandate in the way of we need personnel. Once we have a reasonable number of personnel, if we can have additional 100,000, and then we provide working tools for us. I tell you, the passion that the civil defense has to work for Nigerians and for Nigeria is going to be unprecedented.
This week edition of the program, The Train, is taking us to Oyo State, the ancient city of Ibadan, with the Commandant, Oyo State Commandant Padonu Augustine, where he'll be telling us more on the activities of NSCDC in Oyo State.
There's no any agency that can move or achieve without intelligent guarding. Intelligent guarding is one of the bedrock of any agency that we want to achieve. We have a collaboration with all other agencies that we share intelligent information together. Call it the military, the DSS, the police, the immigration, the correctional service. We share intelligent information together. Most of our stakeholders too, they are all ready to give us intelligent information. And these are the key things that we'll be using before we go on operation. In Oyo Command, we have total number of 49 licensed private jet company here. And under the month review from January to now, we've intensified 3 different trainings. Now, most of these cards through their company have gone on. We just finished some, I think 3 months ago, and 19 companies were involved in the last training that we did, and most of them have been trained, and certificates were issued to them. Most of our peculiar problems here is illegal mining, most especially at Okeogun, and very close they have border with Kwara, and they have a reserve forest there. Most of this illegal mining has been done inside the forest, and there you see most of these illegal immigrants moving from north to Niger, Kwara, coming to Oyo State. and they engage in most of this illegal mining. But we've been fighting them with other sister security agency and the Federal Ministry of Mines. We've been doing collaboration together with the state agency too. We have organized stakeholder sensitization for most of this mining industry and told them that illegal mining is something the federal government will not allow, and they should be able to key into it, get their license, and then pay their royalty to state government. And with the movement intervention of this, our mining marshal now in Southwest, they've been doing a wonderful job. We've been seeing them all around. Because of that, it has minimized the issue of illegal mining. Yes, in Oyo State, we make sure that we maintain 24-hour surveillance on all our critical national assets and infrastructure. Via CCN, via communication, via IBDC, and we have officers attached to most of these facilities. 24 hours we've been giving coverage to them, and most of our institutions there, we've been giving them coverage, both local government and state government facilities and infrastructure will be given a protection. Disaster management, we have a good rapport with the state disaster agency and NEMA to make sure that most of these our communities are aware that issue of flood can cause a lot of issues if our drainage are not clear, and fire incidents too, so they should know how to manage their change within their communities. And all stakeholders have to be involved, both state, federal, and the security agents. Agro Rangers here in Oyo is one of the best outfits who have been protecting farmers' headers. We have them at Okiogun. That is where we have farms, and farmers are there, and headers too are there. And a lot of cases are being reported to them, and they have been making sure that they protect the farmers from their farms down to market and back to their communities. And all farm settlements in Oyo here are being protected by our Agro Rangers. And headers here too, we give protection to them, and we'll be organizing a sensitization meeting, workshop with headers, farmers, and the government. Oyo State government will be talking to them and to know how they can live together as one family. And within the month review under malicious damage, 83 cases were reported to this unit, and that is in Okiogun, Iseyin area. In Oyo, 68 cases were reported to them under malicious damage. In Iguora, where we have a base too, 42 cases were reported to them. And under Ubomosho, 64 cases were reported to them. In Orire, 87 cases were reported to them. In Lalate, 51 cases were reported to them. And most of these cases were being solved with ADR without charging any of them to court. They are under cattle recovery. So this year we have recovered cattle in Okiogun, in the same area, and Ubomosho. So by and large, 153 cases were being reported to them, and 272 suspects were arrested, investigated, and the issue was solved through ADR. So you're here, Agro Rangers are one of the units that the state government have been working assiduously with them. They have been paying them allowances on monthly basis for them. And we have to thank the Alafin of Oyo, who has newly built an office and accommodation for agro rangers because they see their work, they can see what they are doing. The man is interested in their work. So even the building was commissioned on his birthday. So just to commemorate that he has love for this unit. And because most of our young people are farmers, so he needs full protection. Issue of kidnapping has reduced drastically because of this agro ranger base in most of these areas. So we want more of this base to be spread across the entire area, which the governor is working on. Most of these projects were done along with the communities and stakeholders within the Oyo State. And mostly we've been working assiduously with the state government to make sure that most facilities, especially vehicles, were released to us, and the governor has promised us that he's going to release some vehicles to us to attach to agro rangers and some of them to far divisions. We've been doing a lot of community engagement. We've been going to communities, talk to them on issues of security and how they can cope, and send information to security agents and how farmers elders can live together without clashes, and how illegal miners will not be allowed to enter their community. Anytime they see any new faces of herders, they should be able to speak out. Traditional leaders in Oyo State and community leaders, we have a very close relationship with them. Some of them are part of people who contributed to most of this renovation and building of new divisions and area command. They are the ones that give us land, that they need civil defense in their community. They build these building offices for us and even accommodation. In Olo, the king built a very fantastic building for civil defense and commissioned it that day. From there we went to Orire to meet the local government chairman, which is interested in agro ranger. He's ready to get to build a befitting accommodation for us and equip that place for our officers. From there we moved to Igbeti. So we saw the cabinet of Igbeti. We met in his palace with the chairman of the local government, all traditional rulers. So we met them. We spoke at length. They are ready to build more offices for us and more residential accommodation for our officers. So from there we moved to Kishi. Kishi is where we have our area command, and in fact the king of Kishi and the chairman of Kishi, that they donated a land to civil defense, 6 plots, it's an acre to civil defense, and we are being given a survey of that land that very day. And they renovated the area command for us. Fantastic, lovely. The area command is attached with accommodation all together. So by and large, the community leaders, the obas, the ballers, they've been trying, they have good rapport with us, they've been assisting before very well. Civil defense has come to stay, and civil defense moving forward. And I want to advise people that they should key into the NSCDC program, so they should watch it and see what NSCDC is doing to improve the security and economy of this nation.
I'll say something, the common denominator control measures regards to the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. we have to talk about renewed hope in terms of securing our critical national assets in the fire service. In terms of our response time now, it's better, even though we're not yet where we want to be. In terms of capacity building, training, and etc. by the board, we want a correctional service that will be corrective, that will be transformative, that will be renovative, that will be reformatory. People should go to correctional centers and become more useful to Nigeria.
The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC FCT Command, has reaffirmed its commitment as the lead agency in protecting critical national assets and infrastructure. As the command said, it will continue to clamp down on hoodlums and criminals who are bent on sabotaging public facilities and preventing them from functioning properly. The NSCDC FCT Commandant, Dr. Olushola Odumosu, made the commitment on Thursday during the parade of 6 arrested suspected vandals in Gwagwalada, Abuja. The commandants disclosed that the FCT Command, acting on credible intelligence and tip-offs about suspicious activities around pipelines, carried out an intelligence-driven operation which led to the arrest of 6 suspected oil pipeline vandals and petroleum products thieves.
Cases of vandalism and theft of critical national assets have become a growing concern in Nigeria. However, the NSCDC is not relenting in its efforts to tackle this menace. To this end, the NSCDC FCT Command has intensified surveillance around all critical national assets and infrastructure in the nation's capital, warning that anyone caught destroying public infrastructure for selfish gains will face the full wrath of the law. Speaking during the parade, Dr. Dumosu said the activities of these vandals do not only cause product scarcity and environmental damage, they also put the lives of residents and agricultural activities in the area at risk of fire explosion.
Now, this act of sabotage that you've seen committed by these individuals is not only going to affect scarcity of petroleum products, it's an act of sabotage that can also put the entire community here at risk, because for the risk of fire accident and all of that, this place can go up in flames. We are not going to allow it. We will not condone it. We'll continue to intensify efforts. Our surveillance efforts, we're going to redouble it, and every critical national asset and infrastructure within the FCT will be protected.
The Dubi Ward Councillor Gado Shaibu and the village chief Abubakar Ibrahim commended the Corps and members in the community for their efforts to eradicate vandalism in the area. They pledge continued support to the NSCDC.
I want to thank you for the effort that you have bring to us to see that all this happening, the vandalization is not taking place in my ward.
Meanwhile, the commandant has directed the investigation department to begin a full-scale investigation into the matter. The aim is to establish the facts of the incident, identify other persons involved, and ensure that all suspects found culpable are brought to justice.
The DDC has stepped up efforts to protect critical national infrastructure with the arrest of 2 suspected vandals in Kano State. The suspects were apprehended in separate intelligence-led operations. The suspects were apprehended during separate operations at Panshekara in Kumbosu local government and Yankaba in Nasarawa local government area. One was found in possession of 17 railway clips believed to have been removed from the rail line, while the other culprit was intercepted as he attempted to collect about 60 kilograms of suspected stolen copper wire believed to have been removed from public infrastructure. The NSCDC says the arrest reflects its ongoing efforts to protect critical national assets and combat vandalism and other economic crimes.
I wish to warn all those involved in the vandalism of public infrastructure that NSCDC Kano State Command will not relent in tracking them down.
The command further says investigations are continuing to identify other members of the suspected network, after which the suspects will be charged to court.
Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps River State Command, under the leadership of the State Commandant, Denis Lesser Ruben, PhD, FIIA, FIOO, has recorded another significant breakthrough in its sustained fight against illegal mining, illicit dealings in petroleum products, vandalism of critical national assets and infrastructure, and other forms of economic sabotage. The suspects are Abba Musa, 25 years, Garba Babangida, 55 years, and Ibrahim Mohammed, 25 years.
This happened during their usual intelligence movement. They don't just move, they got intelligence all over, and this is one of them, and they were able to strike and got this through suspects that are here. The suspects were intercepted while allegedly transporting a large quantity of suspected zircon, that is what they call black sand, in 2 trucks. Those trucks are parked outside there, so very soon you are going to have the privilege to look at them so they can view them accordingly for your recording. The primary investigation I've also directed the unit that is responsible for investigating matters of this department, which is the Department of Intelligence and Investigation. I've directed them to swiftly go into a very serious investigation.
During preliminary interrogation, the suspects disclosed that they were contacted by an individual believed to be an agent who allegedly engaged them to transport items from Abloma waterside to an undisclosed destination. They claim to have had no prior knowledge of the actual content of the consignment. Further investigation revealed that Garba Babangida and Abba Musa presented a waybill whose authenticity is currently under scrutiny, while Ibrahim Mohammed failed to produce any waybill or relevant transportation documents.
So I'm going to identify those that are behind. We know that these are serious economic sabotage, and we know, and we are placed serious undercover men everywhere to ensuring that we unveil those that are behind these acts. Let me also reaffirm that the command commitment combating illegal mining is not anything we are playing with at all.
Every nation has a turning point, a moment when ordinary people rise to extraordinary purpose, not because they were asked to, but because they had to. For Nigeria, that moment came in the heat of conflict, when our unity was shaken and our people stood exposed.
The year was 1967. The Civil War has just begun. But even in the darkness, light emerged. From the rubble and fears, a group of brave Nigerians chose not to run. They chose to protect. No ranks, no rifle, only courage and convictions that every life matters. That was the beginning of what would become the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC.
From those humble efforts in Lagos, a volunteer force took shape, guiding citizens through sirens, shelter, and survival. By the 1970s, the movement gained structure, becoming the Lagos Civil Defense Committee, educating the public on emergency response and civil protection.
In 1984, it became the National Civil Defense Organization under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, now Ministry of Interior, playing vital role in disaster response, civil education, voluntary safety campaign across Nigeria. Still informal, still underfunded, but deeply respected.
In 2003, the National Assembly passed the NSCDC Act No. 2, legally establishing the Corps as a paramilitary institution empowered to protect lives, properties, and national infrastructures. The Act was later amended in 2007, further strengthening the Corps with authority to bear arms, make arrests, with or without warrants, and collaborate with other security agencies.
From volunteers to professionals, from whispers of hope to a structured civic shield, a corps born from crisis, now standing for peace. Under the pragmatic leadership of Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI, OFR, the first professor to serve as the Commandant General, NSCDC entered a new era. Stronger training, smarter operations, and deeper community engagement. Across Nigeria, we now operate with discipline and direction through the elite formations like Agro Rangers, Safe School Initiative, Disaster Management, Anti-Vandalism, Female Squad, Mining Marshals, and Special Intelligence Squad, all serving with civility, compassion, and courage.
Beyond our borders, NSCDC is a proud member of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, with its global headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. A core connected to global standards, yet firmly rooted in Nigerian soil.
From the ashes of 1967 to the strength of today, our journey has been shaped by sacrifice, guided by service, and anchored in trust. We are not just a corps in uniform, we are your neighbors, your defenders, your bridge between peace and panic. We are the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, defending the defenseless. In all the 60 states of the Federation, we have a command, being headed by commandants, and in all the 7 efforts for local government, we have a divisions, being headed by divisional officers, and in 80% of all those divisions, we have a outpost. Why? Because it brings security down to the grassroots level. So we believe in the cliche, when you see something, please say something and we'll do something about that. This is why we joined the curtain on today's edition of the program. After the main Babawali Afolabi.
Yes. I was almost running charity because my pricing was poor, my packaging was poor, and I don't really tell people the problem I'm solving in the society. People don't really know. I like publicity even for the footwear, bags, belts, and hand bangles to students. That really increase the income of the business. Previously, I never had this. I never know of this, that I can be this great. I can extend my business services to other things until the capacity building workshop. Business began to grow. Business began to grow. And after engaged in the pitching of my business writings and all of that, I began to pitch business to investors. I began to pitch business to individual politicians. And before you know it, invitations were coming. And these invitations were not just to hear me. I rendered services. On that same scale, I rendered services and the business kept growing in it. So after the graduation, it's a big turnaround. In fact, I had to, because there was a big turnaround, in fact, I had to change location from Nasarawa to Abuja.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, from Nasarawa to Abuja, because everything was now, oh, you can meet up to standard. You can meet up to every tax. So everything changed. Right now, one fateful day, I met a young man into the footwear industry too, and we got talking, and he's like, no, where did you actually learn business? And I told him, this is where I learned business, C for C. You will meet him soon, mommy. You'll meet him very soon.
That's a promise.
Yes. You'll meet him soon. To that. And he told me, wow, this is so interesting. I will send the link to you. And he sent the link. And in the link, I was asked to pitch my business. That was the first thing. Imagine I've not enrolled C for C. How do I even start it? The first requirement for that, as part of the criteria, is to pitch my business. And I did that. In the list of qualified candidates, I was the first who pitched my business well and point out all
allow me to clap.
Yes, I was the first in the list, because C4C have taught me already what I need to hit when pitching my business. I did that, and the thing that really blew my mind in the whole thing is, I was invited by Puma. Puma, it's a footwear production company. If you were before, I was given this motorized, I wouldn't have had the resources to even maintain. But today, this like 2 years plus now, that it has been running, and everything is working. Family issues settled, and the mind is stable, and we are facing business every day. I have a place in Nasarawa State where strictly production. That's where I produce shoes. That's where I produce. Others, if some of the clients will say, we want it produced yourself, that's when I can produce here in Abuja. That is when I can produce here. But mostly what we do here in Abuja, what I do here in Abuja, I render services to churches for entrepreneurship weeks, schools for trainings, and also consultancy for footwears. Because there are so many persons who have the resources, but they don't know more about footwear design and production, and they don't know about the machines. They don't know the settings, what it takes for you to have a very good workshops. The man now said, wow, if this can do all of this, this is the certificate we must honor.
Wow.
And not just the one in Germany, Lagos took that without even long explanation. Lagos did that, Taraba, all these places I've worked, I used C4C certificate, no any other certificate. Those other ones were just backups to it. So you can see that C4C, it's not just a certificate you throw beneath your box. This is what you've learned. This is what your hands can give. They train you to become what you say. They train you to give out what people will see. They train you to give out reality. That's what he does, and it has worked for me. So please, I will want to really say this again. I've said it in the previous episode that governments, individuals, NGOs, I think it's the right time to partner with C4C, with these kinds of platform, to give a Nigerian young minds opportunity to benefit from the wealth and riches of this country. Because it is only these kinds of platforms that really build you spiritually, mentally, and physically, that you become who you want to become. They teach you how to become it verbally and how to become it skillfully. So I want to plead with governments, please, you can partner. NGOs, you can partner. Because I'm saying this emotionally because I've seen so many empowerments that have been made by so many platforms, but at the end of the day, you see nothing to show for it. People can defend it, people can do it. But in C4C, you have to do it. It's a criteria. You have to do it. You have to own everything you do. That's what we see. We have to go back home every day after lectures. You have to go back home, still do all of these things. Come back as an assignment, present it yourself. And that is why we own the story, we own the skill, we own everything. And that's why today, God is really using it to really, and I know this is not just the end, it's just the beginning.
Amen.
Because I see it. Thank you very much.
With organizations that have this mandate of differently abled people, to work to teach them, to help them to become economically empowered, to help them to become entrepreneurs. We throw that out as well. We have the curriculum, we have the knowledge, we have the experience, which doesn't come easy. Some of it has been difficult, some of it has, and so on. We have our highs and our lows, and we're willing to share. It is our contribution to society. It is our contribution to our country, our nation. So thank you, Kingsley, for being so open, admitting the fact that, yes, you're a wonderful young man, and sometimes people get discouraged. But you are a great example of the fact that you do not let difficult circumstances or our discouragements to keep you down. You face the challenges squarely on. And, it's sometimes, thank you for being here. Let me say that again, because
for joining us on AIT Reports. I'm Ogom Ezedimbo. Welcome. The Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has announced a submission of former President Goodluck Jonathan's name as its presidential candidate for the 2027 general elections to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, despite ongoing leadership dispute within the opposition party. The Interim National Working Committee, led by Kabiru Turaki, disclosed it had manually submitted former President Goodluck Jonathan's name alongside those of governorship, National Assembly, and State Houses of Assembly candidates to INEC in compliance with the Electoral Act 2026. Addressing the press conference last night, the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Ini Emembong, and said INEC acknowledged receipt of the submission, even though the electoral umpire allegedly denied the faction access to electronic submission codes. The party insists that Kabiru Turaki-led party, which was constituted by the Board of Trustees and National Executive Committee, remains the authentic leadership of the PDP, following what it describes as a Supreme Court judgment that left the party without a legally recognized national leadership. The party also alleges irregularities in the release of the certified true copy of the judgment, claiming that portions of the document did not fully reflect what was delivered in open court. The PDP faction accuses INEC of failing to maintain neutrality in matters concerning the PDP, alleging that the electoral body had repeatedly ignored material facts and court orders favorable to the party. The party further argues that if INEC eventually publishes names different from those submitted by the faction, it would reinforce public concern about INEC's impartiality and suggest support for individuals seeking to weaken the opposition. The People's Democratic Party, backed by the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, has asked the former Deputy National Chairman, Bode George, to accept the history he's moving forward and he remains behind if he could not embrace the party's new direction, escalating the war of words over his recent television interview. The latest exchange highlights the deepening divisions within the opposition party as its current leadership digs in over its legitimacy, internal reforms, and preparations for the 2027 general elections amid lingering legal and political dispute. The PDP National Publicity Secretary, Jongudu Mohammed, dismissed Bode George's criticism as the frustration of an expelled former member and defended the leadership of the party's national chairman, Abdurrahman Mohammed. Jongudu says the recognition of the party's leadership by the Independent National Electoral Commission flowed directly from subsistent court judgments. The PDP maintained that the courts had consistently affirmed its position and saying the legal status of its leadership is no longer a matter of political opinion. The party also defended Abdurrahman Mohammed and members of the National Working Committee and saying they had demonstrated transparent, inclusive and democratic leadership despite inheriting political and legal challenges. The PDP adds that the conduct of its primary elections ranked among the smoothest in recent years and had opened the political space for thousands of members ahead of 2027 elections. Original inhabitants of the Federal Capital Territory say years of marginalization and poor representation have left them on the fringes of politics and governance. Determined to change the narrative, indigenous youth have launched a grassroots mobilization campaign across the FCT's 858 communities to encourage greater civic and political participation. The campaign aims to equip young people with the knowledge and skills to overcome barriers to governance and inspire them to take a more active role in shaping the future of their communities.
The participants say while Abuja has grown into a city that belongs to all Nigerians, the rapid transformation has made it more difficult for the original inhabitants to secure adequate representation in government. At the town hall meeting in Kuje Area Council, speakers urged indigenous youth to take ownership of their future by participating actively in politics and community leadership.
They are the dominant population in Nigeria, and so whether we like it or not, sooner than later, they will take over the leadership of the country. And because the country is faced with a lot of challenges, it is important that we train the youth to understand the anatomy, the psychology, and the philosophy behind these challenges.
Stakeholders stress that sustained civic education and mobilization are key to ensuring that indigenous youth are informed, organized, and ready to take on leadership roles.
The last election that we did, this kind of awareness were not done. And we decided to follow the footsteps of INEC. Before the general elections, there are sensitization, voter educations. So definitely we look at it, it is our duty to educate those that we vote, the youth leaders, to disabuse them from sentiment and sectionalism.
The town hall meeting was organized by the Abuja Original Inhabitants Youth Empowerment Organization. The event focused on empowering young indigenous people to speak with one voice and play a more active role in the governance and development of the Federal Capital Territory. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
The Osun State Police Command has released the secretary to the state government, Teslim Ilagbaye, from its custody after detaining him overnight. A spokesperson in Mole Campaign Council, Pelumi Olagbese, announced this via Facebook page and appreciating the Inspector General of Police and the Commissioner of Police, Osun State Command, for listening to the voice of reason despite pressure and for responding to the people's demand regarding the unlawful arrest of the Secretary to the state government. The Nigerian police force best serves the nation when it stands against oppression and opposes justice and the rule of law. The spokesperson for the Osun State Police Command, Abiodun Ojelabi, also confirmed the release in a telephone conversation with journalists in Osogbo and recalled that Igbalaye and 5 others were arrested and detained by the State Police Command after a raid on his residence in Osogbo on Wednesday. A registration of herders, butchers, and market unions is ongoing in Delta State. The State Commissioner of Police, Ayemi Oyeniyi, who made this known to journalists during a meeting at the command's headquarters in Asaba, disclosed that intelligence at the disposal of the command indicates the markets and ranches are being exploited by criminal elements.
High-level stakeholder security meeting as part of the police proactive strategy to enhance crime prevention across Delta State. In attendance are leaders of herders, cattle breeders, butchers, market unions, government officials, and security operatives. Top on the agenda is effective crime prevention.
Because we have realized that there is nothing we can do except we receive remedial support from you. Most of the crime that we are having that is coming from the grassroots, we need to tackle them jointly on this issue of kidnapping and the farmer herders crisis.
Compulsory registration and authentic identification of all cattle breeders and market unions was directed by the police chief as way of tackling emerging security threats.
We also discovered that when people come in, they will pretend as if they want to be rearing cattle. And we also discovered that some of the people employing them also don't know them. They don't know them as such. Either they meet them in the mosque, they meet them in this market we are talking about.
We intend to collaboratively work with the police and other security agencies to make sure that our people sleep with their 2 eyes closed.
The meeting concluded with stakeholders resolving to strengthen intelligence sharing. Ajiri Akpomerieni, AIT News, Asaba.
A joint security operation led by the Department of State Services has killed 3 suspected bandits and rescued 9 kidnapped victims during a gun battle in the Ekiti local government area of Kwara State. The operation involved operatives of the DSS, the Kwara State Forest Guards, and local hunters and vigilantes who acted on intelligence to intercept a group of more than 10 armed kidnappers in Obo, Ayegule, and OC axis of Ekiti local government area bordering Ekiti and Niger states. According to local authorities, the victims, including farmers abducted from their farmlands in Kwara and neighboring Ekiti states, were being held together when security operatives engaged the kidnappers in a fence gun battle. 3 of the suspected bandits were killed, while the remaining members of the group fled, abandoning their captives. One of the rescued victims reportedly sustained severe machete injuries while resisting abduction. Another victim, Umaru Muazu of Ayegule, said he and his son were ambushed by armed men who also stole a motorcycle before forcing them into the bush. A member of the Kwara State Forest Guards described the operation as intelligence-driven, but appealed for improved operational equipment, including body armor night vision goggles, walkie-talkies and ammunition to enhance ongoing efforts against armed groups operating in the border community. The Nigerian Army has intensified efforts to counter the growing threat of improvised explosive devices, IEDs, by training more specialist engineers and strengthening collaboration with local and international partners. The initiative formed the focus of a seminar organized by the 41 Engineer Brigade in Kaduna as part of activities marking the graduation of Explosive Ordnance Disposal, Course 1 to 6.
41 Engineer Brigade is actively involved in Operation Fasanyama and other subsidiary operations of one division area of responsibility.
This seminar is not only timely and relevant, but a call to duty for us to continually refine our strategies and enhance our capabilities in countering these persistent threats.
Complicated military operations and humanitarian activities in conflict-affected areas. The widespread use of this device have complicated military operations and humanitarian activities in conflict-affected areas. Notwithstanding, the Nigerian Army Engineer continue to play a vital role in defeating improvised explosive device threats.
President Bola Tinubu says his administration will not bow to pressure from criminal groups or pay ransom to secure the release of victims, insisting that perpetrators of violent crimes must face justice. The president said this on Thursday while receiving traditional rulers from Oyo State, led by the Olubadan of Ibadan land, during a courtesy visit at the State House, Abuja. AIT State House correspondent Yemi Adebayo reports.
The May 15, 2026 Orire kidnapping incident in Oyo State raised fresh concerns over the activities of criminal elements and the safety of communities. But the successful rescue of the victims without ransom payment has been described by traditional rulers from the state as a defining moment in Nigeria's response to kidnapping. Led by the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, the monarchs visited the presidential villa to appreciate President Bola Tinubu and security agencies for their efforts.
You have made a turning point in the issue of kidnapping in Nigeria. The fact that you did not pay ransom, the fact that you stood your ground, shows that, yes, we now have a government that knows what it's doing. So, Mr. President, we cannot thank you enough for that feat.
The Olubadan urged the federal government not to abandon forests where criminal elements have been dislodged, warning that sustained security presence is necessary to prevent a resurgence. President Tinubu said the successful operation was a result of the commitment of the armed forces and other security agencies.
We refused to negotiate for ransom, for negotiate. These criminals wanted us to release from detention members of their criminal gangs that were already arrested. That was one of their conditions outside of the money they're looking for. And we said, no deal. We are not going to negotiate with criminals. Yes. We refuse to pay ransom. We have the geography of the forest. We know what it is. And in answer to it, you've seen that from 8 divisions now, we are now moving to 12 divisions to shorten the response time, to give, that response time the teeth that is needed for us to defeat terrorism and banditry.
He also reiterated plans for state police and the strengthening of forest guards, saying intelligence gathering and community support remain critical to defeating criminal networks.
There will be state police. That state police, we have a guardrail from abuses. We will protect it from abuses. And you traditional rulers, too, we have role to play more.
From Orire in Oyo State to other troubled communities across the country, the message from the federal government remains clear. Criminal elements will not be allowed to dictate terms as efforts continue to secure lives and property. Yemi Adebayo, AIT News, Abuja.
As Nigeria joins the rest of the world to commemorate the 2026 World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, says the fight against menace is not negotiable. In 2026, the fight against sexual exploitation and human trafficking in Nigeria reached a new intensity. NAPTIP recorded 2,355 sexual offenders. Of these, 456 have been convicted, 1,182 still await trial, and 265 remain under investigation. Director General Binta Damobello reaffirmed the agency's unwavering commitment.
We have intensified public enlightenment campaigns across communities, schools, markets, motor parks, places of worship, and digital platforms. Through sustained advocacy, we continue to educate Nigerians on the deceptive tactics employed by the traffickers.
An increasing number of Nigerians rescued from Mali and other countries underscores the need for a coordinated national framework that guarantees a safe return, rehabilitation, reintegration, and empowerment of victims, which draws global attention to one of the fastest growing dimensions of human trafficking, the exploitation of people through online fraud scheme and cyber-enabled criminal enterprises.
Our response must go beyond just rescue. So helping them rebuild their lives through psychosocial support, through education, skills development, and sustainable livelihood, it is one of the most effective ways of preventing them from being trafficked again.
No institution, no country can solve a crime built this way alone. No one. That is why a united, coordinated response is required, and this is why UNODC is uniquely positioned to support it.
Traffickers no longer travel to find their victims. They reach them where young people already are, on social media. In messaging apps in the digital space we consider safe, behind every case NAPTIP reports on is a person.
Trafficking in persons continues to evolve, exploiting technology, false promises like we have mentioned, and human vulnerability. But so must our response.
World Day Against Trafficking in Persons is marked on July 30 every year. The success stories were achieved through partnership with international allies and civil society organizations confronting transnational crimes and sexual exploitation head-on. The governor of Delta State, Sheriff Borevori, says the state is prepared to host the 2026 Economic and Investment Summit. The State Commissioner for Public Information, Charles Anyago, who spoke on behalf of the governor, explained that the summit would deepen economic growth, attract strategic investment, and create sustainable opportunities for residents of the state.
We felt that it was high time we moved out to bring in investors who can now take advantage of these many other interventions of government to be able to establish their own companies, do business with our people, and at the end of the day, generate employment for our people, which we believe in the long run will also boost the standard of living of the average Delta. And so that's why we are now proceeding to organize an economic and investment summit.
Anyago also disclosed that the summit has already generated significant international interested investors, particularly from Brazil and China.
At the end of the day, we are going to be able to have interactions and expose to them those other opportunities that indeed abound in our state. A good number of very notable companies in Nigeria have also supported us. We wanted just one diamond sponsor, but today we are having 5 diamond sponsors. We thought that it was going to be just one good sponsor, but we have about 3 good sponsors.
The Commissioner called on potential investors, development partners, captains of industry, and other stakeholders to participate in the summit scheduled for August 3rd to 5th in Asaba. The Supreme Court, of government-recognized traditional rulers in Ikwere land has endorsed the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and adopted former minority leader of the House of Representatives, Kingsley Chinda, as his preferred candidate for the 2027 Rivers State governorship election. And speaking on behalf of the council, the paramount ruler of Emoha Ona, Sergeant Awuse, who doubles as the chairman, South-South Monarch Forum, and said the endorsement is their own way of appreciating the president for his numerous acts of goodwill towards Rivers State and its people.
Mr. President deserves to be given a second tenure. We should all put our hands together and give him a support. And I know he will do better during his second tenure.
Paramount ruler of Emoha Kingdom, Oha Sergeant Awuse, declaring the position of the Supreme Council of Government-recognized traditional rulers in Ikwere land on the 2027 general election. He says the council has declared its total support for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu, insisting that its decision is irrevocable, describing the endorsement as their modest way of appreciating President Tinubu for what they called his numerous contributions to the development of Rivers State and the recognition accorded to its sons and daughters in his administration. The council specifically cited the appointment of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, alongside other Rivers indigents who have been entrusted with key national responsibilities as evidence of the president's confidence in the state.
I was in Abuja during the door-to-door program where the National Council of Traditional Rulers endorsed the president. Vis-a-vis the South-South monarchs have also endorsed Mr. President. We have endorsed Mr. President. The Ikwere people have resolved that we will give him all our support to ensure a success in the next election coming early next year, through the leadership of our son, Nyesom Wike.
According to the traditional rulers, President Tinubu has done enough to merit another 4-year mandate, maintaining that the nation's economy is on a steady path of recovery and growing stronger with each passing day under his leadership.
Allow Mr. President to finish his tenure. He's doing well. His vision to put Nigeria forward, the vision to make Nigeria succeed, the vision to give our children good life in future, he has it in mind. No distraction can make him not to succeed.
On the Rivers State governorship race, the council unanimously adopted former minority leader of the House of Representatives, Kingsley Chinda, as its preferred candidate for the 2027 election. The traditional rulers expressed confidence in Chinda's experience, leadership credentials, and capacity to provide purposeful leadership for Rivers State.
OK Chinda is the candidate of the Rainbow Coalition, which is headed by Nyesom Wike. As an Ikwere son, we have every reason, I repeat, to give him our support. And we're going to do so. We're not going to do so. We're doing so without looking back. What else can we do? What else can we really do? Election will come and go, and each election must have a candidate. This particular election has our son as a candidate, therefore we must support him.
Oha Awuse says that he and other monarchs are optimistic that Rivers State and Nigeria will witness greater peace, stability, and development under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu and Kingsley Chinda, urging citizens to support their aspirations in the interest of a more prosperous future.
I see more development in Abuja. I see a bright future for Rivers State. I see a bright future for Nigeria. I see the APC sweeping the poll. I'm not campaigning. I'm telling you what, as a former politician would say when he sees the lights.
This is AIT Reports. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more reports.
The stories now break online. Don't miss miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Thank you for staying with us. Kaduna State is stepping up investment in its healthcare sector as the government says its partnership with the Gates Foundation is delivering results in expanding access to quality health services, especially for vulnerable and underserved communities. Governor Uba Sani says the partnership, which stemmed from an agreement signed in New York last year, has helped fast-track healthcare reforms across the state. Speaking during a meeting with a delegation from the Gates Foundation, the governor disclosed that the state has recruited 1,500 healthcare workers under a 5-year plan to employ 1,800 personnel, describing the move as a major step towards addressing the shortage of health professionals.
Today, I'm proud to say that Kaduna State government is leading in an effort to move our Tier 1 primary healthcare facilities to level 2, which for me is very important because as we're speaking, we're targeting 255 our primary healthcare facilities to be moved to level 2. To date, we're almost achieving that target. Looking at the fact that when we're trying to address the issue of gap, when you look at also our secondary healthcare facilities, I think we're the only state that have also converted our primary healthcare facilities. Not only the further we moved into level 2, we also choose some of them, one in each local government, to make them center of excellence.
The country director of the Gates Foundation, Uche Amawo, praised Kaduna State for its commitment to delivering on its healthcare reform agenda. He highlighted the creation of the state's delivery and insight unit and saying the unit will serve as a key implementation and monitoring platform to drive healthcare reforms under the Kaduna State's mutual accountability platform and ensure that public investment produce measurable results.
I believe that this is going to be the execution engine to make sure that everything that we've talked about, at least in the health sector, as part of the KMAF, is going to be operationalized in Kaduna. So we wanted to share with you on that update and also get your endorsement of this, what we think is a transformational reform, because what you've always told me is that you want to make sure that whatever, it's hard to put money, but then it's a tragedy if that money you put is not well executed. Yeah. So this unit is going to help us with that execution. So we wanted to share that with you.
Governor Uba Sani also revealed that 15 secondary healthcare facilities have been renovated, remodeled and fully equipped, while the state's 300-bed specialist hospital is now operational. He expressed confidence that the hospital will emerge as a major center for medical tourism in Nigeria over the next 2 years, reaffirming his administration's commitment to providing affordable, accessible and quality healthcare for all residents. The Nigerian Correctional Service has distributed essential drugs and other medications to custodian facilities across the country. The gesture is to provide quality health care for inmates in line with the provisions of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act 2019. Correspondent Peter Agu has more.
Speaking at the flag-off of the second phase of the 2026 nationwide distribution of essential drugs and medicaments to commands, the Controller General of Corrections, Sylvester Nwakuchi, emphasized the service's commitment to strengthening inmate health care with special emphasis on the welfare of female inmates, mental health services for vulnerable inmates, and the enrollment of inmates into the National Health Insurance Scheme.
Very soon, any moment from now, all our inmates will be captured in the National Health Insurance Scheme so that they can access health opportunities without paying much money.
He noted that the quarterly distribution of essential medicines forms part of a broader healthcare reform agenda aimed at strengthening medical services, reducing the burden of diseases, improving mental health support, and enhancing the rehabilitation and reinformation of inmates.
These are our inmates and they are human beings. They are our brothers, they are our sisters. Just like we assess healthcare outside, the inmates are also supposed to have such opportunities.
Also speaking, the Assistant Controller General of Corrections in charge of medical services, Glory Asia, noted that the intervention will substantially enhance inmates' health and well-being while reducing the incidence of epidemics and other communicable diseases across custodial centers.
To help combat diseases that we have in the custodial centers across the country. So it's quite significant and it's a recommendable, laudable project that we are doing today.
Authorities of the service further reaffirmed commitment to sustaining reforms that protect the health, dignity, mental well-being, and overall welfare of inmates, while advancing the core correctional mandates of safe custody, rehabilitation, reformation, and successful reintegration into the society. Opeta Agu, AIT News, Abuja.
The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has issued the federal government a fresh ultimatum threatening to embark on a nationwide indefinite strike from August 10 if long-standing welfare and remuneration issues are not resolved. The warning followed resolutions reached at the association's July National Executive Council meeting in Gombe, where delegates expressed dissatisfaction with the pace of implementing agreements reached with the federal government.
In 8 a.m. Monday, 10th of August 2026, should these issues not be addressed?
A stern warning from members of the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors after days of deliberations at their National Executive Council meeting in Gombe. The association says unresolved salary promotion arrears and the outstanding 25 to 35% commoners adjustment, 19 months of unpaid professional allowance arrears, welfare challenges affecting house officers, increasing attacks on healthcare workers, and poor hospital infrastructure continue to undermine the healthcare delivery across the country.
Therefore, the NEC resolved to embark by way of this declaration a total and comprehensive industrial strike commencing at 8 a.m. on Monday, 10th August 2026.
While commending the federal government for disbursement of the 2026 Medical Residency Training Fund to eligible resident doctors, the association maintained that several agreements reached with the government remained unimplemented. It also called for stronger legal protection for healthcare workers, improved healthcare funding, accelerated implementation of universal health coverage, and the recruitment of more medical personnel to strengthen Nigeria's healthcare system.
The NEC reaffirmed its commitment to constructive engagement and dialogue, but reiterated that the welfare of resident doctors and the survival of the Nigerian healthcare system remains non-negotiable.
The association says the federal government has until the 10th of August to address the outstanding issues. It warned that failure to do so could trigger a nationwide indefinite strike by resident doctors, a move that could significantly disrupt the healthcare services across the public hospitals in the country. Chika Udemko, AIT News, Gombe.
According to available statistics, an estimated 35,000 premature deaths are recorded annually in Lagos and due to poor air quality, underscoring the need for stronger emissions management and cleaner environmental practices. The establishment of a greenhouse gas registry by the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, which is first of its kind in Africa, according to the federal government, will not only address needless death, but create a cascading effect across Nigeria and African continent in climate resilience.
Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, launched a 1.0 greenhouse gas registry about 2 years ago. But it did not get the desired traction because a lot of industries and organizations refused to comply with the initiative. Pressing further with more involvement of the private sector made this second attempt possible to properly manage carbon emissions for the health of Lagos residents.
I'd like to let you know that 51% of that amount of premature death occur in children less than 5 years old. So you can imagine the gravity of the air pollution situation in Lagos State.
Emissions play a major role in measuring the quality of life of Lagosians. And we think that this documentation will enhance our claim or our activity in the global climate change landscape. We'll be able to access proper support where it's needed. Climate change is initiated or caused by a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, primarily. And then one of the consequences of climate change is the urban heat, intense flooding, that we experience.
It makes me very glad that Lagos State once again is taking the bull in the head and doing this to be a pace setter in bringing about a registry for greenhouse gases. Once they are able to go forward and get this right, a number of states will come on board so Nigeria can be better.
The end point of climate aberration is health or lack of health in Lagos. With a population of 30 million, each one of you has a carbon footprint. So it's not so important for us as individuals, but it becomes heavy when we're talking about big industry. When you realize how many opportunities that this funding flow will trigger, you will then understand how important this event is.
According to the Federal Ministry of Environment, this proactive initiative by the Lagos State government aligns with Nigeria's nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement and federal government's transition plans. Oshuomowa, Daniels, AIT News, Lagos.
The newly constituted Kano State Anti-Drug and Anti-Thuggery Task Force is calling on key agents of socialization to support government's efforts in combating drug abuse, substance misuse, and thuggery across the state. Chairman of the task force made the appeal during an inaugural interactive session with journalists in Kano.
The media and peer groups are widely recognized as major agents of socialization that influence the attitudes and behavior of young people. Recognizing the important role these institutions play, the chairman of the Kano State Anti-Drug and Anti-Thuggery Task Force, Muhimma Gaji, is urging them to partner with the government in addressing the growing challenge of drug abuse and youth violence in the state.
So this committee is soliciting the support of the media so that they will come and join hands together to educate our people, number one, on the dangers of this menace, number two, on how to come and support the activities of this committee and all the stakeholders. And most importantly, I will use this opportunity to call on the parents. We have a very crucial role to play. We should not allow ourselves, or rather we are just parenting by name. We must guard our words. We must guard our children.
According to the task force chairman, police statistics indicate that about 70% of violent crimes recorded in Kano State are linked to drug abuse and substance misuse, a figure he described as alarming.
So now we have a mechanism that will allow us to checkmate the excess of Daba gang. And this Daba issue is a byproduct of this drug abuse. It's a drug abuse, and sometimes it's based on the influence of drugs. For any reason, there's an attack, a reprisal attack will occur, and another reprisal attack, and that is what is making it so difficult and making it so rampant.
This inaugural meeting marks the beginning of a statewide public awareness campaign. The task force says it will embark on sustained advocacy and sensitization through the media before commencing enforcement operations at identified crime and drug spots across Kano State. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
The Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency has warned of a rising flood threats across the country, urging government, emergency agencies and residents of vulnerable communities to take immediate precautionary measures to avert loss of lives and property. The director, Umar Mohammed, said the agency's latest hydrological forecast indicates a high flood risk across 27 states between July 30 and August 5, 2026, and following rising river levels that could trigger significant riverine flooding in flood-prone communities. He disclosed that 53 key river monitoring stations are currently under threat, with critical locations including Katsina, Ala River in Benue State, Aye River at Itokin, Lagos State, and the River Niger at Onitsha in Anambra State being closely monitored. According to him, states expected to experience significant impacts include Niger, Kaduna, Kwara, Delta, Kogi, and Edo, among 21 other affected states. He warned that flooding could disrupt communities, schools, healthcare facilities, markets, places of worship, and farmlands if urgent preventive measures are not taken. The Director General called on state governments, local government authorities, the National Emergency Management Agency, and state emergency management agencies, traditional rulers, community leaders, and residents of flood-prone areas to immediately activate emergency preparedness and response plans. He advised residents in vulnerable communities to relocate to safer and higher grounds where necessary, and monitor flood advisory, pre-position relief materials, prepare evacuation shelters, and mobilize community early warning volunteers, avoid crossing flooded roads of fast-flowing rivers, and clear drainage channels to reduce the impact of flooding. Umar Ibrahim Mohammed stressed that early warning, collective preparedness, and timely action remain the most effective strategies for mitigating flood disasters. He assured Nigerians that the agency will continue to monitor river conditions nationwide and issue timely forecasts and advisories to support informed decision-making and protect lives and property. Nigeria's Finance Minister Taiwo Yedele says the government will have to continue to borrow to finance its numerous projects. He said this at an economic forum in Abuja, insisting the revenue targets of the federal government have repeatedly been met.
Nigerians are still asking the same question months after subsidy were removed and the naira was floated. Where did the savings go? The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, Taiwo Yedele, says he owes the country an answer, and here is giving one.
Why do you keep borrowing after you said you've exceeded revenue? And I tried to explain this recently, that if you have a budget to spend 10, and you have a target of revenue of 6, you need to borrow 4. If you collect revenue of 7, you have exceeded your revenue target because it was 6 you were hoping to collect. But it doesn't change the fact that you still need to borrow 3. So this is how exceeding revenue target can coexist with borrowing.
But these are tough times in the world, and Nigeria is at a critical juncture, and Nigerians have to do a lot. And here's the thing, I'm coming from outside Nigeria. I can tell you, you will not get much help from the world economy. You'll not get much help from abroad.
And as governments across the continent grapple with the immediate pressure, the forum is also looking beyond today's economic challenges to the Africa of tomorrow. Speakers say Africa's window for getting its urban development right remains open, with well-planned and productive cities capable of attracting investment, creating jobs, and supporting economic growth for generations to come.
And we have seen that the GDP per capita has stalled at around $4,400, and the region still needs roughly 15 million new jobs every single year. So another interesting fact that we found on this report is that nearly half of the urban space that this region will need by 2050 is yet to be built.
Urban planning must become proactive rather than reactive. Experiences from Kigali and more recently Egypt's new administrative capital demonstrate how strategic urban development can improve investment, attractiveness, tourism, and business competitiveness. The third point, the promise of the African Continental Free Trade Area cannot be realized without major investments in transport and digital infrastructure. Africa remains the least connected continent in terms of transport networks and broadband connectivity.
The message from the forum is therefore twofold. Economic reform must ultimately produce tangible value for citizens today, while the continent must simultaneously build the infrastructure, cities, and productive economies capable of sustaining growth tomorrow. For Nigeria and the rest of Africa, the challenge is no longer simply to reform or attract investment, but to ensure that both translate into productive jobs, stronger businesses, and shared prosperity. Landry Babalola, AIT News, Abuja.
The Benue State government is making a major push to overhaul this economy and attract new investment. The state governor has officially sworn in a brand new economic and policy advisory team and challenging them to drive sustainable growth and job creation across the state.
Provide objective, practical, and forward-looking recommendations that will help government create jobs, attract investment, improve internally generated revenue, and enhance public service delivery was the mandate handed down to the advisory body by the chief executive of the state shortly after their inauguration. Governor Alia emphasized that all recommendations must be driven by credible data, innovation, professionalism, and accountability.
All members of the team have reached the echelon of their careers, which again is quite intriguing. So we have the resources, physical resources. We have what it takes to be an independent economic state.
Despite existing challenges, Ali acknowledged that the state has enormous opportunities for transformation. He therefore called on the advisory team to work closely with relevant stakeholders in building a resilient and diversified economy.
I am confident that you will make meaningful contributions toward building a more diversified, competitive, and resilient economy.
Leading the strategic panel are financial expert Nika Gule as team lead, alongside Caroline Okofolami as co-team lead.
We accept this responsibility with a deep sense of duty, knowing that the expectations of the Benue people are high.
For Benue State, the message is clear. The roadmap to economic resilience is officially underway. Dofan Aga, AIT News, Makudi.
President Bola Tinubu has approved the immediate dissolution of the Presidential Implementation Committee on Alienation of the Federal Government Properties, PIC, bringing an end to the activities of the committee established to oversee the privatization, sale and lease of government landed assets. The presidency says all matters relating to the activities of the dissolved committee will henceforth be coordinated by the AGF and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi. The PIC was established in 2000 during the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo as part of the federal government's monetization policy. Its mandate was to manage the disposal and utilization of federal government property, with membership drawn from relevant ministries, security agencies, and representatives from the private sector. According to a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, on Thursday, the decision followed the government's assessment that the committee had gone beyond its original mandate, resulting in several litigations across the country and making its continued existence unnecessary. Onanuga said the President has directed that the AGF take over coordination of all matters connected to the committee, with the directive taking effect from November 5, 2025. The statement added that the Secretary of the PIC, B.S. Dostema, has been directed to cease acting on behalf of the committee and the federal government on all related matters. The Presidential Implementation Committee was created following the Federal Executive Council approval in March 2001 of a panel of inquiry tasked with producing a white paper to guide the implementation of recommendations on the management of federal assets. Vice President Kashim Shettima yesterday led mourners at the funeral prayer for former Minister of Finance Alhaji Abubakar Alhaji in Sokoto. The elder statesman died in the early hours of Thursday at the age of 88 after a brief illness.
On arrival, Senator Shettima paid a condolence visit to the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar III. Prayers were offered for the peaceful repose of the late statesman, who served Nigeria in several capacities, including as Minister of National Planning, Minister of Finance under General Ibrahim Babangida, and later as Nigeria's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. Describing the deceased as a behemoth of institutional memory, the Vice President said Alhaji will be remembered for his dedicated service to the nation. He added that the federal government will immortalize him and prayed Allah to grant him eternal rest and give the family the fortitude to bear the loss.
Of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to commiserate with you, to condole you, and the government and people of Sokoto over the sad demise of an elder statesman, of an institution, of a first-class technocrat, and one of the permanent pictures in Nigeria's technocratic permanent, the late
Alhaji began his public service in 1964 as an assistant secretary in the Federal Ministry of Finance and later rose to become permanent secretary in the Federal Ministry of Trade. The vice president was accompanied by the deputy chief of staff to the president, Senator Ibrahim Hadeja, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Bagudu, and other top government officials. Mustafa Muhammad, AIT News, Abuja.
Next is Sports Track.
Welcome, I am Osaibovo Sifo. Team Nigeria continued its impressive campaign at the 2026 Commonwealth Games, adding to its medal haul across athletics event. World record holder Toby Amuson was unable to defend her women's 100 meters hurdles title, settling for a bronze medal after finishing in third place in 12.60 seconds. Goodness Uwanchukwu won gold in the women's discus with a world record throw of 39.66 meters, while Chukwuka Enewechi also claimed gold in the men's short put. Jessica Orji completed another successful day for Team Nigeria by winning silver medal in the women's short put on her international debut. Nigeria now has 16 medals at the Games, comprising 8 gold, 5 silver, and 3 bronze medals. Attention now shifts to the men's and the women's 400 meters finals, where Samuel Gazi, Adidiong Okon Udo, and Ella will be aiming to add to Nigeria's medal tally. The second round of group matches at the ongoing 14th Women's African Cup of Nations will continue today with Group B. 2022 champions, the Bayana of South Africa, seek resurgence against Ivory Coast, while Tanzania will attempt to make it 2 wins from 2 matches when they face Burkina Faso, who lost to Ivory Coast in their opening match. Meanwhile, host Morocco have secured their place in the knockout phase of the competition after a 1-0 victory over Algeria in their second group game to give them maximum point from 2 matches. Senegal defeated Kenya by a lone goal to record their first win of the tournament. Bayelsa United Feeders defeated a Remen Football Club of Port Harcourt 2-0 to emerge champions of the 2026 Bayelsa United pre-season scouting tournament in Yenagoa. Stakeholders who watched the week-long tournament applauded the Bayelsa State government's commitment to discovering and developing homegrown football talent in the state.
For 1 week, the Samson Siasia Stadium in Yenagoa plays host to an exciting blend of youthful talent as football clubs from within and outside Bayelsa State battle for honors and a chance to impress Bayelsa United's technical crew. The tournament serves as a talent discovery platform, allowing coaches and scouts to assess players' technical ability, discipline, and readiness to play at a higher level.
I think the priority was to give that opportunity to them to also showcase and be part of what we have started, what we think will be a new phase in the development of Bayelsa United.
We are on the move towards achieving our goal, and that is to get some talented Bayelsans.
Former Super Eagles player Edema Fludu commends the standard of the competition, expressing confidence that the tournament has produced talented players capable of making meaningful contributions to Bayelsa United and Nigerian football.
Personally, I've taken note of a lot of players, and there's a committee responsible for also checking players, which means that we have almost a consortium of people who understand technicality and have selected players.
The tournament ends on a high note as Bayelsa United Feeders defeat Ereme Football Club of Port Harcourt 2-0 in the final to emerge champions, drawing the successful pre-season scouting program to a close. Onni Sofian Owe, AIT News, Yenakawa.
Finally, European football governing body UEFA has warned that 8 member associations will boycott FIFA competition if the World Football Governing Body proceed with plans to sell stake of FIFA World Cup to private sector. Lailawa has the details of this report.
UEFA's 55 member associations unanimously rejected the proposal at an emergency meeting on Tuesday, insisting that the FIFA World Cup is not an investment product and should not be put up for sale. In a statement, UEFA said the boycott would cover both men's and women's FIFA competitions, including the FIFA Club World Cup, beginning with the qualifying playoffs for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. FIFA plans to establish a commercial subsidiary to manage its flagship competitions, including the World Cup, creating an opportunity for external investors to acquire equity stakes in the business. FIFA President Gianni Infantino has reportedly written to all 211 member associations, offering each federation up to $40 million in funding if they support the proposal. According to the plan, member associations that endorse the initiative before the 19th of September deadline would receive an initial payment of $20 million, with the balance to follow up under the proposed investment structure.
Sorry for that mix-up. We'll bring you Lai's report in our subsequent bulletin. That's sports. Many thanks for watching. I am Osai Bovo Osifo.
So much, Osai Bovo. That's AIT Reports. I'm Ogom Ezedibo. Thank you for staying with us.
Hello, everyone. This is People, Politics, and Power. Welcome. In this edition, we shall examine Nigeria's move to expand its security front lines. I am Imonia Marire. Will more military divisions and soldiers deliver greater security for Nigeria? That is the question that has been on the lips of many since the federal government's announcement of the expansion of its military footprints across the country. At a time when insecurity remains one of Nigeria's most pressing national challenges, the federal government's decision to establish 4 additional army divisions and recruit about 28,000 new personnel marks one of the most significant expansions of the country's military capacity in recent years. The move comes against the backdrop of persistent threats from insurgency, terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, communal conflicts, and other forms of violent criminality that have stretched the capacity of Nigeria's security architecture. The creation of new divisions suggests an attempt to improve troop deployment, enhance response time, strengthen territorial control, and take security operations closer to communities affected by violence. However, beyond the numbers lies a fundamental question. Can increasing the size of the military force on its own solve Nigeria's complex security crisis? Is Nigeria's security challenge a problem of insufficient military manpower and formations, or is it fundamentally a crisis of intelligence, governance, coordination, and political will? Nigeria has for decades invested heavily in security operations, yet many communities continue to experience attacks, displacement, and economic disruption. Critics argue that the challenge is not only a shortage of personnel, but also issues of intelligence, gathering operational coordination, welfare of troops, equipment, accountability, justice systems, and addressing the underlying social and economic drivers of violence. Now, the recruitment of 28,000 personnel also raises important questions about training standards, funding sustainability, civil-military relations, and whether these new forces will be adequately equipped and strategically deployed to delivering lasting security outcomes. The critical conversation is whether this represents a decisive turning point in the fight against insecurity, or merely an increase in manpower without addressing the deeper institutional and governance challenges that allow insecurity to persist. Will more soldiers translate into safer communities, or does Nigeria need a broader security transformation beyond troop numbers? These are the issues that we will be examining on the program today. And my guests are already here with me. I have joining me retired Major General Henry Ayola, a former Chief of Defense Research and Development, and former Commander of Operation Safe Haven. Thank you so much for finding time to join us.
Thank you, Amakri. I'm glad to be with you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Also joining us virtually is Captain Bishop Johnson, an ex-U.S. military officer. He is a defense and military strategist. Captain Bishop Johnson, thank you for finding time to join us. All right, he will be joining us in a while. Okay, General, let's begin this way. First, what is your reaction to this decision by the federal government to create 4 additional divisions, army divisions?
Once again, thank you, Amakri, for bringing me here. There's a need to give a proper context to this whole thing. First, to look at the historical background how the army started, and then look at up to the immediate contemporary security challenges. And I'm going to make some very categorical statements to clarify a number of misconceptions that have attended to what we have for so long called a security challenge. I've said it again and again, and I maintain that stand, that what we're dealing with is not a security challenge. It's a realpolitik power game that is going on, and it's only manifesting in one of the tentacles. It's a hydra, hydra-headed, and manifesting multi-pronged, multi-driven by those who are behind this whole thing. So I think that should be settled on one side. On the other side, let's construe appropriately, the meaning of this grand strategic direction that the Commander-in-Chief, the President Commander-in-Chief, has given. Ordinarily, it should be seen as a part of the periodic, changes that should happen in military transformation. Usually, nations all over the world, and we are no exception, have periodic regulation of this. There's periodic times at which the orbit of a nation's armed forces, the army in particular in this case, is tweaked, rejigged. Either you change the area of responsibility of the divisions, or you add more divisions like we're seeing in this case. So it's not very new. If I back up a little, if you recall, when just before independence, we had part of being West African Frontier Force, we had the Nigerian regiment. It's a long story. Of course, the history of the army is traced to 1863, where the Glover boys, John Glover, the naval lieutenant, who started with 18 Hausa constabularies, they were called, or Glover boys, and then later the Lagos Constabulary was created, all of those. Now, so we've grown like that, and just before the Civil War, what was called the Nigerian regiment then had about 5 battalions. When we say, we're talking of infantry fighting combat battalions at the time. But by the end of the Civil War, because during the Civil War, we expanded to about 3 divisions. And by the end of the Civil War, the army was reorganized to 4 divisions. And that's why we got the 1 div, 2 div, 3 div, and 82 div. Okay, so these 4 divisions were there. And then, of course, along the line, the Lagos Garrison Command was also upgraded to a division, and that's the one that gave us the 81 Division. Then, of course, as challenges began in around 2010 around that, 7 Division was created to take care of the problem in the Northeast, with headquarters in Maiduguri. And then later, 6th Division was created with headquarters in Port Harcourt. And then 8th Division, of course, as the theater expanded to the Northwest, so 8th Division was created with headquarters in Sokoto. That's how we got the current 8. Okay, so now that there is an addition, it means several things. One, don't forget that the grand strategic level, where the Commander-in-Chief, the President Commander-in-Chief, has taken this master stroke. And by the way, we need to give that kudos to him, because this is a long due change that should have happened. The fact that we need a surge in the military, in the armed forces and the security agencies and other services has been there since. So the fact that he's taking that step now, I think we should give him kudos for that. But then what it means is this. Number one, it means that the need to expand the armed forces has been recognized and is being dealt with, and that starts, it's just a start point. Additional 8 division for the army is like kickstarting the change. It's not the total change, because it's going to, of course, there's going to be consequential changes to the Navy, the Air Force, the SSS, the police, the civil defense, and all of that. Because don't forget, the army does not operate alone. We have moved from working as joint forces to even talking of unified forces. That means beyond the armed forces, other police and other paramilitary agencies being part of the same force. That's the concept the world runs today. So it then means that there will be consequential adjustments and reorganization of these other services. That's number one. Number two, of course, talking about personnel, strength, it's just one component. you're going to be talking about equipment. That's usually what we call the table of organization and equipment. So you're going to be looking at what equipment these 4 divisions we have. The first thing is even to back up a little and say, okay, the 8 divisions that we have, to what percentage of table of organization equipment are they right now? Are they equipped? Do they have what it takes to be those number of divisions on ground? Because when you look at, 28,000 to be recruited, it sounds like some big money. When you were saying, you put a word, say a whole 28,000, as if it's some large figure. That's just about the size of a division. Okay? One division. If properly equipped and full strength, that's just about one division. Okay? We don't talk about strength of military outfits, in the open. So I won't give details other than that, but that's just about a division. Depending on whether the division is mechanized, motorized, or purely infantry, or some special forces division. So these changes are like that. Now, the implication also is that it's going to send a message to the adversary, those who are giving the nation the problem we have, that look, there's a change, there's a tweak, that is going to bring a surge to what the enemy will have to deal with. So in that sense, it's a good news for us.
So for a country of over 230 million people, 36 states and the federal capital, what is the basis for setting up these divisions? And 12 divisions as they are now going to become, are they enough to cover the area called Nigeria, the territory called Nigeria, with over 230 million people?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a good question. A logical one for that. I've had people made such suggestions as to whether there's a UN recommended ratio of military to population there. That's not documented anywhere. That's just an idea. Of course, the UN cannot even do that anyway, because don't forget, the UN is an institution for peace, not for war. So it's not their business to start setting a ratio of. But apart from that, the size of the armed forces of any nation is dependent on so many factors, not just population alone. If you have population and you don't have the resources, your economic not sound, you don't have the industrial base, you don't have a military industrial complex, you don't have threats, because you have to do your risk, threat, and vulnerability analysis and assessments to determine what size of force you want as a nation. You first of all have to also determine how much of power projection you want to do beyond your borders. And so if you look at there's a document called the Military Balance that is usually published every year by International Institute of Strategic Studies. The one of 2026 is there. And the first top 10, the first 3 is America, Russia, and China in that order. And interestingly, India comes fourth. It's not just about population alone. It's about your economic strength. Because, nobody wants to waste so much money on defense where other sectors will be suffering. So usually there is a delicate balance, and you look at your actual need as to what it takes to secure your territorial integrity, what it takes for internal security operation, what it takes to have some showing in the international arena, to be able to fulfill some of the UN missions and all of that. And then, of course, what it takes to do all the 4 major priorities of the military as stated by the Constitution. Okay, so when you look at that, then you look at how much of the percentage of your GDP, for example, that you want to put into that sector, security sector alone. Don't forget, education sector is there, the health sector is there, the science and tech is there. All other finance and all other areas are also yearning and competing for the limited resources that a nation has. So usually, it's not so much of that. But much more than that is the fact that when we had even when we had the 4, it's not as if there was some gap. What it then means that the divisions then had a larger area of responsibility, what we call AOR for short, than what they will have now. So what the current 8 have now, you have seen from the release from the presidency, how some of them have been shrink now. So the advantage is that if a division was covering like 8 states before, it's now covering just about 4, it means it can focus on a smaller area of responsibility. Then, of course, there can be quick response shorter time of response to any challenge from any part within his area of responsibility. Those are the advantages. And then that way too, so nobody is overburdened by the size of his area of responsibility. There are so many advantages that brings about. Of course, that also gives confidence to the nation at large. The average citizen can then go to bed with some confidence, knowing that every part of the state or the region or the zone it belongs to is covered. Like I said, they've all been covered all the time. I mean, all the time, because every part of the nation falls under one area of responsibility of one division or the other.
But they are spread thin.
Yeah, but they were spread thin. But now they are going to be, compact, and then they'll be able to respond better. And then they'll be able to do some contingency plans that is more effective, because they are dealing with a smaller area, and then they will have the sister agencies that are supporting them in better, proportion. So all of that brings good punch for the military as a whole and for the security sector at large.
In other words, you're saying that these other security agencies are likely to also strategize in such a manner that they are able to serve the divisions that are now being created. I mean, that are now being restructured, so to say.
Very well, very well so. Very well so. Let me put it more poignantly this way. When you look at, what we're talking about when we talk of 4 new divisions, you're talking about the main combat arm. Okay, in the military, we have what we call the combat arm, the combat support arms, and the combat services, support services. So usually, all of those other ones, they will also expand accordingly. Because for 4 new divisions means that there will be 4 new artillery brigades, there will be 4 new engineer brigades, there will be 4 new signal brigades, that will support all of this. So it goes on down the line like that for all the different specialist arms. And then, of course, it then means that the state security services, we also look at the structure covering each of those states and regions now. And they will certainly have to expand that to fit into supporting these new divisions. So it goes round. So there's a ripple effect, what I would call a consequential adjustment and reorganization for all other services.
All right. Now, one question that many people have been asking is whether the creation of these new divisions or the expansion of this security structure will also lead to a reduction in terrorism, in banditry, kidnapping, communal violence, oil theft, and a whole lot of criminal activities that we have seen over the years.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a smart question there. I think one thing we need to do is to back up again and look at it. What we are looking at the challenge, the security challenge today, we need to go back to how it started. There has been a kind of crisis transformation from the beginning to where we are. And the tendency is that we kind of, there's a tendency to lose sight with what started this whole thing, ab initio. And then we are focusing so much on banditry, kidnapping, and all of that. Those are tangential, consequential things that happen following the original thing that started it. So, and when we look at it that way, then you then begin to know that some of them are actually issues of safety, which primarily, ordinarily should be police work. Don't forget, because those things escalated. The initial crisis escalated beyond police handling. That's why the military was called out in the first place. And power is always applied in incremental fashion that way. So until we are able to bring the current situation to that point where the police can go back to their primary duties and the military can withdraw and go back to the barracks and face their also primary duties. Even though the military are trained for internal security, I hear people say, oh, it's not their work. That's not really true, but it's just that it's a secondary assignment. But the military trains for international. In fact, there are about 50-something battalions that are earmarked for internal security functions alone of the army. So they are there, but then the normal is that the police will be able to go. I tell you, when I was commanding Operation Safe Haven, there were parts of the plateau where some of the police stations have been shut down for years. You can't even think, if you send post a policeman there, as at that time, it's like sending him to a suicide, to go and commit suicide. So it is when the situation has come back to some level of order and peace that you can say, yes, the police can take over. You saw it happen in Borno. The governor of Borno, we all know how he's very passionate about getting these things done. And they try to return people to some communities. Yeah. But you saw the people came back because the situation was not yet ripe for that. Until you can be sure, you can guarantee, so that as the military is conquering places, then the civil authority can be taking over those places, premised on the guarantee that those places can be defended based on normal police duties and typical standard security operational procedures that are already in place. That's when you can do that. If not, it will be, this ding-dong game that we'll be playing. But thank God that with this surge, it's going to send strong signal to the enemy. All the insurgents, the terrorists, the bandits, the militia, all of them, they will have to rejig too. They will have to go back to the drawing table. And that's a major, goal scored from that alone. Not only that, they also then know that, look, it's no longer business as usual, that the game has changed and the table has turned. And with this restructuring, just like the kind of feat that 2Div showed us in rescuing those students and teachers in Oyo, in the Orire area of Ogbomoso. Now, if every division is empowered to actually produce such a strike force to deal with any challenge within their area of responsibility, you can imagine what gain that is to the nation. That way, those who are troubling us, we then know that, look, they need to rethink this game themselves. Yeah.
Okay. Captain Bishop Johnson is joining us now. Thank you so much, Captain, for finding time to join us. So first, what do you think were the strategic gaps in Nigeria's security architecture that has informed the creation of these 4 new army divisions?
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I've been following your conversation, and I have to agree with most of the postulations that had been put forward by my guy in the studio. You see, look, whenever you create new military formations, you are trying to achieve 2 very significant objectives. One of them is to boost capacity. Capacity is in terms of, how big, the size of what you're trying to achieve. And then the other one is capability. Capability is how much they can achieve with that size. Now, there is no doubt that there have been some gaps, in the overall security architecture, not just the military of Nigeria. Either it's in terms of funding, because I've seen some numbers being bandied around. Whenever Nigerians see some figures on their budget, they think that that's what these security agencies are actually receiving. That's not what they receive. This is an expected payout from the government. Most times, these agencies don't get 50% of what you see on the book. And even when they do get, what they get usually don't come at the appropriate time. So there's funding gap. There's also manpower gap, in the sense that the military has been stretched far thin because we have been, for over the years, deploying our military to do law enforcement job, which is outside their constitutional responsibility. I understand that there's a provision in the Constitution that says that when they are called to aid a civil authority, but that shouldn't be a permanent thing. But for years now, we've seen it as a permanent thing where our military, instead of defending our territorial integrity against external aggressors, we're seeing them doing law enforcement. So because of that, the military is all over the state, all over the country. They are manning military checkpoints, which are necessary, considering the situation we find ourselves. And so by deploying them all over the place, you stretch them thin. And so the addition of these 4 new divisions is a very commendable one if they can achieve the operational capability that comes with standing up new military formation, if it is not just on paper. Because one thing is to declare the establishment of additional 4 divisions. Another thing is to provide them with everything that they need to be able to achieve that operational capability. And that includes the equipment that they need. That includes the required number of manpower that they need. That includes infrastructure, not just military infrastructure, but also even civilian infrastructure. There is no country in the world where the military exists in isolation or builds its own everything that it uses. Communication network is not the military that will build it, even though they may provide for their own immediate use a mini network, but those are infrastructure that they can derive from the state, right? The military cannot construct their own roads. If they have to move from point A to point B, they will still use roads that are built by the government. So there were gaps. The gaps are not just, peculiar to the armed forces. The gaps are even gaps that are associated with Nigeria as a country, as a nation. And so why this 4 new divisions is highly commendable, and why they are in line with what we have seen this current administration do, because this is an administration that is not scared of taking a decision, whether the decision is unpopular or not. But if they believe that that is the decision that is right for the country, they do not hesitate in taking that decision. And so the decision to expand the Nigerian army with additional 4 new divisions, if they are boosted to the right capability, is a welcome one. And like the general in the studio stated, their area of responsibility has been shrunk. So now you're going to have more manpower covering a smaller area of responsibility. So that will give them an additional advantage of trying to cover fewer space than what it used to be before, where you have one division covering, 4 or 5 states, thereby stretching them even thin. What usually works effectively in the military is what is called mass effect, where you concentrate your resources at a very limited area so that you'll be able to achieve your objective, even quicker. Because when you achieve your objective quicker, it saves you time and it also saves you resources. And so, yes, answer to your question is that there exist gaps, and those gaps have been in terms of funding, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of manpower, all of those gaps, we hope, in a combination with the other gaps that will be closed from the decentralization of police, which will now provide more law enforcement boots on the ground. I listened to the general, what he said. He said, look, the military is not their job to do law enforcement work. In situations where we find ourselves, when you go in, the military goes forward and they clear the area of insurgents or terrorists, and then they move forward again. What ought to have happened is that when they move forward, the police is supposed to come behind them and occupy that area that they had previously cleared. Then once police occupies it and provides security there, then the civil government will now come in and begin to rebuild infrastructure. But what is happening in Nigeria is a situation where the military will clear one particular area because they're not going to stay there permanently. Their job is to clear. And then they move forward to clear, subsequent areas. There is nobody to occupy the area that they have cleared. Then the insurgents or the terrorists will come back and reoccupy that place. So you now see ourselves going in a circle and in a circle and in a circle. So I am thinking that the reform that the current administration is putting in place with the 4 new divisions and the decentralization of police is going to close that other gap as well, because that's a gap.
Okay, General, let me bring you in now. There's no doubt that this expansion will be at huge financial cost. Now, can Nigeria sustainably fund the salaries, the training, the equipment, the logistics, the welfare of these additional personnel and the additional divisions that are now being created. Because like you said at the beginning, it's important that they are well set up, they are well established with equipment, with everything that is needed, administrative structure and all of that. If are the current aid properly funded, for us to add 4 more, that we get commensurate funding and attention to execute what they are set up for.
Thank you very much. That's a pertinent question there. I mean, we said that before. It's obvious that this single step is like what Neil Armstrong said. It's a single step of a man, but a giant stride for humanity. This single step is going to open up a number of things. It's going to draw attention, like my friend said, to a rejigging of the security architecture itself, a re-evaluation of our national security strategy. By the way, it's been due since 2024. I'm sure the new one should be something in the making now. So it's a good direction to tweak all of those. And then it's going to also draw attention to the fact that there is a greater need for funding of the armed forces, of the security sector as a whole. Now, it's a matter of priority. Every nation has to prioritize what you want to give. Nobody has enough. Even the big ones, they still borrow too. But you have to decide, what is the ripple effect? If you give priority to the military, without security, there can be no development. And without development, security also will not be enhanced. So there is a symbiotic relationship between security and development. And so security, I mean, it's been stated, overly stated, that security is obviously a force multiplier for the development of any nation. Security is like the goal behind the goals. The goal that when you fulfill it, it helps to fulfill all other goals. So it's like for the country, is in the will, the national will. How strong is the will as to make us now reprioritize, all the sectors and give security the appropriate front place on the plate for all others to benefit from that. Okay, because it will enhance, and that's it. So, but of course, like I said, if you look at, we ask ourselves the questions. How did we get here? If we know how we got here, what are we losing by this? I mean, look at how much energy and effort that the current government is putting into attracting foreign direct investments, okay? Now, that's a good effort. But we also know that security will be something that will enhance that will be a selling point to actually attracting foreign investment. And foreign investors will be more willing to come when they know that security is guaranteed. So it touches virtually all other sectors. So the ball is in our court and in the court of our leaders to look at their budget priorities. What are the things you want? And actually, a budget each year should lay emphasis on certain sectors that the government wants to focus on for that period, knowing the gains that it will bring about in enhancing other sectors. I think that's the kind of thing we should do. So, of course, I'm not the Minister of Finance. I won't be able to say in terms of figures of what money we have and how much of it we can deploy. But basically, these are the factors. The military balance, and there is also the firepower index, the global firepower index. These are bodies that churn out the rating of militaries all over the world. They have about 60 factors they use in rating each nation. And one of it is the economy of the nation itself. And then even the defense economics. Like my friend said, the issue of how much of the defense industrial complex, how much of it, how deep and how well structured and established is your defense industrial complex, and what are the spin-off effects to the other industries in the nation that are benefiting from that? Those are the things you have to consider, all of that. And those are benefits that will come to when the defense is doing well, then the defense industrial complex will be doing well. Then, of course, it means they can cater for the needs for the entire security sector, and that will boost the economy in that sector too. That means they can produce more weapons, more ammunition, more drones, more counter drones, and all of that. And then that will also, have the ripple effect on the entire economy. So that's the way it works.
Yeah. So Captain, the 4 new divisions. I mean, by now you know the locations of the 4 new divisions that have been created. As I understand, even general officers commanding have been named for those 4 new divisions. Now, like you said, there is a reduction in the coverage area of all the 12 divisions that are in existence now. But the question is, these locations, the new locations especially, and the areas of coverage, what may have informed that? Is it the hotspots, the security or insecurity hotspots across the country today, or is there a possibility that there's an anticipated threat, new threat areas that may have necessitated the decisions of the locations of these new divisions?
Okay, in answering your question, I think it's a combination of all of those factors. You have to look at the current threats, and you also have to do threat analysis and also look at the evolving threats of tomorrow. You don't wait when the threat or a war is upon you to start to plan. And you have to plan ahead of time. So that way, when that doomsday comes, you are fully prepared to deal with whatever the threat may be. So it's a combination of factors. They've looked at what we are facing now, which areas are the flashpoints, and then they've also looked at the threats of tomorrow and make that determination that this may be the threats that we are going to be facing tomorrow. So why not we begin now to plan for it? But let me also touch to the question that you asked the general. Rome is never built in a day. Standing up military formations is hugely expensive. It's expensive because now you're talking about recruiting additional manpower that you're going to train, and you're going to house them, you're going to equip them, you're also going to provide for their welfare. So it's capital intensive. However, you have to also prioritize your needs. Which one should come first and which one should come later? And from our experience as a nation, we have seen what we have been going through in terms of security, and it has become obvious to almost every Nigerian that without security, nothing else can thrive. We've seen what is happening in our schools. Our educational institutions are being invaded by bandits, where they are targeting innocent school children and their teachers. And so even education cannot thrive in a situation where you have insecurity. The economy will not thrive, because for someone to have the confidence to bring in their hundreds of billions of dollars and invest in your country, their ultimate objective is to be able to recoup the profit of that investment. And the only way they can have that confidence is that there's some kind of stability in that country. There is no country where there is no insecurity. There's no country where you have absolute security. But you must have that enough security that can guarantee that confidence, both for your citizens and those who may be thinking about coming to your country to invest. I've looked at what they're doing right now. You mentioned they've appointed the commanding generals or the general officers commanded, which is the right step to take, because it is, once the GOC is appointed, they will now draw staff, because he's going to work with his own staff, that are going to help them to assess the needs of all of those divisions, what they need, both in terms of equipment, infrastructure, manpower, and they will begin to address them, step by step. It's not going to be something that is going to be, you have to attend to all of the needs, at once. Certain needs can be covered in one budget, the next budget, another requirement will be covered, just like that. You continue to cover it like that until they are able to achieve that maximum capability. I am even surprised. That's why I commend President Tinubu for taking that step. I was even thinking that the person who ought to have taken this step was the late President Muhammad Buhari, who was not just a former head of state, but was also a retired general, who ought to have known that, look, the challenges that we face today have multiplied. And so I would have thought that he would have been the one that would have taken that step of, expanding the military capability of Nigeria, having understood how the military works and why we need them because of the conditions and the situations that we found in ourselves. But nevertheless, it's better to be late than never. So, in summary, to your question, is that the decision could have been informed by both our immediate challenges and the evolving threats of the future.
So, 4 new divisions, 28,000 new recruits. And I believe those new recruits will take time to be trained and properly positioned to carry out their duties. Now, given the current numerical strength of the army and of the military, do we have enough to then go around all the 12 divisions before these 28,000 more are trained and deployed?
Okay, I think what is going to happen now is that almost every state in Nigeria has military presence, has army presence. I think when we talk about division, people are only looking at maybe the headquarters of the division. A division is much more than the headquarters. A division has some subordinate units. They have brigades, they have battalions, they have companies, and most times these brigades, and they have other specialized units, whether it's military intelligence, combat support and combat support services units. Most times, they are not all located at the headquarters of the division. They are scattered all over the area of operation of that division. And so what I understand from what the steps that had been taken is that the Nigerian Army is ready to move forward with whatever they have on ground. I think whatever is within their area of responsibility, the new divisions will inherit it and go with it. Now, to answer your question, the 28 new recruits, I don't know how many of them is going to be enlisted and how many of them are going to be of the officer corps, because they will also need officers. And at least on that, the officers will take at least 4 years for them to go to NDA and graduate. The enlisted usually takes about 6 months for them to go for basic training and come out. But even after that, they will still have to go to their respective specialty schools. If those of infantry, they will go to infantry school. Those for military intelligence will go for military intelligence school. Military police will do the same thing. All of them will have to go to their specialty schools. Now, I can't tell you that all of those 28,000 recruits are not going to go to the 4 divisions, because as you have noticed, they are pulling manpower and equipment from the already existing divisions. So as you're pulling those manpower and equipment, you're also creating, some gaps in terms of equipment and manpower in those already existing formations that you're drawing them from. I agree, their area of responsibility has shrunk. However, we have to strive to achieve the maximum capability. And the maximum capability will come through staffing them enough. A division is usually between 10,000 to 20,000 soldiers, depending on the structure and the mission of that division. So if we want them to be effective, we must make sure that at least we have the minimum number of soldiers to staff those divisions, regardless of their area of responsibility. So the 28,000 new recruits, when they do eventually become soldiers, I think will be spread across all the 12 divisions, not just the newly established 4.
Okay, General, to rephrase that question, we have talked about shrinking the areas of coverage of each of these divisions. But of course, because all along they have been spread thin. But of course, personnel now is an issue. It will take quite a while for these 28 new recruits to become real soldiers and to be deployed to the field. Now, isn't that, does that not mean that we are trying to solve one problem and creating another?
Not at all. Let me put it this way. Just like the captain explained, no division is formed overnight. This is not going to be an exception. Usually, you start off with a skeletal force. That's what, even when this 28, that you are looking at soldiers alone, or maybe 28, because the officers actually spend 5 years in the academy, not 4. So it's going to take about 5 years. But that's not the way it works, really. Because what happens is that recruitment in the military is annual. It goes on normally. Either there is a surge or no surge. Either there is we don't need any special directive from the presidency or from the president. The normal recruiting into the Nigerian Defense Academy, the normal recruits into the depot and all the other training centers of the Navy and the Air Force. It's an annual exercise. It goes on regularly. But what this directive, this master stroke of grand strategic directive we do, is that they also will now increase their intakes in order to adjust to meet this target. So it's going to happen over a period of time, certainly. It's not going to be overnight. So whatever skeletal force that is given the 4 divisions to start, once the GOC has been appointed, there will be staff also given to him from the chief of staff down the line. Then, of course, all the other units will also get skeletal elements to start off those units. And then, so as the people are the soldiers are passing out from depot, the officers passing out from the Defense Academy, they will then be posting a larger number to those new divisions than other areas. So priority will be given. That's the way they will build up over time. So it's not going to happen overnight.
All right. On a final note, let's look beyond the immediate security gains that this will bring about. Does this expansion signal a long-term restructuring of the Nigerian defense strategy? Do you see it that way?
Yeah, I mean, I've always advocated, and I've written papers on that, the fact that there's a need for security sector reform, holistic security sector reform. This has been long-standing. And like I said, this is like a kickstart. Is the commander-in-chief himself giving the go-ahead to say, look, go in this direction. I mean, that's what grand strategic directions do, is to say, okay, this is the direction the nation is moving concerning this sector. And so it's now left for everybody in that sector to align with this direction and begin to work towards fulfilling it. Okay, so that's a good thing it has brought. And everybody will now sit down, and each element of the security sector, not just the armed forces alone, the police, the civil defense, SSS, and all the other paramilitary agencies, we sit down to how does this directive affect us? They will do their own analysis, and they will come up with what they also need in order to fulfill this CNC's directive. That's how it works, and that's how it's going to work.
Okay, Captain, so what lessons do you think that can be drawn from countries that have successfully done or combined military reforms with effective internal security policies?
Well, of course, you're going to have improved security. However, I will also say that every country's security dynamics are different. There are no 2 countries that are facing exactly the same security situation. And so, in as much as is proper and appropriate for us to draw lessons from what has happened in other countries, we should also be cognizant of our own unique local situation. Yeah, sure. We'll draw security from those that have been able to manage their armed forces and other security elements. Like the general said, security is not only the armed forces cannot give Nigeria the security that Nigeria deserves, right? There's a book that I wrote that is going to be published soon. It's called The War Without Front Lines, Hybrid Warfare and Nigerian Security Future. You see, the domain that we face today, the security domain that we face today is multidimensional. We're no longer dealing with the old traditional foes where you know that this is who your enemy is, this is where they are located. And then you come back home and you build your forces, recruit manpower, train them, equip them, and then you go and you confront your enemy, and then you are able to achieve a decisive victory. Those days are over. What we have is a situation where economic cohesion, misinformation, cybersecurity, great power rivalry. You see what's happening in Iran and the US, even with all the technological and the military superiority that the US possess over Iran. You see how they're using just small Strait of Hormuz to frustrate Donald Trump and his administration. So the security situation has changed. It's no longer what it used to be. So there is no one component of the security architecture that can do it alone. So I am hoping, and we are seeing a situation where the reforms will not just only occur in the armed forces, just like the general stated, but will also happen in all of what these other security agencies, including our intelligence communities and law enforcement. That is the only time we will be able to achieve the kind of security that we desire. But it will take a while. But then the most important thing is that we must start. And I think we have started. If we continue the course, I think we'll be able to get to where we need to be.
Thank you so much, Captain. General, well, in 60 seconds, what mechanisms do you think should be put in place to strengthen accountability and, of course, protection of citizens' rights? You know what happens sometimes when new military formations are put in places that have never seen the military in their lives.
Okay, that takes me back to what I said at the beginning. It's not like there were gaps anywhere in the nation where there was no military presence of any kind. No. The captain also alluded to that. Even states where they don't have organic military units, there are usually forward operation bases in those places. So Nigerians already appreciate this need. So I think everybody is happy that this step is being taken. So we should live, friendly. Every citizen should be in love with their security agencies and services and know that they are laying down their lives for the benefit of all. And so that friendliness and good neighborliness should be there. And the military does a lot of civil affairs relations with the civilian population. In many areas, in health, they do a lot of health outreaches, even build bridges for communities and all of that. So those are good bonding points for both the military or the security sector and the civilian population.
Thank you so much, retired Major General Henry Ayola, former Chief of Defense Research and Development and former commander of Operation Safe Haven. Operation Safe Haven was in Plateau State in North Central Nigeria. Thank you so much, General, for your time.
Thank you.
And Captain Bishop Johnson, an ex-U.S. military officer and a defense and military strategist. Thank you so much for your time. All right, that's our program for today. Great to have you on. That's our program for today. Please join us again when we bring you a fresh edition of People, Politics, and Power. Bye for now.
In southwestern Zimbabwe, crops in the mango area have withered away. Even local farmers will be among Zimbabweans who need aid until next year. That includes 42-year-old Singazi Sibanda, a mother of 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up. There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
Hello and thanks for staying with us. Customs Regulations meeting ends in Port Harcourt. Also, the Nigerian Customs Service continue to implement rules as approved by government. Plus, more reports. I am Egiseme Ediye. Stay tuned. The Customs Public Relations Conference has ended in Rivers State. The Customs Controller General of Customs commended the units for a job well done. He was awarded a prize by the unit for making sure that Nigerian Customs Service meets its yearly targets as approved by government. He speaks more on the occasion.
The Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, has charged public relations officers of the Nigerian Customs Service to move beyond conventional media engagements and embrace strategic communication to drive reforms, strengthen institutional credibility, and sustain public trust. Adeniyi gave the charge at the closing ceremony of the Nigerian Customs Service Public Relations Conference in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. The 4-day conference focused on repositioning corporate communication as a strategic management tool for institutional effectiveness. The Comptroller General said the conference provided a valuable platform for reflection, learning, and institutional renewal at the defining moments in the service's transformation journey.
Around the world, communication has evolved from a support service into a strategic management function. Governments, customs administrations, and global institutions increasingly now recognize that reforms cannot succeed unless they are understood, and I'm very happy that Dr. Yibud has stressed out very, very importantly, and it resonated with me. They cannot succeed unless they are properly understood, unless they are accepted, and unless they are trusted by the people they are designed to serve. Strategic communication now shapes policy implementation. It supports operational effectiveness. It strengthens stakeholder confidence and protects institutional reputation. Across our continent, this transformation is equally evident. As government pursues economic integration, digital transformation, and reforms, communication has become indispensable to national development. Institutions are expected to be transparent, responsive, and accountable. Citizens all over the world will continue to demand engagement. Business would require clarity and predictability, while the media, whether it's the traditional one or the social media one, with our development partners, would continue to expect timely, accurate, and consistent information. We in Nigeria are experiencing the same evolution. The growth of digital media, artificial intelligence, social listening, and real information has transformed communication environment. Every institutional action is scrutinized almost instantly. Public perception can influence compliance, investments, cooperation, and confidence. Consequently, we can no longer afford an era where communication is seen as being reactive. It must be proactive, it must be research-driven, it must be integrated, and in line with the theme of this conference, it must be aligned with the corporate objectives of the organization and its leadership.
The Customs Area Comptroller in charge of the Murtala Mohammed Airport has been speaking on the award bestowed on the Comptroller General of Customs in Port Harcourt. The award was presented by the Service Relations Unit.
Our CGC, Bashir Adewale Adeni, MFR, PhD. His appointment is the best the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the Federation has given to Customs, because he's an insider. He knows what it takes to move the service forward. And while moving the service forward, the nation is being taken along too. Our job as customs officers, people would think is mainly to make money for government, revenue generation, but it's far, far beyond that. I can even say that Customs is the most strategic agency of government. almost in every country, but I'm sure of Nigeria. Because first, we make sure security of the nation is not compromised. With the goods coming in, we have to check and check, despite other agencies. Apart from security, we still collect revenue to the federal government. Because let me give you this scenario. If a rifle, God forbid, through negligence of maybe a custom officer, finds its way to a community, into a community, you know the havoc that one can do to that community. A single rifle. So those are the things customs try to check, apart from collecting revenue. Take care of security, then collect revenue. So CGC, with its description of the PR, Public Relations Unit, as a strategic tool, PR as a strategic tool for national security, trade facilitation, and revenue generation. It's not taking our PR units with, it's not treating them with kids' gloves at all. The unit is so dear to him. The unit is so dear to him. Himself being a guru in public relations, because I've known him for some time, before now. What he has done in protecting the image of the service, not as a CG, but as the national PRO then, with other controller generals, previous controller generals. So all the awards given to him now by so many groups, I think he deserved it. He has tried, he deserved it. See so many awards. Since 2023, when he became he's been getting all these things. The IPR Icon Award in 2024, the IPRA Golden Award, October 2024 or 25, Leadership Public Service Person of the Year. All those awards, he deserved it. Just to mention, then the latest, that is the Life Achievement Award, being conferred on him during the PR conference in Port Harcourt just last week. I think that one topped it all.
The head of Public Relations Unit of Nigerian Customs Service has again commended members of the public for trying to pay their duty as approved by government. He was speaking in Port Harcourt, where they just ended a public relations meeting in Port Harcourt.
Build new competencies and prepare our officers for communication challenges that are yet to emerge. While leadership and responsibilities may evolve with time, our collective commitment to excellence, innovation, and institutional growth will remain constant. As some of us may or might prepare to hand over the baton, we do so with the assurance that the next generation of communication professionals will build upon the foundations that have been laid by the grandfathers of PR in customs, the fathers of PR in customs, and the sons of PRs in customs. The next generations will first bring in fresh ideas, renew energy, and dedication to advancing the strategic communication agenda of the service. Let us leave Port Harcourt not only inspired and better equipped, but also confident that the future of corporate and strategic communication in NCS is in capable hands. On behalf of the Public Relations Unit of the Nigeria Customs Service,
I express our profound appreciation to the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeni, MFR, for his visionary leadership, support for professional development, and strategic communication within the service. I also thank our distinguished speakers, resource persons, moderators, development partners, members of the media, and every participant for honoring our invitation, contributing to the success of this conference. It is my sincere hope that the deliberations over the last 2 days will produce practical insights and enduring partnership that will further strengthen NCS as a modern, transparent, responsive, and trusted institution.
You are watching the program Customs Report.
The Nigerian Customs Service Port and Terminal Multi-Services Limited (PTML) Area Command has sensitized stakeholders on the Electronic Cargo Tracking System (ECTS) as part of efforts to enhance cargo monitoring, strengthen revenue assurance, and facilitate seamless trade through technology-driven customs operations. The sensitization workshop held in Lagos marked the official flag-off of the Electronic Cargo Tracking System at the PTML Area Command, making it the second pilot command to deploy the initiative after its successful implementation at Apapa Area Command. Speaking at the event, the Acting Customs Area Comptroller, AG-CSC of the command, Deputy Comptroller Nura Miko, said the deployment reflects the Nigerian Customs Service's commitment to modernizing its operations under the leadership of the Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi. He noted that PTML's selection as a pilot command further demonstrates its strategic role in trade facilitation and revenue generation.
For years, the movement of cargo on Transaya to Bonded Terminal, from Mother Port to another command, to free trade areas, relied on physical escort of the officers. While this method served its purpose, the exponential increase in trade volume has made it practically impossible to effectively escort all consignment by road. It has also exposed our processes to delays, compromise, and manpower strain. It is to address these challenges that the electronic cargo tracking system is being deployed. The deployment will be win-win to the service and to the stakeholders. The importance of electronic cargo tracking system to the service, it will ensure real-time cargo monitoring from the point of departure to final destination via GPS, giving us a full visibility of the event. It will eliminate diversion and leakages. The system triggers instant alerts to the route deviation, seal tampering, or unauthorized stop, thereby strengthening enforcement and compliance. It will optimize manpower. By replacing physical escort, our officers can be deployed to other critical areas for the other core command functions. It will enhance revenue assurance through accurate data on cargo movement, thereby blocking leakages and ensuring duties are fully accounted for. It will support risk management and compliance level through the data generated, thereby aiding intelligence gathering and profiling compliant and non-compliant traders.
The acting CAC urged terminal operators, licensed customs agents, and other stakeholders to embrace the new technology and work closely with the service to ensure its successful implementation.
In line with the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, PhD, MFR, FNIPR, PSC, DAGA, a land with its innovative agenda on trade facilitation and for securing and sustainability of cargo movement. We are hereby launching the ECTS device on this container going to a bonded terminal by the PTML command. As you can see, we just place the tracker here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As you can see, it has already started the tracking of the cargo. It has made a sound. You can see. It has made a sound. So the tracking has started. Yes. So we'll go back to the hall and monitor the movement of this container. Here you can see it live as it moves. So
The Nigeria, Benin, and Cameroon customs have agreed to jointly overhaul their border operations after studying Africa's most successful one-stop border post in Zimbabwe, signaling a major push to eliminate trade bottlenecks and unlock billions in regional commerce under the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA. The three countries sealed a commitment at the end of a 5-day benchmarking mission to Beit Bridge border post, where customs chiefs pledged to harmonize border procedures, integrate digital systems, and establish a trilateral strategic steering committee to drive the reforms. The initiative is expected to transform the busy Seme-Krake border between Nigeria and Benin and the Umfum-Ekok crossing linking Nigeria and Cameroon into faster, more efficient trade corridors by reducing delays, improving cargo clearance, and strengthening border security. Comptroller General of the Nigerian Customs Service, Adewale Adeniyi, said the visit had convinced participating countries that modern border management goes beyond fiscal infrastructure.
The management of Nigerian Customs Service have been told to always implement government policies in regard to approval by government. The Customs Board says that the management will always work with other government agencies and regulations approved by government. It speaks more on a number of issues.
The federal government, through the Nigeria Customs Service, has commenced the implementation of the fiscal policy measures and tariff amendments aimed at strengthening domestic industry, facilitating legitimate trade, and enhancing revenue generation. The service said the reforms approved by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu forms part of the government's broader strategy to strengthen Nigeria's fiscal and trade policy framework while aligning the country's tariff regime with regional and international obligations. In a statement issued on Wednesday by the National Public Relations Officer of the service, Deputy Comptroller of Customs Abdullahi Meiwada, the new measures introduce comprehensive amendments to Nigeria's customs and excise tariff framework to support industrial development, improve trade competitiveness, and enhance the administration of fiscal and tariff policies.
Well, it is internalization of what we call collaboration. We're taking collaboration beyond the borders of Nigeria. We discovered that we can do things better when we work with other customs administrations in different parts of the world. So the World Customs Organization has provided us a framework for such collaboration through the instrument called the Customs Mutual Administrative Agreement Document, CMAA. So this affords us the opportunity to explore areas of customs collaboration where we can cooperate and do things better. So areas like exchange of information, exchange of intelligence, capacity building, investigation against custom offenses and things like that. We found them very, very useful and smoother to do when we collaborate with customs administration. I'll give you just a very good example. Currently, we are working with His Majesty's Customs of England, and we're having a lot of collaboration and exchange of information on the smuggling and illegal movement of illicit tobacco, illicit alcohol across our borders. And the numbers are quite huge, and the intelligence that they are providing for us is helping us to make useful arrests. And we're not just stopping at the arrest. We are also collaborating in investigation of those kind of offenses. We've used it before with the Customs Administration of Turkey that help us to trace those that were responsible for smuggling of those arms in Tinkan and Apapa some 4 or 5 years ago. So we will continue to collaborate, in such kind of instance so that we will do our job more effectively.
The controller in charge of KLT Command has again seized consignments from importers who don't want to pay the right duty to government. According to him, any importer that refuses to pay the right duty to government, his consignment will be seized. If the importer is arrested, he will be made to face the law.
I'm delighted to present the command's performance in revenue generation and brief you on the significant enforcement achievements recorded during our statutory responsibilities. I'm pleased to inform you that the Kirikiri Letter Terminal Command generated a total revenue of 19,404,925,103 naira 53 kobo in the month of June 2026, as against total sum of 14,336,621,664.35 generated in the corresponding period of June 2025. This reflects an increase of 5,041,303,439.18 kobo, representing a 35% increase. This remarkable performance demonstrates the dedication of our officers and men, improved stakeholder compliance, and enhanced trade facilitation. While we remain committed to facilitating legitimate trade and maximizing revenue generation, we are equally firm in our enforcement activities aimed at protecting the nation's economy and the well-being of Nigerians. In furtherance of this mandate, officers of the Kirikiri Letter Terminal Area Command, through diligent cargo examination, intercepted a 40-foot container number TIIU 4739360 containing expired disposable vape with a total duty paid value of 809,698,761 naira. Physical examination of the container revealed 18 pallets of disposable vape, each pallet containing 60 cartons, some cartons containing 20 and 40 packs respectively, each pack containing 10 pieces, making a total quantity of 484 cartons, equivalent to 182,340 pieces. I repeat, 484 cartons, equivalent to 182,340 pieces. Further examination established that the products had different expiry dates of 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 respectively, rendering them unfit for use and posing a huge risk to public health. In line with the established procedures and our commitment to interagency collaboration, the Command has commenced the process of handing over the seized items to the appropriate government agency for further regulation, action, and proper disposal. This interception demonstrates the vigilance, professionalism, and commitment of the officers and men of the Kirikiri Letter Terminal Area Command in enforcing the extant laws and preventing unsafe and non-compliant goods from entering into the Nigerian market. I wish to use this opportunity to urge importers, licensed custom agents, and other stakeholders to ensure strict compliance with all applicable import regulations. The Kirikiri Letter Terminal Area Command remains committed to supporting the objectives of the Nigerian Customs Service, and we continue to deploy intelligence-driven operations, effective risk management, and stringent cargo examination procedures to detect and intercept expired, falsely declared, prohibited, and other non-compliant goods while contributing to national economic growth, public health, and security.
The acting controller in charge of Kano and Jigawa Command has urged importers to always come forward and clear their consignment rather than smuggle the consignment inside the country. Yet it will be important to always come forward and clear their consignment rather than smuggling the consignment through the unapproved route into the country. We warn them that anyone caught will be made to face the law.
The command generated 63 billion and 78 million naira, 655,523 naira, 0.44 kobo from January to June ending 2026. This surpassed the 58 billion naira, 389 million, 838,284 naira, 0.87 kobo generated during the corresponding period of 2025 by approximately 4 billion, 688 million, 817,238 naira, 0.57 kobo, representing a growth of about 7.4%.
Just before we round up this week edition of the program Customs Report, we brought you a report where the management of Nigerian Customs Service has continued to praise the units of Nigerian Customs Service in charge of public relations, telling them that they must continue to work according to laid down rules as approved by government. For me, Igisemi, thanks for watching.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Inaji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Today, we're coming to you from Zambia's capital, Lusaka, a buzzing modern metropolis. Today, we're plunging into the heart of its artistic soul at the Zambian Art and Design Show. But first, we meet Senegalese fashion designer Khadija Ba, known as the most stylish woman in Dakar. Travel across borders looking at some quirky accommodation options in Clarence, South Africa. Then, artist Osaru Obaseki shows us how she shapes sand, bronze, and history into powerful expressions of Benin's past in Nigeria. I am Suse, and you're watching Afrimax. Originally from Ghana, dancer Isaac Kiare found his voice through cramp. Now he blends his African heritage with modern moves all the way from Berlin.
When Isaac Kira, a Berlin-based dancer, choreographer and fitness coach, invites people to work out in the park, there's an energetic African vibe in the air. This is no surprise, as the fitness program he developed, called Afroletics, combines African dance moves with African beats. Afroletics is a fitness concept that I developed. It's a combination of dance, interval and cardio training based on African rhythms. It's really about getting people to dance and sweat. Segments of the workout derive from various African dance styles such as Ndombolo, Amapiano and Afro House. The first dance style, Ndombolo, is from the Congo. The defining characteristic of Ndombolo is the hip movement. You must always keep a light stance in this squatting position. The next dance style is Amapiano, originating from South Africa. My brother Dennis will demonstrate it. Notice the lightness. We also say,
the aim is not to sweat.
And finally, Afro House originates from Angola and is based on very quick footwork patterns. First, we have Abria. Okay, and then you can do it. That's very crazy, yeah. Isaac is very busy. In 2020, he published his African Dance Dictionary, an online dictionary for African dance styles. The steps and their historical origins are explained in videos along with practicing instructions. When you Google the history of Ndombolo or of Afro House, for instance, you find very little information. And I wanted to be the one to change this because I'm from Africa. I want to help people who appreciate our culture and simply want to learn more about it. Isaac is a successful dancer and choreographer. He collaborates with renowned artists and serves as an entertainer and content creator, boasting over 11 million followers on TikTok. His videos also feature celebrities such as American singer Jason Derulo and Nigerian singer Tiwa Savage. But he has worked hard for his success. Isaac was born in Ghana in 1991. When he was 4, he and his family moved to Germany, starting in the city of Duisburg. After the sudden death of his mother, his father relocated him and his 2 brothers to Berlin-Neukölln, a neighborhood known for its social challenges. Even though we never had much money, we still did well because we had each other. So okay, Mum's not here anymore. Then Dad is here, and he'll look after us somehow. We just need to make sure we don't mess it up and keep moving forward. Isaac started dancing at this youth centre. As a teenager, he spent several hours a day here with his brothers and friends. They danced hip and you weren't in a cool mood, you came here and met up with your second family, trained together, and developed new moves, which always gave you a sense of fulfillment. In 2006, Isaac and his brothers won the German Crumping Championship, marking the birth of the MIK family. MIK stands for Monsters in Crump and Mindset is Key. Isaac also earned individual titles including Best Dancer, alongside completing his master's degree in industrial engineering. I could never have imagined that I would one day reach this point, having started from such a difficult situation, and now standing alongside such international names on the world stages. Back to the Afroletics workout. The sweat-inducing fitness program lasts around an hour. How did the participants like it?
It's fun but exhausting. You can really see the passion. It's cool. It's suitable for beginners too. If you feel it, you can do it. It was cool.
Isaac has registered the name of his workout, Afroletics, as a trademark, and his dream is that Afroletics becomes a global movement, that it is danced all over the world, and that the same energy, like here at the Mauer Park, will spread worldwide. African rhythms are in Isaac's blood. His workout is not just about fitness, but also about enjoying life.
The Zambian Art and Design Show is more than just a marketplace. This biannual showcase, lighting up June and November, serves as a major force shaping Zambia's design landscape. I am here with coordinator Nancy Matambo. Hi Nancy, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I am fantastic. Lovely show you've put together.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Okay, so for somebody that's hearing of ZADS for the first time, how long has ZADS been in existence?
ZADS has been in existence for, this is year 18.
Wow.
And it started out as a very small show in the backyard of Sugar Bush Garden with only 6 vendors.
Wow, now
so
look at the people here.
From one small show once a year to 2 shows a year and 130 vendors, and with attendance for about 3,600 people.
That's incredible. How did the idea come about?
Well, the idea came about to promote local producers and bring in more artisans to develop the Zambian talent, the creative industry in Zambia.
So how do you also choose the amazing art and designs from across Africa for the show?
We do a call out for vendors, but I also do personal scouting, where I see the potential, somebody who's got the potential, the talent is there, the skill, design direction, and expose them now to the market. And from out of Africa, the interest has come from also the reputation that the show has had.
Yeah.
So we've had people who are now calling from Malawi. We've got the vendor from Malawi. We've got a lot of vendors from Zimbabwe. They've been coming for a few years, and they've been coming back each year.
How does ZADS help Zambian artists?
So some of them are, starting out as home cottage industries without shops. So it gives them the exposure for people to get to know them. So a lot of them grow out of the show. Some of them end up opening their own shops, quite a few of them, and some of them, it helps them get into retail shops.
Okay, Nancy, thank you so much. And we're going to continue our chat a little bit later.
Okay.
Senegalese fashion designer Khadija Ba is all about giving retro designs a new twist, including the iconic boubou. Take a look.
Khadija Ba is busy stitching up a revolution in her quest to bring back the golden age of Senegalese style. She is revolutionizing the traditional boubou.
But this, I think, coming from my grandma, she used to come like to ceremony wearing like a boubou and fur or something like that. So I think fashion has always been into me because I used to make my clothes and my accessories. But back in the days, you know, my cousin or like my friends used to say that I'm goofy. I used to wear like big accessories. I used to wear like a lot of bracelets. I used to wear like big necklace and everything.
Let's find out why Senegal's most stylish woman, who studied business law and luxury brand management in France, has made old man fashion hipstable in Dakar.
I have I call it a cultural slap when I was in France, actually. I went to a manufacturer du Sèvres, and the guy said, oh, this is luxury because it's handmade. And I said, no, it's not. I've never had that perception that it was like luxury.
A year after returning to Dakar and acclimatizing, she started tinkering with the idea of stitching her story into the fabric of her country. Latisan was born. Her chosen weapon? The bubu, a classic piece of the Senegalese dressing, which she believes is a time capsule that allows those who wear it to relive their childhood and remind them of times they used to dream of the future.
I think that fashion has always been my thing since I'm a kid. For me, like, design is also playful. So maybe it's the playful part and the tradition part who made them interesting. I used to wear my grandpa's bubu, and I am a lot, I don't know, I'm a lot like obsessed by embroidery. I used to not think that handmade was luxury, so I think it's important for the future generation to know that handmade is luxury, handmade takes time. Handmade is important. It's not because it's made in Medina that it's not like luxury. I wanted to show people the value of things, the value of a fabric, the value of keeping tradition alive. This is why you have like that handmade, handcrafted part in my work to keep the tradition alive. L'artisan is made in Dakar, made in Senegal, made in Africa. It's important to have like a maison mère, like the house of l'artisan here in Senegal. Even though you would have like l'artisan in Lagos or Johannesburg.
Her designs fly off the shelf, not just to clients in the capital, but to other capitals around the world, from Lagos to New York, Paris, and even Sydney.
I've never imagined that my clothes or my bubus, even though it's not Naomi Campbell, people are gonna like it because people used to say that I'm goofy, she's awkward, things like that. When Lupita or Naomi wear the bubus, they wear like one part of Senegal, one part of Africa. I'm very grateful for it. And sometimes I'm also like, I have like mixed opinion. Africans, they need also people like you, they need like celebrities to wear a brand. To assume it. Because, for example, the camouflage bubu, like, it was been here like for 3 years, nobody wear it. And then when Naomi wear it, it like, ooh, it's sold out. So it's also a question, like, to know why we need like validation.
As Khadija plays with ideas, patterns, and different cuts, she uses her creations as a statement, championing for Africa, its story, its resilience, and its products, with one clear message: to stay fierce and unapologetic.
Back to you, Nancy. Yes. Okay, do you think Zaz has had some influence on the design landscape in Zambia?
It definitely has, because it's challenging. The designers are coming with new designs. They're being bought, and customers, it challenges them to bring the next designs for customers, and that hence building the Made in Zambia brands.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Are there any hot exhibitors to look out for this year's show?
He's right here.
Ah.
Welcome, this is Rudolph Gems.
Fantastic.
So, welcome to Rudolph Gems.
Thank you.
Rudolph is a Zambian-based company, Zambian-owned, and everything that we're cutting is Zambian. Rudolph himself, myself, has been cutting stones for 17 years, locally trained, and what you see is born out of precision cutting and the love of Zambian emeralds, especially. But I'm a lover of all Zambian gemstones. we love cutting Zambian gemstones because we are trying to change the narrative. Most people don't think that Zambians can cut, especially precision cutting. So we are doing precision cutting from cabochons to faceted gemstones.
Thank you so much for your time, Nancy.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming.
We now join Sitabatso Khomari, who figures a holiday in Clarence, South Africa is just a thing, but she's not settling for ordinary.
For most Africans, going on holiday means going home. But what if we could offer you 3 unique places to get away from the bustle that I promise will surprise and delight you? I hate to admit it, but family reunions can be pretty exhausting. Where can you recharge your soul? I'll show you. Just a quick hour and a bit drive outside of Maseru on the South African side of the border is the picturesque village of Clarence. And to properly recharge, I'm going to need a place to sleep. We're going to start our adventure to explore some of the quirkiest holiday spots to be found in our backyard. Kicking off my quirky list, I found something that's cute, full of history, and perfect for a weekend getaway with my besties. Perfect for a solo trip, but with accommodation for 4, this is the ideal place for a girls' trip. Round the corner from the Clarence Town Square is Clarence House. What started off as a tiny mud-built garage, being one of the first buildings in Clarence, has been redesigned and expanded into this tiny self-catering unit that accommodates 4. Small and functional doesn't have to be tight and uncomfortable. In fact, this place is perfect for just me. I almost forgot, I promised to show you some more quirky options. What else is on the list? Our next quirky accommodation option is enough to make anyone feel like a princess. Welcome to Clarence Castle. There are 2 main fairy tale-like options here. The question is, which princess do you feel like? Both options are decadently opulent. Just being here makes me want to swoon and ring a bell for a butler and a million maids to come and fan me with a peacock feather or something, while I sip on endless cocktails while having a massage. And can someone bring me a ball gown? You could be Rapunzel waiting from her ivory tower for Prince Charming to come and rescue her from boredom, or whatever lonely princesses and towers do. For me, keep the world away and right. Perfect. Or you can stay in Aladdin's palace. This one appeals to the adventurer in me. Don't tell anyone, but I've been sitting on the different carpets trying to see if one of them will fly. Swoosh. Oh, this is self-catering accommodation. You can't possibly blame me for getting carried away. What's next? And if you thought that the castle was out of a dream, or you're the kind of person who loves the call of the open road, our next quirky accommodation option is just down your street. How about a night in a gypsy wagon? And no, you don't have to hitch your horse to it for an adventure. Come on, let's explore. Quirky, cute, and the perfect couple or singles getaway. Clarence's Gypsy Guest House has 4 gypsy wagons and 1 gypsy-themed camper van, offering an amazing alternative to conventional glamping. From the outside, each uniquely designed and crafted caravan looks like a fortune teller awaits you inside. But when you open the door, they are delightfully intimate with modern amenities such as a microwave, bar fridge, and Wi-Fi. So why would you want to stay in any of these quirky places? I can think of so many reasons, but top of my list, life's an adventure, so why do ordinary? If you're like me and your holiday accommodation isn't just a place you come to shower and sleep after a busy day of doing stuff, then you'll appreciate the uniqueness of each of these 3 venues I showed you today. I hope you had as much fun as I did, but don't tell my mom that I'm glad I chose to take a break away from home. My only challenge is I still don't know where I'm going to sleep.
We are now off to Benin, Nigeria, to meet an artist who uses bronze and sand to bring African stories to light in the most beautiful way.
In a world where art constantly evolves, how do you honor the past while shaping the future? Let's find out how Osaru Obaseki preserves the Nigerian bronze-making art in modern times.
I'm more of an experimental artist, and a lot of my work is based off of my medium and materiality, the way I use materials. I started experimenting with clay, started experimenting with making sculptures, and which other medium to make those sculptures in, if not bronze.
The technique of casting bronze using the lost wax technique is not traditionally practiced by women in Benin, and Osaru Obaseki has thus created a niche for herself in the contemporary art scene. The artist, who was born in Edo State, consciously fuses the old with the modern in her works and explores themes such as identity, heritage, and social change.
Historically, Benin women weren't allowed to cast bronze from the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th century in Benin. Currently, I think I'm one of the young female creatives whose work are in bronze.
I am on a residency program for a couple of weeks to interrogate with the Benin Kingdom collections back at the museum and create a contemporary outlook. So I'm currently using the Luxwas process of bronze casting to create my work here.
The bronze casting technique in Benin uses sand, which for Osaru is a special feature of the ancient process. After making some traditional sculptures, she began to experiment and introduced acrylic to the process.
The process of bronze casting is actually very tedious because you go through a lot of processes before getting to your finished bronze cast. And first of all, modeling with clay to create your design. Then you go in with your silicone, which is supposed to take the imprint of the design you've created. And then with the silicone, you create a mold, which you are supposed to take your second core print. With the wax, that's when you do your third pouring with your POP. So as contemporary artists, or I as a contemporary artist, I use the POP as a mold. And traditionally, the Igun bronze casters use same red earth as taking their mold and core. For the wax, you could use beeswax or candle wax, depends on how you're detailing, the kind of detailing you want on your work. Then for glass, I think my first contact with using glass was during my residency in Venice, in Italy. So that was the very first time I found out that you can actually cast glass. When I came in contact with the medium glass, I wanted to experiment as somebody who likes experimenting a lot. And I already had models already on ground, so I was like, okay, I could as well just cast them in glass. And that is how I went into glass casting as well.
Osaru's aim was never to recreate the Benin bronzes, but rather to find out how heritage shapes contemporary African identity, which is why the lengthy, traditional process is an indispensable part of her work.
In terms of having creative blocks, I think that is very normal and regular, and it's always there for artists. Sometimes you want to get clay. The clay is not usually readily available. And that also extends to materials like bronze as well. Sometimes even the price of bronze has skyrocketed over time. And sometimes when you need bronze to work, they're not available.
Although Osaru's sculptures and paintings appear modern. They carry a hint of retrospective. She achieves this impression, for example, through the stylization of the faces. To what extent does her work thus challenge misconceptions about African art?
Preserving African heritage through bronze casting and even through my sand paintings, they are both quite important to me because of posterity's sake, for the people who are going to come after us, for people who will be in my shoes in the future, to wanting to have a sense of identity and wanting to find themselves and going back to their roots. They should have materials they can go back to in understanding who they are. So that's why it's quite important. This is one of my bronze pieces. This is also part of the wall series because you can see the wall lines around the coats he's wearing. So biblically, when you hear about the coat of many colors, I use that as an inspiration to create this piece. So this is called the coat of many lines, referring to the Benin walls.
The idea of transformation is at the heart of Osaru's work. Her sculptures often depict fragmented forms that symbolize the ruptures caused by colonialism, social change, and identity struggles. But there is also a sense of healing in her work, a piecing together of the broken, a reinterpretation of wholeness.
And that's our show. We hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to hit us up on the socials. Until next time, it's goodbye.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewelry.
Hello, and thanks for staying with us. This is Political Platform on RAPA FM and African Independent Television, AIT. My name is Amechi Anapua. Apologies for starting a little bit behind schedule. And as the Osun State governorship election draws closer, growing incidents of political violence are raising fresh concerns about the conduct of a peaceful and credible poll. In recent weeks, there have been reports of shootings and violent clashes in parts of Osogbo and other communities, with rival political parties trading accusations over responsibility. Suspected gunmen also attacked a political meeting in Osogbo, leaving casualties, while armed hoodlums reportedly disrupted the distribution of permanent voter cards in Odotin local government area, cutting away electoral materials. Security agencies have stepped up efforts to contain the situation. In one of its latest operations, the Osun State Police Command arrested the secretary to the state government, Teslim Ibalaye, along with 5 others over allegations that border on vote buying, criminal conspiracy, and harboring a wanted suspect. He has since been freed by the police. The state government has challenged the action, describing it as politically motivated. Now, how can political leaders rein in their supporters? Are security agencies doing enough to deter electoral offenders while remaining impartial? These are some of the critical issues we shall be discussing on Political Platform today. We are hoping to have join us a member of the House of Representatives from Osun State. We hope we'll connect with him. But before that, we will weigh in on the statement of President Bola Tinubu to governors of the 36 states of the Federation, and it is on the issue of flyover bridges. Now, President Bola Tinubu, on Thursday, while receiving traditional rulers from Oyo State, urged state governors to prioritize projects that have a direct impact on the lives of citizens, advising them to avoid spending scarce resources on unnecessary flyovers. The president noted that with the increase in allocations to states following his administration's fiscal reforms, governors now have more funds to invest in critical sectors such as education, healthcare, agriculture, and rural roads, and indeed other people-centered projects. But we have seen what is happening across the length and breadth of the country, a competition of some sort between governors over who will build the longer flyover bridges, even when it's obvious that the traffic counts in these bridges are undeserving of such huge projects, prompting some citizens to reach the conclusion that perhaps it has become a conduit pipe through which public funds are siphoned away. The bigger the project's contract size, the bigger the kickback that may follow. Well, my colleagues are with me on the program today, Uju Ejeye and Mustafa Mohammed. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. I think that even apart from the flyovers, the bridges, which personally I really don't see anything bad in that if it can help move traffic in this state. I think the one that I do not quite understand is the one of airports and, owning state airlines.
Okay, Mustafa Mohammed.
You know what caused this problem is the inability of the party to have a blueprint for development and governance. That's why from Adamawa to Maiduguri to Yobe to Nasarawa. Of course, in Nasarawa state, the one along Maraba-Kefi highway is understandable where the traffic is so high at the post office in Maiduguri.
Yes.
But the other places you can't justify.
There are those that are justifiable, but there are more that are unjustifiable. Let's hear from the president. He was speaking when he met with traditional rulers from Oyo State. Let's take a listen.
You have governed before as the governor. You need to help us communicate to these governors. Today, the economy of operation is high. More the money that I'm pushing to the states, if you had it during your own time or during my time, it would have been different. They are taking 4 to 5 times their money in the past. Nobody is borrowing money to pay salaries now. Pensioners are receiving their pay and gratuity. And they should do more to, instead of fly over where there's no numeric traffic, build roads and arteries, network to really enhance the quality of life and the accessibility of the security agencies to penetrate those areas. I will be calling meetings of so many of you traditional leaders to offer to listen to you and offer some suggestions. And throughout the country, I'll do that. Find time to listen to that. The immediate challenge is monumental. It's not an easy job, but to me, I asked for the job and I got it. You gave me the support and I got to do it. I accept the asset and liability of my predecessor. So that's the challenge of today.
Okay, apparently the president indicting governors for wasting public funds, as it were.
Not making judicious use of the extra money that they have got. Yes, he is right in every sense of what he has said, because some of the projects are just white elephant projects. They don't really identify the needs of the people to meet the aspiration of the people. Okay, look at, instead of investing in something like agriculture, if the governors can invest in agriculture today, a lot of the unemployed youths that we have in this country, and most of them that have been pushed to join militants and terrorist groups, would not be doing that because they'll be gainfully employed. Have you been to Niger State? If you see the length of roads, if you see the land, in Niger State, you will begin to understand why bandits and terrorists can keep hiding there.
Bigger than the entire Southeast put together.
Exactly. And then nothing is being done on this land. No industries, no farming, nothing. And then you look at Edo State, if you're flying from Ondo to Edo State, or maybe from Lagos to Edo State, you see a lot of arable land, fertile land. God has blessed us with fertile land. Why are we not utilizing all of these? I also saw a lot of land in Plateau State. Almost every part of Nigeria is blessed with something, to develop for the benefit of the people. The governors should look at what the people really need. Every state must not own an airport and airline. At the end of the day, they are not viable. They are not. Most of them fly half empty. Most of them fly quarter empty. They are not really bringing the kind of revenue, But it's just a matter of saying, "Oh, I was the first to build an airport." If you are the first to create employment for thousands of youths, Nigerians will still clap for you.
To be fair to Governor Omar Bago of Niger, they call him the farmer governor. If you compare the population to the landmass, there's no way they can farm the entire landmass in the state. But Governor Omar Bago, to my knowledge, has done a lot to farming. He has done a lot to peace and security in the state. The latest is that if anybody, all these extremist Muslim groups preach in the pulpit or anywhere, insulting whether Muslims or Christians or neighbors, they are going to face the wrath of the law. So for so many of us, it's a thumbs up to Governor Omar Bago of Niger State. But going beyond that, for a very long time, a former governor of Zamfara built a cargo airport, was awarding the contract. And a lot of us were asking questions those years that what are they going to fly out from Zamfara? Is it the sun they are going to fly out? Then followed by former Governor Al-Makura of Nasarawa State, when he insisted that he was going to have a cargo airport in Nasarawa. Of course, you have a lot of mineral resources, but when you are transporting those stones before they process, you are not going to use aircraft to transport them. And several other governors followed. And then suddenly the era of putting overhead bridges and the underpass came. Of course, Rabiu Musa Konkoso started the underpass in Kano. Then several other governors followed. So many people allege that it's when you award this huge inflated in court amount of money for the contract on overhead bridges that you have a lot of money being warehoused by those companies for the interest parties. But fundamentally, what put us into this position is the lack of party supremacy. In the First and Second Republic, the political parties have a blueprint. They have information on the needs of every region or state. And they got their state governors to do projects that those states need in education, in electricity, agriculture, hospitals, and what have you. But virtually, the party headquarters now, the ruling party headquarters, whether the PDP, which was the national ruling party before the APC took over, and the current APC, is like they don't have a blueprint that will guide their state governors on what exactly they do. And when you have this money, you can also invest. Even at the stock exchange, you can put some money. Because these revenues that are coming, the future might be for clean energy. You might not continue to have this high cost of petroleum products, export, a lot of money coming in the excess crude. If you have money in the various stocks in Nigeria, hundreds and millions or billions will be coming to your state. And then the other aspect that the state governments have really failed is in developing the human capacity of their public service. You see directors, permanent secretaries, when you engage in conversation with them, you will discover that they don't know much about governance, and many of them know next to nothing. How are you going to get development with officials, very senior officials in your state, without having this capacity to deliver what you put them there? And a lot of money, of course, is coming. The president tried by giving them money so that they can also pay salary and do so many other things. In the past, even loans were given to them to pay salaries. States like Kogiden and Bello, even as it was collecting the money, salaries were still being owed. But I think we should go beyond this. How can we revamp the revenues we are generating? How can we develop in the state by developing the human capacity in both their public service and state citizens?
Well,
I think that we are saying the same.
The issue here is that the president said it clearly that he has made more money available to state governors, rightly, based on the twin policies of fuel subsidy removal and flotation of the currency. More money, at least in Naira terms, getting to the governors. The hope of the president is that as this money gets to the governors, they will spend it productively in areas that will affect the human, the citizen. But unfortunately, as the president has found out for himself, the governors have chosen to spend it elsewhere in huge infrastructure projects that may not directly affect the welfare of citizens. And the thing is that the impact is getting back to the president, because every time they meet him, they tell him about hunger, and he keeps defending about the issue of hunger in the land. There's hunger because the governors are not spending rightly, and the federal government is also not absolved. The other day, if you recall, on the floor of the Senate, Adams Oshemole was accusing the works minister of embarking on new routes when the existing ones are dilapidated. Perhaps the president will also have to ask his Minister of Works, David Mahi, who delivered about 8 or more flyovers in Ebonyi State when he was a governor, many of them in rural areas. Many of them
where the traffic is not
where the traffic count is so low. So it's a culture. When one governor starts it, that's a bandwagon effect. We see it. Every other governor will follow. Before it's airport, at some point they reverted to renovating government houses, every other person kidding. The next thing is conference centers. They call it International Conference Center. Projects that demand huge sums that but don't bear directly on the people.
Yes, in a way, Mustafa and I are saying almost the same thing, but in different forms. I didn't say that maybe Umar Bago did not do anything or has not done anything. I'm not saying that the governors are not doing anything, but they need to do more. Because where you have a country where there are lots and lots of needs, that the people are crying every day over basic necessities of life, then you need to do more. If you're not meeting those needs, if you're not meeting the aspirations of the people, then you haven't done well enough. So you may have done. There's something called 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. It connotes work, but certainly not enough to give you a pass mark. The governors need to look into areas like agriculture.
And we must always charge them to do more.
Exactly, of course.
Because the reward for work done well is
more good work. And then if, like he said, human capacity is very essential, building the capacity of the people. Now, how are you going to build that capacity? You have to borrow from those who know. If you remember when we were depending on China for technology at a point in time, if you must borrow technology, borrow ideas. Borrow ideas. You can get consultants to develop ideas for you that will benefit your people. And in the course of executing all of that, then the people will begin to grow. In the Niger Delta, they didn't know about most of this oil processing and co until the white men came. And of course, now they have learned. And the School of Petroleum technology that was open there has also helped in training the people. So let the governors put on their thinking caps. Let them think out of the box. They can borrow what they don't have and develop it and then build it into their own system.
You know, when Muhammadu Buhari was sworn in and he formed his cabinet, Babatunde Fashola was the Minister of Works and Housing and Power at the beginning. And at his maiden press conference, which I attended, Fashola told everyone that the federal government will concentrate on contracts of roads and bridges that have reached at least 60, 70, 80% to be completed before new contracts will be awarded. And then suddenly, after that press conference, a few months later, lots of contracts were being awarded till the end of the first tenure. And then after they won election, he still came back. Lots of contracts were being awarded. And there were no funding. By the time they finished administration, we learned about 6 trillion naira were being owed contractors. And when Umahi came, a lot of contracts were being revoked because the contractors were not paid. A lot of them stopped working. So many new contractors were being re-awarded those contracts, and still the federal roads were not being paid for. Many contractors are not working. And then you have the huge new contracts, Sokoto, Badagry, Lagos, Calabar, and others. And there are contracts that are over 10, 20 years that have not completed. The last section of Kano Maiduguri, Adamaturu Maiduguri, the last sections of Abuja, Lokoja, then this Abuja, Kaduna, Kano from Zaria to Kano, and so many others. And of course, Umahi has another big distraction. You know this young lady that died in his house at the state. There are a lot of things that are coming up. We learned Sokapo, the southern Kaduna people have taken him to court. And the latest I learned yesterday on the social media that the minister might have called threatening them to withdraw the matter. I think that is a very, very distraction for the expectation of Nigerians. Yes, it's a distraction for our road construction. But at the state level, the state government need to do more. Even the model of the First Republic should serve as a model for so many. The first thing in the north that the Sardauna of Sokoto did was to use each of the 12 provinces he created to build schools, hospitals, rural roads, including places where they are not generating huge revenues.
Okay.
And reflecting on why even after the North in 1909 joined the British colonies, even though places like Kano and Sokoto were conquered, was that the British refused to invest in education in the North. Their fear was that they don't want to they don't want to create Muslim elites like in the Sudan colony under Egypt that led by Mahdi, found the British to a standstill. And in Egypt, they were challenging the UK. So that was one of the reasons why they didn't do as much as they did in southern Nigeria.
Now, the issue here is, like the president charged the governors, you have to focus on productive ventures. And it's clear, you talked about the governors thinking out of the box. You don't even need to think out of the box. It's as plain as ABC. If you invest in education, if you invest in health, if you invest in agriculture massively,
Textile
then you reap
industries.
the benefits. These are investments that go directly to the people. The problem here is that the government, including the federal government, they don't focus on the human. They don't focus on the citizens as priority. They are focused on infrastructure projects. There have been researches that I've done across the world. As much as you do infrastructure projects, they do not necessarily translate to better welfare and living condition of the people. It's not just a outcome of research. There are areas if you invest on, it hits the people by improving directly their welfare and well-being. And these are things they should consider. Focusing on the economy, 1 trillion naira dollar economy, when the economic indicators are saying that Nigerians are the worst off across the world in terms of access to education, healthcare,
even food.
We should move away from that strategy of focusing on the economy. We are building an economy. You can't build an economy when Nigerians are hungry. That's why the issue of hunger has remained on the top burner and is a major challenge.
An economy that is not impacting positively on the life of the everyday Nigerian.
So focus on the people.
You keep
the
telling
people first before the economy.
Exactly. This the GDP has improved everything, and at the end of the day, the ordinary Nigerian is worse off. He's going through hunger. What about our textile industries? What about these other areas? Kaduna used to be a big example in the north before all these necessary crises, destroyed the infrastructure in Kaduna. We had textile industries, Nichemtex, I think that was Kaduna.
It's not just one.
And then there was another one in Kano. And then this was providing employment for young people, middle-aged people. And Kaduna was contributing also to the overall economy of the country. What happened to all those ideas?
If you go to Kaduna, just go to the industrial area in the southern part of the city, the Peugeot assembly, the various textile companies, then go to Nasarawa Industrial Estate inside the Kano city. It's a sordid site that, you will cry for Nigeria, from foods and beverages to textile to whatever. They have all clothes, just like in Lagos. One former minister complained that many of the old warehouses and factories are churches in Lagos. But going beyond
even in State, you remember?
Yes, but going beyond this, where we got it so wrong, one of the reasons in the state is that because of corruption, the ministries and parastatals in the various states don't award contracts for services under them. It's only the governor and his chief of staff in the government houses in the state that award contracts. If they nominate you and swear you in,
are there no procurement laws at the state?
In fact, they can only, even if they will only ask the state, the ministry to do a paperwork. But the awards and whatever the governor in the government house determines who does which contract, what is the cost, who are the beneficiaries. So basically, the states are not, the ministries and parastatals in the states are not functional because the governors thought they are wise because of the monies involved. It's a one-man show. If they make you a commissioner, you are just there with the official car attending the state executive council meetings, and you don't have anything with you. This. And then this practice since the military days has rendered the civil servant at the state level very, very functional.
Okay.
And even
And
during the
productive.
Second Republic, the state governments have done a lot. I can give you examples in Kano and Maiduguri.
Now, let's look at the constitutional provision that charged government what to do. The Constitution gave government first two primary responsibilities: security and welfare. Now, how are we faring in terms of security? Yes, you can say efforts are being made to establish another layer of security, state police system and other, because the single federally controlled security architecture is grossly inadequate to deal with the problem. So when a government fails to provide security and fails to provide welfare, and when you ask them their achievement, they point at projects, they point at bridges, point at airports, point at the economy.
Empty hospitals.
So it tells you it's a complete failure on the part of any government that cannot guarantee security and cannot guarantee welfare. Welfare, when there is hunger in the land, the topmost on the hierarchy of welfare is food and shelter. If you don't have it, then what are you doing? Why are you still in office? What are you doing in government houses? Shouldn't you resign and accept failure and allow others to come in because you have failed on the two critical demands that the Constitution placed on you? Anyway, let's go on a break. Or you want to add something?
Yes,
quickly?
I just wanted to add that even the bridges are not being built where they are needed. Look at the Lokoja Bridge. Every year during the rainy season, people go through hell. Houses are submerged.
But that's a federal project.
Well, we're talking about both federal and state governments right now. We're talking about development for the people. All tiers of government. Look at that Lokoja Bridge. When you talk about Dave Umahi, shouldn't he be looking at that bridge? Is it until the bridge collapses and people, people fall into the water that will now? You're working on it. You don't do it during the dry season before the rainy season. When are you supposed to do it?
That's why when you ask them for their scorecard, they point at legacy projects. Legacy project for what? When people are hungry, they point at growth in GDP. We should look in at those indices that affect the people directly. We should change that narrative of building an economy, but to build our people. For staying with us as we go into Osun State to share with you excerpts of latest events, concerns being raised by interest group members, civil society organization insisting on free and fair election. Some political parties are alleging intimidation by security agencies, and the National Peace Committee has been busy signing peace accords and ensuring that commitments made by the different political parties and candidates that they should stick to the rules will be indeed something that will guide the election. Let's take a listen.
In every election, somebody will win, others will lose. That is normal. Life will continue. And so, in the name of the National Peace Committee, I am making my special appeal to all the political party members here present to abide by the spirit and the letter of the accord that you will now sign.
Let us work together to ensure that Saturday, 15th day of August 2026 is remembered not for division or discord, but as a triumph of Nigerian democratic spirit.
Coming up on the 15th of August will be acknowledged the best in the history of this country.
Whoever you choose to vote for, please go there peacefully, cast your vote, do not abhor violence, go back home peacefully.
August 2026, the people of Osun State will proceed to vote in the coming state governorship election. It is important for the entire world to know that the coming election in Osun State is important to Nigeria and is important to the whole world. This election is a major test of the integrity of INEC. And beyond that is a major test of the integrity of our institutions to know if we are prepared enough to conduct a free, fair, and credible election in the 2027 coming general election.
I said 86 people. If I'm a native doctor, can I just reel out the names to you? I'll provide you with the names. For example, Chief Orija, you understand, from Esauke, a chieftain of a court party, is being detained for no reason. He was arrested, yes, he was arrested midnight. You understand, his house was destroyed.
So allegation by their core party that its members are being arrested by the police, with some of them taken out of Osun State and distributed to detention centers across the country. But the police have said, indeed, especially with the case of the secretary to the Osun State government, that they have probable cause to move in. They arrested some suspected thugs. They got some voters' cards. Some other reporters are saying just so that they saw that another. But violence have been trailing that election, and we hope the institutions of government will be neutral, especially security agencies.
That's a very key issue, because most times what fuels some of these violence is a lack of neutrality by the agencies of government, particularly the security agencies. Of course, we are not fools. When something is happening and that is not usual, that is not the normal, then you begin to wonder, especially towards elections. We've seen cases where security agencies begin to act like people who are taking sides when they should be very, very neutral. You talked about, recovering voters' cards. And I asked, how many? 2 voter cards. 2 voter cards. Okay, you covered money. Of course, during the elections, people are supposed to, or parties would need cash. So for me, those are not unusual discoveries, if you ask. 2 voter cards, what's the big deal about 2 voter cards? And then 4-point-something million for a party that is running for an election. I think that, thank God that the IG that we have today is a very decent man. At least I know him to be a very decent person, except, of course, if he's going to change. And I know that he will do everything possible to ensure that Osun State does not burn during this election. And you know that Osun has that history of violence with every election that is conducted there. We have seen the one before the last, where even registered voters were not allowed to come out of their houses to come and vote. A lot of them were injured. So we don't want to see such things again. We want peace during elections. Uncle Tunji, we're counting on you. We're counting on your antecedents when you were in Lagos leading the Rapid Response Squad. We're counting on you when you assisted the former IG to maintain law and order in a lot of states. When you went to Rivers State and you were able to curb the violence there, we're counting on you, Uncle Tunji. Please, don't let Osun State burn.
When I watched the story on our station AIT last night, I listened to the intro by the newscaster, but when the reporter finished the narration and I watched the visual, I felt embarrassed. I was expecting to see that the police recovered AK-47, den guns, shotguns, bullets, daggers, sticks, and whatever. I felt so embarrassed when in the story I saw that the police have not discovered or recovered any articles of violence or weapons. I have photocopier in my house. Will you come and say you are arresting me because I have photocopier? How much is 4 million naira in the value of our naira today? A lot of Nigerians are
That's the cash they said.
Yes, a lot of Nigerians are keeping 5-10 million in their homes because when they needed that in most of the banking halls, those monies will not be available. And many others are keeping such values in dollars and pounds and euros. I think what happened in that raid was so shameful. Mm-hmm. The allegations of that apartment was hiding those alleged talks were not found in that apartment. I think the Inspector General of Police, a very decent officer, whose career has shown his capacity, need to do something. Number one, he should transfer that Commissioner of Police and his immediate subordinate like the DCs and ACs, so that those electorates will have confidence in the security agents that are there, especially in the Nigerian police force. With these things that are happening, the allegations of arresting Accord Party officials and taking them even to outside the state and what have you, he should get his people from headquarters to go and investigate what happened. And if police officers are found doing the wrong thing, they should, the system should checkmate them. And now that the election is coming, removing those officers because of conflict of interest should be the main thing.
I like, as you have not minced words, my colleagues, in looking at the security situation in Oyo State, in Osun State, in the run-up to this election, because there's a saying in my place that elders don't watch as a she-goat is undergoing delivery while the rope is still tied around the neck. Sometimes you need just to speak up and call a spade so that the right thing be done, so that we avoid the unthinkable. Erosion of democratic ideals start this way. When security agencies are perceived not neutral, it engenders violence and encourages the other parties to resort to violence. Not also sending out a note of warning to those raising these allegations of security partisanship. There have been violence recorded, accusing fingers are pointed at members of the other party. So this charge is to all the parties involved. You must approach that election without violence, adhering to all laws and all regulations. And let's quickly, in the absence of our guests, we are supposed to be joined by a member of House of Representatives from Osun State, but due to some late-minute developments, yes, Bamidele Salam, he was unable to join us. Because we don't have mails for today, we'll resort to our YouTube platform where a lot of conversation is ongoing, and we'll be sharing some of them with you right now. Our YouTube page is at Repower Abuja, where we are transmitting live. Engineer Kelo EO says, like the second airport in Anambra State, there is a major project in the state. Even when Anambra Airport has not been fully operational, the cargo aspect of the airport is yet to be put in use. Anambra is currently constructing a second airport. You can imagine that is taking place. I know that is the situation, even when the current one is not being utilized. You comment on it. Let's run through the other comments. Goswill says, with the president speaking with the traditional leaders, law enforcement agencies, EFCC and the like, should keep eye on those governors and the citizens to need to hold them accountable. Marcel Nwoke says, the president is not exempted because he has his own coastal highway, which due process was not followed in the award of the contract. So to him, all of them are culprits. Prince Elesami Michael says, President Tinubu chose to be pouring water inside a basket, and he noticed that the basket cannot hold the water, and he has continued to pour the water into the basket. He ends by asking, who's checking on how the governor spend the money? Goswill says Ebonyi State is the worst. In terms of flyovers, there are so many that are not, in fact, very useful. And the last one is from Joshua, and he says, Mustafa blaming the British for not investing in education in the North 70 years ago was the most bizarre thing he has heard in recent time.
That's because
he didn't explain.
He doesn't know. But let me start from Anambra. You know, your state, Anambra, has about 300 billionaires at the last count, according to some of you. They are into very successful trades of various commodities, and they carry out a lot of imports from equipment, spare parts, drugs and medication, and what have you into the state. But when I hear cargo airport in those states, what comes to my mind virtually has always been every state must have had something to export. Like in Adamawa, Murtala Nyako, the naval general, had very successful orchards where you have these beautiful mangoes and what have you been brought up. Every state should have had something that will not just be used in Nigeria, but can have, you know, those things exported. And they needed those cargo aircraft to export them. But you carry money to go and build big airports where there are no products you are going to export.
They all call them cargo airports. They claim they are cargo airports. But we don't say any cargo.
Yes.
It's more of imports than exports.
beyond that, if you go to history of education, you know, the churches started building schools like the CMS Grammar School, 1860, whatever. Then in the southeast, in the southwest, other parts of southwest, Baptist Academy and whatever. But when the colonial administration formally took up the colony, they invested so much in education. And by the year 1909, 1903 to 6, most of the northern parts have already, or all the northern parts we have already fallen to the British. Some, like Borno, joined the British voluntarily, and others. Go and check your history. How much in educational investment have the white men done in northern Nigeria?
Are you saying there are no Christian schools over there?
There were none. Maybe in southern Borno, places like Garkida, where in small villages you can have, it has produced like 9, 10 professors. The North really suffered. And the philosophy of the British about the Muslims, because of their experience in Sudan and Egypt, has never changed. Our people don't read history. No wonder that was why history was removed. But I'm telling you, that is also not an excuse in the 21st century. We need to do more by ourselves. The gap used to be so wide, but not any longer.
You know, in the southeast, it is not even much of what the missionaries have done. Oh, yes, we have schools like Bishop Shanahan. We have the one, I think I've forgotten the name now, SAGS, St. Augustine's. But you see, majority of the schools are built through communal efforts. The one in my mother's village was built by the people. If you look at almost every town you go to in the southeast, it became compulsory once a child is 18 years old to start contributing to the general purse. And they build schools, they build hospitals from this general purse. The community, that's why you see most community high schools in the southeast. So the southeast was not waiting for the government, or is not waiting for the government. Even higher institutions, they're beginning to build. You find that the wealthy now are building universities.
Are you saying the white men have not built schools as foundation for those places?
If you watch, I started by saying, yes, there are schools like Bishop Shanahan, St. Augustine, so you understand. But majority of the schools are communal schools.
And missionary schools?
Yes, missionary schools, communal schools. Almost everywhere you go, you see community high school, something community high school. They're built by communal efforts. From 18 years, you start contributing to the general purse. It's compulsory almost in every part of this of Igbo land through these meetings that they hold, you know, development unions and co.
Okay, back to our YouTube page. Pogba Sarah says, Zuju, you see nothing wrong, but when someone is in possession of another person's voter's card, the two voters' card belongs to other people.
They can keep it there.
Who are the people?
It's
Who are the
enough
people?
for the police to move in. Daniel Olaniro says, so those of us that are in the axis of Sokoto-Badagry Highway knows the importance of that Sokoto to Badagry Highway. To him, that's a good one.
What is he going to transport? Ask him.
No.
It will transport a lot. That's what
onions from Sokoto, I guess.
They will indeed take good advantage of it. Tekena Dagogo says the Nigerian police force must be deliberate in making themselves not to appear like the armed wing of the ruling party. They seem like this under the PDP in 2015. Now the APC is in power.
Now, if you talk about that, the highway from Lagos to Sokoto, to Badagry, I really do not see anything bad in that, because most of us thinking of, oh, are you going to import onions from Sokoto?
They produce a lot of onions.
But you see, that road is going to pass through a lot of states, a lot of towns, a lot of states. So it won't even be looking at Sokoto alone.
As transit
exactly. And then people from plateau states who are big-time farmers, Benue State, can pass through that route to
they go to Sokoto before going to Lagos.
To move, they don't have to go to Sokoto. That road is going to pass through towns and
because you are mentioning Benue and Plateau.
No, what I'm saying is that other states will utilize
there are other
that
roads
route,
that will connect
Exactly,
anyway.
that will connect. and they can be, it will be easier to bring these goods to the southwest before they get rot, because most of them before they get to Lagos are even half rotting. So it will make things easier. So I don't see anything wrong in it. I mean, China is building a lot of long roads that are connecting. The network is fantastic.
Finally,
but at the same time, let us attend to the needs of the people.
I think our problem is not the roads when you are talking about agriculture. Our problem is how do we preserve and get the market value. Those Ghanaians taking yam to the UK, they take it perfectly. But in Nigeria, they try taking it to the UK. And before they get there, they get decomposed.
Thank you so much,
now you are taking fresh tomatoes and onions and pepper in baskets, and they have...
also for being part of us this day and this week. We'll return on Monday with another edition. On behalf of my colleagues, my name is Amecha Nakwe. Have a good time.
I am a second-generation farmer. My parents started this farm in 1962. My father started out not as a farmer, but as a government economist, and he decided to be a farmer when he was in his late 20s. And they started out with sweet corn because he thought that that's what the world needed, was fresh sweet corn. The land that we are sitting on right now, they bought in 1966. I actually am somebody who has never missed a single summer on the farm. I love growing vegetables because it's the one thing that seems like will never go out of style. Everything else that's a food seems to be under some health questions, but vegetables are completely, uniquely healthy.
This is the cool view. What did I do with my knife? Here we go.
How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs.
That development there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And so all of these are old farmers from 50 years ago or 60 years ago who rented us property all along this road, all the way to Tyson's Corner.
And so when my parents bought this piece of property, there were no suburban developments around here. It was a 2-lane highway, Route 7, which is now currently a 6-lane highway. And all the old dairy farmers were sitting on their property waiting to sell it and waiting to make a lot of money. If you can believe this, the land that was sold adjacent to our property in 2008 was $500,000 an acre undeveloped. An insane amount of money to have to spend to come up with to grow vegetables. What's the solution? What the populace needs to do is say that farming is important to them and that it's just as important as parkland or other public amenities, that people really, it means at the end of the year, hopefully you've paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean that you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares: mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want. And if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Bye. We should have gone Spencer. We should have gone Spencer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year-round. 20 weeks of the year, though, we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
So much, and there is your $.
To be better people, it's because you want the opportunities to come up.
At Shabindu Camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years,
I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization, we do community sensitizations, we go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams, those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
Thousands of migrants returned to Morocco after crossing into Spain's Ceuta enclave. Displaced Gazans doubt US-backed Hamas disarmament deal despite renewed peace efforts. And France contains one of its largest wildfires after 42,000 hectares burned. This is a World News on AIT. I am Ogom Ezedimbo. Welcome. Spain is scrambling to contain a migration crisis after tens of thousands of people crossed from Morocco into its North African enclave of Ceuta, triggering emergency security measures and political tensions across Europe.
Spanish authorities say around 40,000 migrants crossed into the Ceuta in recent days, many swimming around the border barrier separating the enclave from Morocco. While more than 25,000 have since left the territory, the unprecedented influx has overwhelmed local authorities. Madrid has deployed troops to reinforce security in Ceuta, while Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez and Interior Minister Fernando Grande Marlaska traveled to the enclave as the government stepped up its response to the crisis. This situation has reverberated across Europe. Italy has called for Spain to be suspended from the Schengen free travel zone, while France has tightened checks along its border with Spain amidst concerns over irregular migration and border security. This version starts with the broader issue, explains the current situation, and ends with the wider European implications, making it stronger for an international TV bulletin.
And thousands of migrants crossed into the Spanish territory from Morocco are returning home as Spanish and Moroccan authorities step up efforts to manage one of the region's largest recent migration surges.
Videos and images from Ceuta show groups of migrants making their way back to Morocco after crossing into the Spanish enclave, many having entered by swimming around the border barrier separating the territory from the North African country. Spanish police sources say about 40,000 migrants entered Ceuta in recent days. The Spanish Interior Ministry says more than 25,000 have since returned to Morocco, with departures taking place at a reported rate of about 150 people per minute. Authorities from both countries continue coordinating border management and humanitarian operations, while security forces remain deployed along the frontier to prevent further irregular crossings. The mass movement has renewed attention on migration pressures along Europe's southern border and the need for closer cooperation between Spain and Morocco on border security and migration management.
British Prime Minister Andy Bolham says the United Kingdom has offered support to Spain following the mass influx of migrants into the Spanish enclave, describing the situation as a matter of shared concern for European border security. Speaking in Sheffield, Bono said his government had contacted Spanish authorities to offer assistance and to better understand the implications of the rapidly evolving situation.
But obviously that's a matter for the Spanish government first and foremost. But it is a cause for concern, and we are making contact with the Spanish government, the Spanish authorities, to provide support, but also to understand the implications of that situation.
Comments come after tens of thousands of migrants crossed from Morocco, overwhelming local authorities and triggering a major humanitarian and security response. Bolham said the United Kingdom would continue working closely with European partners as Spain seeks to manage the crisis and restore control along one of the European Union's busiest external borders. Spanish and Moroccan authorities remain engaged in efforts to facilitate returns and strengthen border management and prevent further irregular crossings into the territory. And also, Spanish prime ministers condemned the mass crossing of migrants, describing it as a violation of Spain's territorial integrity and vowing to restore control of the border. The influx has triggered one of the country's biggest migration crises in recent years.
Speaking during a visit to Ceuta, Sanchez blamed human trafficking networks for exploiting vulnerable people and pledged that Spain would defend both its national borders and the European Union's external frontier. Police sources say around 40,000 migrants crossed into the territory in recent days, many swimming around the coastal border barrier separating Ceuta from Morocco. The unprecedented influx has overwhelmed local authorities and prompted the deployment of additional military and security personnel. Spanish authorities are working with Morocco to manage the crisis, while emergency services continue assisting migrants and processing new arrivals. The incident has reignited debates across Europe over border security, migration policy, and cooperation with countries of origin and transits.
And from the migration crisis in Spain, we move to Gaza, where displaced Palestinians in central Gaza say they remain unconvinced that the newly announced US-backed agreement involving Hamas phased disarmament and the withdrawal of Israeli forces will bring lasting peace, citing the collapse of previous ceasefire efforts.
In Deir el-Bala, residents displaced by the conflict said they have little confidence that the latest agreement will be implemented after months of war, repeated displacement, and previous deals that failed to halt the fighting. Some described the proposal as a possible step towards ending the conflict, while others said any optimism has been overshadowed by the destruction of homes, the loss of loved ones, and years of unfulfilled promises. Under the US-backed framework announced by President Donald Trump, Hamas would surrender its weapons in phases, while Israeli forces would gradually withdraw from Hamas under international monitoring. However, implementation remains conditional, with both sides insisting the order must first meet the key obligations. Despite the diplomatic breakthrough, fighting has continued in parts of Gaza, reinforcing doubts among many residents that the agreement will quickly translate into peace on the ground.
French authorities say a massive wildfire that has affected about 42,000 hectares remains contained within its perimeter, although firefighters continue battling persistent hotspots. Airborne crews and hundreds of emergency personnel remain deployed as the operation enters another critical phase.
Images from a French civil protection helicopter show waterbombing aircrafts making repeated drops over burning forests and smoke-filled landscapes near Bordeaux, as firefighters work to prevent fresh flare-ups. Officials say cooler temperatures and higher humidity have helped stabilize the blaze, allowing more than 140,000 evacuated residents to begin returning home. However, access to some of the hardest hit areas remain restricted while emergency crews monitor active fire zones. The wildfire, one of France's largest in recent years, has destroyed approximately 42,000 acres of forest since erupting last week. Authorities said the fire is contained but not yet fully extinguished, with aerial and ground operations continuing to secure the perimeter and prevent the flames from spreading.
China's leading human robots manufacturer Unitree Technology says new U.S. restrictions on foreign-made advanced robots could limit its future expansion into the American market as the company prepares for a multi-billion yuan and stock market listing in Shanghai. The warning comes amid escalating technology tensions between Washington and Beijing.
Unitree Technology, known globally for its humanoid and quadruped robots, disclosed in its IPO filing that although its current products have received U.S. regulatory certification, future models could be excluded under new rules introduced by the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, targeting foreign-made advanced robots. The company plans to raise about 4.2 billion yuan through its listing on Shanghai Star Market, with the proceeds earmarked for robotics research, product development, and manufacturing expansion. International markets account for more than 40% of its revenue, making access to the U.S. strategically important. The latest restrictions are part of broader U.S. measures aimed at reducing dependence on Chinese technology over national security concerns. Analysts say the move could reshape competition in the fast-growing global humanoid robotics industry, where Chinese companies currently hold a dominant position.
A visiting U.S. congressional delegation has urged Taiwan to move quickly to expand its drone capabilities and saying the self-governing island must accelerate production and procurement as it faces growing military pressure from China. The appeal comes as Taiwan's legislature continues debating competing proposals on how to fund a major drone program.
Speaking in Taipei, Republican Congresswoman Young Kim called on Taiwan's legislative yuan to send what she described as a strong demand signal by approving funding to build and acquire as many drones as possible and to do so quickly. The bipartisan U.S. delegation is in Taiwan for meetings focused on security and regional stability.
This delegation is here to identify ways that Congress can boost stability in the Taiwan Strait and preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific. Congressional support for Taiwan remains robust and very bipartisan. But we all must do more and do it quickly. Our adversaries are not resting, so we cannot either. Drones are central to warfare. We hope that the legislative yuan can send a strong demand signal to build and buy as many drones as possible and do it quickly.
Taiwan's government has proposed spending up to 210 billion new Taiwan dollars on domestically produced unmanned systems over the coming years, but the plan has become the subject of political debate, with opposition parties backing alternative funding models through the annual budget. The renewed push reflects growing concern over China's increasing military activities around Taiwan and the lessons drawn from recent conflicts, where drones have become a key element of modern warfare and deterrence.
This is a World News on AIT. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Thanks for staying with us. Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, remained largely calm despite calls for a nationwide strike and anti-government protest over proposed constitutional changes that critics say could allow its president to remain in power beyond the end of his final term in 2028. Despite fears of unrest, the country remained peaceful and throughout the day, although security forces stayed on alert as authorities warned against unlawful demonstrations.
Images from Harare showed normal traffic, open businesses, and a visible security presence as authorities monitored the city following calls for demonstrations by opposition groups and activists. The protests were sparked by proposed constitutional amendments that would cancel future presidential elections and extend the tenure of President Emmerson Mnangagwa, who is currently serving his second and constitutionally final term. Supporters argue the reforms are necessary for political stability, while critics say they threaten democratic governance. Opposition parties have challenged the proposed changes in court, arguing that such amendments require approval through a national referendum. They accuse the ruling ZANU-PF party of attempting to consolidate its decade-long hold on power, a claim the government rejects. Despite fears of unrest, Harare remained peaceful throughout the day, although security forces stayed on alert as authorities warned against unlawful demonstrations.
Students in India's capital say tougher penalties for leaking examination papers are welcome, but insist deeper reforms are needed to restore confidence in the country's education system. The calls follow weeks of nationwide protests over recurring exam scandals that forced the resignation of India's education minister.
Students at Sri Ram College of Commerce in New Delhi say legislation increasing penalties for examination paper leaks is a positive step, but argue it addresses only one aspect of a wider problem affecting transparency, accountability, and equal access to education. The demonstrations were driven by allegations of repeated examination irregularities that sparked outrage among thousands of students preparing for highly competitive entrance and recruitment tests. Protesters demanded stronger safeguards, greater accountability, and comprehensive reforms to prevent future leaks.
I feel whatever initiative they've come up with is really good, and it's a very important step that they've taken. But I feel the main aim should be stop the paper leak entirely, or come up with mechanism that can at least improve the situation a little. Obviously, it cannot be done in a day or two. It would take some time. But we should at least start taking steps towards it. Just extending the jail time and the punishment doesn't stop crimes from happening, even other crimes. Meaning, like, the system has to change fundamentally, like the entire base of it has to change. And this entire, this thing that paper leak has sparked this entire conversation about the education system. So I'm really happy, and I really want that the government would take some steps towards improving the entire education system.
Yes, this law is a step in the right direction. They are finally focusing on the education sector. I would like to see more laws being passed for the education sector and the anti-paper leak in the parliament. It's a step in the right direction.
Obviously, I believe that it has come very late. We have seen hundreds of paper leaks in this country, and now in 2026 we are taking that step which should have been taken 10 years back. I believe that it's too late. However, there is a positive thing that it has finally come. So I believe, yes, to some extent it will help the students. There are still actions to be taken in the right direction, such as changing the system. We are still going through manual examinations. There are less computer-based examinations in this in our system, such as like in CLAT, and other exams. We are taking manual examinations, which increases the discrepancies in checking the paper.
The Indian government says the proposed legislation is intended to deter organized examination fraud and strengthen the integrity of the country's testing system.
The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. No. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
However, many students maintain the lasting public confidence will depend on broader institutional reforms beyond tougher criminal penalties.
Peru's Constitutional Court has overturned the 15-year prison sentence imposed on former President Ollanta Humala in a corruption case, ordering his release in a decision that marks a major twist in one of Latin America's biggest political scandals. The court ruled that Humala's conviction should be squashed, although it did not declare him innocent of the allegations. The case is expected to return to the lower courts for further proceedings. Humala, a former army officer who served as Peru's president from 2011 to 2016, became the first Peruvian leader to stand trial, which implicated senior politicians and business leaders across Latin America. Prosecutors alleged that Humala received illicit campaign funds from Brazilian construction giant during his presidential campaigns. He consistently denied any wrongdoing. The scandal triggered investigations across the region, leading to the prosecution of imprisonment of several current and former political leaders, and remains one of the largest corruption investigations in Latin American history. And workers and residents have gathered at the site of a deadly coal mine explosion in Pakistan's southwestern Balochinta province, where at least 34 miners were killed in one of the country's worst mining disasters in recent years. The blast, believed to have been triggered by a buildup of methane gas, ripped through underground mine near the provincial capital, trapping dozens of workers beneath the surface. Emergency teams worked through the night to recover victims and search the damaged tunnels as grieving families waited outside the mine for news of their loved ones. And mine workers say the tragedy underscores the dangers they face every day, describing the job as one with no guarantee of returning home safely after its shift. Pakistan's mining sector has long faced criticism over poor safety standards, with fatal accidents linked to explosions, tunnel collapses, and inadequate ventilation occurring regularly across the country's coal-producing regions. And next is Sport Track. And Team Nigeria continued its impressive campaign at the Commonwealth Games, adding to its medal across athletics event. And world record holder Tobi Amusan was unable to defend her women's 100 meters hurdles title and settling for bronze after finishing third in 12.60 seconds. Goodness Wanchuku won the gold in the women's discus with a world record throw of 39.66 meters, while Chukwuebuka Enekweche also claimed gold in the men's shot put. Jessica Oji completed an another successful day for Team Nigeria by winning silver in the women's shot put on their international debut. Nigeria now has 60 medals at the Games, comprising 8 gold, 5 silver and 3 bronze medals. Attention now shifts to the men's and women's 400-meter finals, where Samuel Ogazi, Edidiong Okonudo and Ella will be aiming to add to Nigerians' medal tally. The second round of group matches at the 14th Women AFCON will continue today with Group B. 2022 champions Bayana of South Africa 6 resurgence against Ivory Coast, while Tanzania will attempt to make it 2 wins from 2 matches when they face Burkina Faso, who lost to Ivory Coast in their opening match. Meanwhile, host Morocco have secured their place in the knockout phase of the competition after a 1-0 victory over Algeria in their second group game to give them maximum points from 2 games. And Senegal defeated Kenya by a lone goal to record their first win of the tournament. And that's the world news on AIT. I am Ogom Ezinibo. Thank you for staying with us.
Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have one's means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in Sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson and Mika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning, I'm focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Savalugu, Ghana.
Good day wherever you're watching. Imagine a community without security. Imagine critical assets left on the line. Imagine private guard with no one to die. Imagine agro rangers missing from the field. Imagine VIPs unprotected in the crowd. When the nation calls, the civil defense responds. We stand in the gap, protecting our land and securing our future. Welcome to the Defenders program. This program is coming to you from the Civil of the Defenders TV of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. And the program is aimed at highlighting the achievements of the Corps under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. I am Baba Wali Afalai.
Join us for The Defenders, the show that highlights the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in action, protecting the heart of Nigeria's progress. From safeguarding critical infrastructure to securing our national resources, the NSCDC plays a vital role in securing the future of Nigeria. With the mining marshals leading the fight against illegal mining, the Corps ensures that our natural resources are protected from exploitation, preserving them for future generations. The Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad is on the front line, fighting to stop illegal bunkering and the theft of our nation's oil resources, protecting our economy and sovereignty. And the female squad is dedicated to protecting our schools, keeping our children safe from the threat of banditry, rape, and other criminal activities. Every day, the men and women of the NSCDC are working tirelessly to safeguard our communities, protect our nation's resources, and support sustainable development. The Defenders, ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
The Corps is mandated to be the lead agency in the area of protection of critical national assets and infrastructure. If they are tampered with, it affects the economic viability of any nation. The Corps is in the nucleus, the center of the national security architecture of this country. The Corps is involved in all the joint operations in the military, police, civil defense, and DSS. The Corps has been involving since from inception, when we started carrying arms in 2012 till date. We have been involving in all the joint operations: Operation Hadinkai, Operation Ayama Fatima, Operation One Stroke, Operation Fansanyama, all the joint operations with the military. The Corps is an elite corps. It's an elite corps. We can boast of having, I tell you, on record, over 40 PhDs from different fields. So we have come to realize that knowledge is one platform that you can use to drive development. And so we encourage our people to obtain knowledge, to go to school, to get knowledge so that we can use the knowledge to conduct researches, and then we use the results and the outcomes of the researches to plan on our operational activities and program for us to be able to achieve and do our mandate in the way of organized assignments. We need personnel. Once we have some reasonable number of personnel, if we can have additional 100,000, and then we provide working tools for us. I tell you, the passion that the civil defense has to work for Nigerians and for Nigeria is going to be unprecedented.
This week edition of the program, the train is taking us to Oyo State, the ancient city of Ibadan, with the commandant, Oyo State Commandant Kwadonu Augustine, where he'll be telling us more on the activities of NSCDC in Oyo State.
There's no any agency that can move or achieve without intelligent guarding. Intelligent guarding is one of the bedrock of any agency that we want to achieve. We have a collaboration with all other agencies that we share intelligent information together. Call it the military, the DSS, the police, the immigration, the correctional service. We share intelligent information together. And most of our stakeholders too, they are all ready to give us intelligent information. And these are the key things that we'll be using before we go on operation. In Oyo Command, we have total number of 49 licensed private jet company here. And under the month review from January to now, we've intensified 3 different trainings. Now, most of these cards through their company have gone on. We just finished some, I think 3 months ago, and 19 companies were involved in the last training that we did, and most of them have been trained, and certificates were issued to them. Most of our peculiar problems here is illegal mining, most especially at Okeogun, and very closely our border with Kwara and they have a reserve forest there. Most of this illegal mining has been done inside the forest, and there you see most of these illegal immigrants moving from north to Niger, Kwara, coming to Oyo State. And they engage in most of this illegal mining. But we've been fighting them with other security agencies and the Federal Ministry of Mines. We've been doing collaboration together with the state agency too. We have organized stakeholder sensitization for most of this mining industry and told them that illegal mining is something the federal government will not allow, and they should be able to key into it, get their license, and then pay their royalty to state government. And with the movement intervention of this, our mining marshal now in Southwest, they've been doing a wonderful job. We've been seeing them all around. Because of that, it has minimized the issue of illegal mining. Yes, in Oyo State, we make sure that we maintain 24-hour surveillance on all our critical national assets and infrastructure. Via CCN, via communication, via IBDC, and we have officers attached to most of these facilities. 24 hours we've been giving coverage to them, and most of our institutions there, we've been giving them coverage, both local government and state government facilities and infrastructure will be given a protection. Disaster management, we have a good rapport with the state disaster agency and NEMA to make sure that most of these our communities are aware that issue of flood can cause a lot of issues if our drainage are not clear, and fire incidents too, so they should know how to manage their things within their communities. And all stakeholders have to be involved, both state, federal, and the security agents. Agro Rangers here in Oyo is one of the best outfits who have been protecting farmers' headers. We have them at Okiogun. That's where we have farms, and farmers are there, and headers too are there. And a lot of cases are being reported to them, and they have been making sure that they protect the farmers from their farms down to market and back to their communities. And all farm settlements in Oyo here are being protected by our Agro Rangers. And headers here too, we give protection to them, and we'll be organizing a sensitization meeting, workshop with headers, farmers, and the government. Oyo State government, we'll be talking to them and to know how they can live together as one family. And within the month review under malicious damage, 83 cases were reported to this unit, and that is in Okiogun, Iseyin area. In Oyo, 68 cases were reported to them under malicious damage. In Iguora, where we have a base too, 42 cases were reported to them. And under Ubomosho, 64 cases were reported to them. In Orire, 87 cases were reported to them. In Lalate, 51 cases were reported to them. And most of these cases were being solved with ADR without charging any of them to court. They are under cattle recovery. So this year we have recovered cattle in Okiogun, in the same area, and Ubomosho. So by and large, 153 cases were being reported to them, and 272 suspects were arrested, investigated, and the issue was solved through ADR. So in Oyo here, Agro Rangers are one of the units that the state government have been working assiduously with them. They have been paying them allowances on monthly basis for them. And we have to thank the Alaafin of Oyo, who has newly built an office and accommodation for agro rangers, because they see their work, they can see what they are doing. The man is interested in their work. So even the building was commissioned on his birthday. So just to commemorate that he has love for this unit. And because most of our young people are farmers, so he needs full protection. Issue of kidnapping has reduced drastically because of this agro ranger base in most of these areas. So we want more of this breed to be spread across the entire Oyo, which the governor is working on. Most of these projects were done along with the communities and stakeholders within the Oyo state. And mostly we've been working assiduously with the state government to make sure that most facilities, especially vehicles, were released to us, and the governor has promised us that he's going to release some vehicles to us to attach to agro rangers and some of them to far divisions. We've been doing a lot of community engagement. We've been going to communities, talk to them on issue of security and how they can cope, and send information to security agents, and how farmers elders can live together without clashes, and how illegal miners will not be allowed to enter their community. Anytime they see any new faces of herders, they should be able to speak out. Traditional leaders in Oyo State and community leaders, we have a very close relationship with them. Some of them are part of people who contributed to most of this renovation and building of new divisions and area command. They are the ones that give us land, that they need civil defense in their community. They build this building offices for us, and even accommodation. In Olo, the king built a very fantastic building for civil defense, and commissioned it that day. From there, we went to Orire to meet the local government chairman, which is interested in agro ranger. He's ready to get to build a befitting accommodation for us and equip that place for our officers. From there, we moved to Igbeti. So we saw the cabinet of Igbeti. We met in his palace with the chairman of the local government, all traditional rulers. So we met them. We spoke at length. They are ready to build more offices for us and more residential accommodation for our officers. So from there, we moved to Kishi. Kishi is where we have our area command, and in fact, the king of Kishi and the chairman of Kishi, that they donated a land to civil defense, 6 plots, it's an acre to civil defense, and we are being given a survey of that land that very day. And they renovated the area command for us. Fantastic, lovely. The area command is attached with accommodation all together. So by and large, the community leaders, the obas, the ballers, they've been trying, they have good rapport with us, they've been assisting before very well. Civil defense has come to stay, and civil defense is moving forward. And I want to advise people that they should key into the NSCDC program, so they should watch it and see what NSCDC is doing. to improve the security and economy of this nation?
I'll say something, the common denominator is renewed hope. There is a sense of hope, and people can feel the hope, and people are seeing hope come to life. Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, we have to talk about renewed hope in terms of securing our critical national assets. In the Federal Fire Service, in terms of our response time now, it's better, even though we're not yet where we want to be. In terms of capacity building, training, and etc. by the board, we want a correctional service that will be corrective, that will be transformative, that will be renovative, that will be reformatory. People should go to correctional centers and become more useful to Nigeria.
The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC FCT Command, has reaffirmed its commitment as the lead agency in protecting critical national assets and infrastructure. As the command said, it will continue to clamp down on hoodlums and criminals who are bent on sabotaging public facilities and preventing them from functioning properly. The NSCDC FCT Commandant, Dr. Olushola Odumosu, made the commitment on Thursday during the parade of 6 arrested suspected vandals in Gwagwalada, Abuja. The commandants disclosed that the FCT Command, acting on credible intelligence and tip-offs about suspicious activities around pipelines, carried out an intelligence-driven operation which led to the arrest of 6 suspected oil pipeline vandals and petroleum products thieves.
Cases of vandalism and theft of critical national assets have become a growing concern in Nigeria. However, the NSCDC is not relenting in its efforts to tackle this menace. To this end, the NSCDC FCT Command has intensified surveillance around all critical national assets and infrastructure in the nation's capital, warning that anyone caught destroying public infrastructure for selfish gains will face the full wrath of the law. Speaking during the parade, Dr. Odumosu said the activities of these vandals do not only cause product scarcity and environmental damage, they also put the lives of residents and agricultural activities in the area at risk of fire explosion.
Now, this act of sabotage that you've seen committed by these individuals is not only going to affect scarcity of petroleum products, it's an act of sabotage that can also put the entire community here at risk, because for the risk of fire accident and all of that, this place can go up in flames. We are not going to allow it. We will not condone it. We'll continue to intensify efforts. Our surveillance efforts, we're going to redouble it, and every critical national asset and infrastructure within the FCT will be protected.
The Dubi Ward Councillor Gado Shaibu and the village chief Abubakar Ibrahim commended the Corps and members in the community for their efforts to eradicate vandalism in the area. They pledge continued support to the NSCDC.
I want to thank you for the effort that you have bring to us to see that all this happening, the vandalization is not taking place in my ward.
Meanwhile, the commandant has directed the investigation department to begin a full-scale investigation into the matter. The aim is to establish the facts of the incident, identify other persons involved, and ensure that all suspects found culpable are brought to justice.
The NSCDC has stepped up efforts to protect critical national infrastructure with the arrest of 2 suspected vandals in Kano State. The suspects were apprehended in separate intelligence-led operations. The suspects were apprehended during separate operations at Panshekara in Kumbosu local government and Yankaba in Nasarawa local government area. One was found in possession of 17 railway clips believed to have been removed from the rail line, while the other culprit was intercepted as he attempted to collect about 60 kilograms of suspected stolen copper wire believed to have been removed from public infrastructure. The NSCDC says the arrest reflects its ongoing efforts to protect critical national assets and combat vandalism and other economic crimes.
I wish to warn all those involved in the vandalism of public infrastructure that NSCDC Kano State Command will not relent in tracking them down.
The command further says investigations are continuing to identify other members of the suspected network, after which the suspects will be charged to court.
Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps River State Command, under the leadership of the State Commandant, Denis Lesser Ruben, PhD, FIIA, FIOO, has recorded another significant breakthrough in a sustained fight against illegal mining, illicit dealings in petroleum products, vandalism of critical national assets and infrastructure, and other forms of economic sabotage. The suspects are Abba Musa, 25 years, Garba Babangida, 55 years, and Ibrahim Mohammed, 25 years.
This happened during their usual intelligence movement. They don't just move, they got intelligence all over, and this is one of them, and they were able to strike and got this through suspects that are here. The suspects were intercepted while allegedly transporting a large quantity of suspected zircon, that is what they call black sand, in 2 trucks. Those trucks are parked outside there, so very soon you are going to have the privilege to look at them so they can view them accordingly for your recording. The primary investigation, I've also directed the unit that is responsible for investigating matters of this department, which is the Department of Intelligence and Investigation. I've directed them to swiftly go into very serious investigation.
During preliminary interrogation, the suspects disclosed that they were contacted by an individual believed to be an agent who allegedly engaged them to transport items from Abloma Waterside to an undisclosed destination. They claim to have had no prior knowledge of the actual content of the consignment. Further investigation revealed that Garba Babangida and Abba Musa presented a waybill whose authenticity is currently under scrutiny, while Ibrahim Mohammed failed to produce any waybill or relevant transportation documents.
So I'm going to identify those that are behind. We know that these are serious economic sabotage, and we know, and we have placed serious undercover men everywhere to ensuring that we unveil those that are behind these acts. Let me also reaffirm that the command commitment combating illegal mining is not anything we are playing with at all.
Every nation has a turning point, a moment when ordinary people rise to extraordinary purpose, not because they were asked to, but because they had to. For Nigeria, that moment came in the heat of conflict, when our unity was shaken and our people stood exposed.
The year was 1967. The Civil War has just begun. But even in the darkness, light emerged. From the rubble and fears, a group of brave Nigerians chose not to run. They chose to protect. No ranks, no rifle, only courage and convictions that every life matters. That was the beginning of what would become the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC.
From those humble efforts in Lagos, a volunteer force took shape, guiding citizens through sirens, shelter, and survival. By the 1970s, the movement gained structure, becoming the Lagos Civil Defense Committee, educating the public on emergency response and civil protection.
In 1984, it became the National Civil Defense Organization under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, now Ministry of Interior, playing vital role in disaster response, civil education, voluntary safety campaign across Nigeria. Still informal, still underfunded, but deeply respected.
In 2003, the National Assembly passed the NSCDC Act No. 2, legally establishing the Corps as a paramilitary institution empowered to protect lives, properties, and national infrastructures. The Act was later amended in 2007, further strengthening the Corps with authority to bear arms, make arrests, with or without warrants, and collaborate with other security agencies.
From volunteers to professionals, from whispers of hope to a structured civic shield, a corps born from crisis, now standing for peace. under the pragmatic leadership of Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI, OFR, the first professor to serve as the Commandant General, NSCDC entered a new era. Stronger training, smarter operations, and deeper community engagement. Across Nigeria, we now operate with discipline and direction through the elite formations like Agro Rangers, Safe School Initiative, Disaster Management, Anti-Vandalism, Female Squad, Mining Marshals, and Special Intelligence Squad, all serving with civility, compassion, and courage.
Beyond our borders, NSCDC is a proud member of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, with its global headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. A core connected to global standards, yet firmly rooted in Nigerian soil.
From the ashes of 1967 to the strength of today, our journey has been shaped by sacrifice, guided by service, and anchored in trust. We are not just a corps in uniform, we are your neighbors, your defenders, your bridge between peace and panic. We are the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, defending the defenseless. In all the 30 states of the Federation, we have a command, being headed by commandants, and in all the 7 nations for local government, we have a divisions, being headed by divisional officers, and in 80% of all those divisions, we have a outpost. Why? Because it brings security down to the grassroots level. So we believe in the cliche, when you see something, please say something and we'll do something about that. This is why we joined the curtain on today's edition of the program. After the main Babawali Afolabi.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning and focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people or assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Savlugu, Ghana.
Nigeria is at its democratic evolution at this point in its life, especially in its parliamentary life circle. And as we talk and journey the conversations on the Constitution Review Amendment process, one conversation comes to mind, the Reserved Seats for Women's Bill. Today, I am standing just by the National Assembly Library Trust Fund, and I will be having a keen, detailed conversation with the Executive Secretary, Right Honorable Henry Nwamobe, who brings us insights from his journey, not just as a legislator, but also as a lawmaker, and now as an executive secretary and one of the loudest voices advocating for this bill, urging members, friends, and allies to please look and pass the reserved seats for women. Welcome to Gender Agenda. My name is Adora Sidney Jack, and we'll take your journey to the office of the executive secretary, where we'll bring you insights on this conversation. Hopefully, not heartbreaking, but with a lot of hope, insight, and expectations. Fingers crossed.
Hello. Good to see you.
Good to see you, finally. We get to have some sections.
How are you?
I'm very well.
Please.
Congratulations, it's my first time in your room.
Thank you. What do you think?
Do you want me honest?
You can tell me after the interview.
But it's good. It's good.
I hope we'll be seeing more of you. Huh?
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. So first, I want to say thank you for your time and amazing work and conversations that we've been having. Last time we had a conversation was on the panel for the League of Women Voters.
Yes.
Talking about the special seats, the reserved seats bill for women, and really, November seems to ring a bell in everybody's ears. And my conversation with you today will be looking at all of the journey so far, and we're here now. But first, when a lot of people hear the reserved seats for women's bill, there are different perspectives to it. And the reserved seats bill for women, when you think about it, when you think about democracy, how instructive is it right now?
Well, this bill would be instructive at any time you look at it. Not about today. I mean, from the 9th Assembly, we've been trying to get this passed. It talks about broadening the base for representation, for inclusion. MDG, I think, Agenda 5, both legislative agendas in the House of Representatives and even the Senate. That's just where it's headed. So at any time we talk about a bill such as this, we're talking about inclusion, which is major. Particularly in the 10th Assembly, I have to say, though, that the noise, the positive noise and the energy that has gone into getting this passed in the 10th Assembly has been phenomenal. And I'm feeling,
unlike the 9th Assembly?
Yes. And I'll tell you why. There's so many innovative things that have been brought about by the Constitution Amendment Committee. As you know, what we're trying to cure is a gap that we have seen. And we're trying to avail ourselves the opportunity to amend the Constitution to take advantage, because Section 42 of the Constitution says you can't discriminate against any Nigerian, and one of the grounds is on sex. So whatever we need to do, we need to go back to the document, the originating document, and see how we can, work it out to allow such a very important bill to go through. And I say that honestly, with all sense of responsibility, I am very happy with what has been going on, especially with people like yourselves and also the work that has been done in the National Assembly.
Okay, so let's look at the process and the politics. And I'm asking this because many Nigerians wonder what really happens behind scenes before bills like this get to the floor, really. Can you sort of walk us through the internal dynamics, and the process that has brought us here? And I'm asking this, remember, you just mentioned the 9th Assembly. There was a lot of conversation. I was on the protest under the sun for 2 weeks with so many Nigerian women. First ladies came, and yet, as helpless as the speaker could be at that time, the bill was thrown out. Here we are again, positive energy, positive noise. What is the dynamics before the bills comes to floors like this?
As you were speaking, I just remembered what happened in the 9th Assembly. At some point, there was a set of gender-specific bills that were brought. Yes, they were brought before us for consideration because I was a member of the House of Reps at the time. And at some point, I recall that the Speaker was alarmed the way the votes were going. It was electronic voting. And he had to pause to remind members that, look, this is a very important piece of legislation. The world is watching. Are you guys aware of the gravitas of what is being considered? So he put the question again. It's not about a last-minute fire brigade approach. The way it goes, like I said earlier, this needs our constitution to be tweaked. And we are taking advantage of the process. Now, this is one of the most important committees in the House. In the House, it's chaired by the Deputy Speaker. In the Senate, it's chaired by the Deputy Senator. These are presiding officers. That's how important these committees are. And so, of course, it will go through the first, the second reading and all of that, which has concluded in both chambers.
Okay.
And I'm telling you that why I'm a bit comfortable or more comfortable than the 9th Assembly is because of the level of work that has gone into the consultative process this time around.
Okay.
There were regional dialogues. I went to the Southeast region. I believe I saw you.
The
entire country was covered, and all the key stakeholders have been engaged. Governors, remember, after it passes in the National Assembly, we still need the concurrence from the states. And that is where, a lot of work needs to be done. But I'll save that. I'll come to that in a minute. What will now happen is, having been brought to the table by the National Assembly, having gone through the process, which is the first, the second reading, the public hearings, the consultations and all of that, the dialogues, so many other dialogues have happened, and so many interest groups have jumped in on the conversation, and they're saying, look, we need to get this done, and these are the reasons, and these are the reasons. So those things are ongoing. I think the National Assembly has done a good job to get us this far.
Okay.
At this point, we need other stakeholders and interested parties to become interested. This is our constitution that we're amending. The key things that I would like to mention is that, number one, no existing seat is going to be affected. I think it's important that the people who are going to take this decision are not going to start pushing back because perhaps whose seat are you going to convert to a special seat? No. This is called additional seats. This is another way to call it. Everybody says reserve seats, but it's actually additional. At the moment, we have about 1,460 seats in Nigeria, and only about 64 is, the numbers that we have in the National Assembly is about 4% representation. And it's been going down from the 8th Assembly to the 9th Assembly to the 10th Assembly. If left unchecked, we might come in the 11th assembly and you will not find, there are some state houses of assembly in Nigeria that there is no woman.
14 states.
Just exactly.
14 states.
So as a responsible parliament, we're looking at the things that we can do using the instruments of, legislative instruments to see how we can avoid disaster, because it will be a disaster, simply put, to have a National Assembly filled with just men.
Not yet tragedy yet.
It will be a disaster.
Let's just... Okay, so I'm going to take it from where you talked about, I hear political will, underlined in this conversation. So there are different parties in Nigeria, different political parties, different political interests. And, when you look at the body language of some of the members, when this conversation comes up, do you see, census or quiet resistance?
Well, I must say I have not seen the consensus yet, but I can tell you the political will is there. There's been a lot of effort, but we're not there yet. It's not yet Uhuru. We still have to engage. We have to lobby. The women would need the men to get this done. So we still need to bring everybody on the table. That nobody can do it on its own. And what we need to sell is the advantages. Let me give you an example, typical. Okay. So you bring a policy or you bring up a piece of legislation before Parliament to make it illegal for underage marriage.
Okay.
And all the people that will take decision on that piece of legislation are all men. What we're trying to do is to ensure that for every piece of policy, every piece of legislation that is before Parliament, we are aggregating a broad-based opinion. Like, it's inclusive. You are getting advantage. You avail yourself of the best voices, the best minds, the best reason, and all angles are considered. Okay. That's just an example. There are reasons to make Parliament in the world inclusive, to make governance inclusive. It's not an easy decision, mind you, not just in Nigeria. We have had women that have been from first-class democracies that have put themselves for office and have been voted down. It's not a right. It's something that we need to negotiate, and that's what is going on at the moment.
Okay, so in terms of talking about rights and will, some argue that the reserved seats might undermine merit or create the issue of tokenism. Talking about the Constitution as well, how do you look at that perspective? Because it's out there.
So what this is a trial run. So it's just going to be something we're introducing as a reaction to what we have, a trend that have raised concerns in Nigeria. I think the proposal is to run for 4 electoral cycles, and then it will be brought before Parliament again for consideration whether we want to expand it, whether we want to scrap it, whatever it is. So there will be onus. The onus will be on if it passes and it becomes law, so it passes the National Assembly, it goes to the states, it passes, the president signs it into law, and we run it for 4 cycles. The onus will be on those women that will emerge to prove that there was a reason or there was a gap. We look at it and it has merit, why not? Otherwise, this is something that has a sunset clause.
Okay.
It is just to bring it on stream, and then we can make the evaluations.
So as the countdown begins, because we're hopeful that the votes would commence possibly at the end of November. Supposedly it was supposed to be on 4th of November, but it's been moved. As the countdown begins, what is the biggest factor that could determine the outcome of the votes?
So, we have the numbers for this stage. So this is a marathon, right?
Yeah.
So we've started somewhere, and it needs, first of all, we need to be mindful that whatever happens in the National Assembly needs to be concurred in the states. Okay. So all the stakeholders, all the critical stakeholders are important. As we're engaging at this level, and then we're having conversations among the stakeholders, the state houses of assembly need to also take ownership and feel connected to the process. Other stakeholders, the governors.
Indeed.
The governors, very, very important. The traditional institutions. What I'm saying essentially is that we know all of these people that will have something to do with the bill getting passed. But the first stage is the 360 House of Rep members and 109 senators. We know them, we know their offices, we know their constituencies, we can reach them. As of today, we should be in a position where we're saying that we can identify the ayes and the nays. We should be able to start crunching the numbers. We just need 2/3. We should be able to say, this legislator is in, this one is out. And that can only be achieved through intensive lobbying, engagement. We can't get tired of engaging. Even on the floor, on the date of voting, there will still be a lot of horse trading, a lot of conversations, a lot of convincing that will be going on, pros and cons. But hopefully, if we get it, I know that in the House of Reps, for example, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker have started some kind of caucus dialogue. So caucus by caucus are being called to examine the bill, to clarify the gray areas, to ask questions, to make sure everything is clear so that people can make a decision based on the facts before them and as against perhaps their cultural background or their religious affiliations or their own personal ethos. No. Take this on its merit, do the analysis, and make up your mind.
Okay,
Hopefully we'll get it done.
Okay, so now this question brings me to the National Assembly Library Trust Fund. In terms of research, data gathering, and mapping, is there going to be a role? Because I'm thinking tracking, how do we track the support or monitor the positions of lawmakers? Is that something that the library is also looking at? And then the voting process, because Nigerians want to know. Someone said, I want to know if my senator voted against women so that in the next election,
you can.
So all of that. So is there going to be a methodology to that?
It's like a game of football. Only the 11 players on the field will count on the day. If you're not a legislator, you will not be in the room. You will not be able to. But at the library and resource center here, what we're doing is that we're providing support to the House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Amendment.
Okay.
We're supporting with our legal researchers, and we're partnering on across the entire process for constitution review, including the reserve seats bill. We have held different events here. I remember we had a lot of stakeholders on this particular bill, where we've had meetings with other development partners, and we're still open to continue to provide support to the process.
Okay. So finally, this one, I think you would have to speak to the camera because I want the lawmakers to see that you're speaking to them. What would be your message to them? I mean, they're your colleagues. Some of them are your friends. Some of them are mentors. Especially they're the ones who hold the majority of seats, and they will be the ones voting. What kind of message would you want to put out there for them? Because again, man to man, you would know the kind of conversation backed. I mean, there is always leveraged on ego. So what would be your charge?
So my final charge or my appeal to members, honorable members and distinguished senators of the National Assembly, there is nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing. This is a process that involves the creation of additional seats. So if you're looking at it from the attraction of democratic dividends to your state, it has an advantage. INEC, if this goes through, will be required to delineate fresh constituencies that will be allocated as the special seats. I think there are going to be 37 special seats from the House and 37 from the Senate. There's no risk on existing structures, political structures. There's absolutely nothing to lose. Imagine your wife, imagine your sister, or imagine any important woman in your life that has a political ambition, only to be excluded based on the capacity for perhaps financial deep pockets or other considerations that are cultural or religious. This is a positive thing. This is contained in our legislative agendas. This is part of the MDG, I believe it's Goal 5, that talks about inclusion. We are willing, and I think the National Assembly has already begun that process effectively to amend the Constitution. There's absolutely no reason for us to be afraid. Let us avail ourselves the opportunity to study this bill, ask questions, get the facts. If there are any gray areas, this is the time to ask those questions. I believe once those areas are clarified, there is nothing holding us back. I encourage us to please support this and make it happen, to put Nigeria on the stage where women's voices count.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
You're welcome.
This was, I mean, you couldn't have put it any more easier. Like Jesse Jackson would say, inclusion is not a matter of political correctness, it's about growth.
Absolutely.
And you speak to that in all its entirety. Fingers crossed.
It will go through.
Amen. Amen. And well, that's what we contained today, and you've heard it. Insightful, deeply detailed, layered, and coming straight to you from the heart. I guess we may not have spoken about certain things we spoke about backstage, but the truth is, the reserve seats bill is a bill for Nigeria. It's a bill for democracy, but most importantly, it's a legacy bill. Till I see you again next week, my name is Adora Simijak. Thank you so much, and let's pass the reserve seats for women.
Mommy, why don't I see any women in parliament?
My daughter, that's how it has been since even I was a little girl. No, Mommy, this has to change. Women make up 50% of Nigeria's population and less than 4% in the National Assembly. Our country cannot compete productively with one hand tied behind its back. Let's pass the reserved seats for women's bill. It's not about women alone, it's about our whole nation. Pass the reserved seats for women bill! Pass the reserved seats for women bill! Pass the reserved seats for women bill! Pass the
My name is Anu Luakpo Gabriel. I've been inspired by trailblazers like Dr. Ngozi Okojo-Iweala, who have made global impact through determination and leadership. The likes of Chief Osasigbine Ogocha, Madam Toun Okwewale Sonaya, Madam Abia Lagbe, and our dear Dr. Adora Signijak, amplifying our calls for us to believe that girls can indeed lead. Men like Hamza Lawal leading men's voices forward, that women indeed have a place. Dear leaders, we have come to you with a heartfelt plea, a broken heart that only the passage of the bill can heal. We are grateful for the unwavering support of our Honorable Benjamin Kalu and Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas and our dear Honorable Khalifa Togbara, whose advocacy for the reserved seat for women bill has been instrumental in pushing for change. We're not demanding rights, we're asking to be heard. We're not seeking special treatment, we're seeking opportunities for a democracy that works for all. We're not trying to take anyone's seat, we're trying to have a seat at the table. Women are the backbone of this nation. We're the ones who nurture, who care, and who build communities. But our voices are often silenced, our contributions overlooked, and our potential untapped. We urge our leaders to endorse the reserved seat for women bill. We want to be a part of the decision-making process. We want to contribute to Nigeria's development. We want our voices to be heard and our stories to be told. Please, Nigeria, hear our plea, endorse the reserved seat for women bill. And let's build a nation that values, empowers, and uplifts women. The time for change is now. Let's make it happen.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out loud for justice and development and hold the rights of other people high. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women now are working to build a better world, where the love of peace can rest on every shore, where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's edition of your program, Global Matters. I am Shola Jaisime. So many interesting things have happened in the last week, and of course we'll bring them to you on this program. I want to tell you that today is the Nigerians in Diaspora Day, an event put together by the Nigerian authorities to celebrate Nigerians who are out there. There is reported that there are millions of Nigerians, millions of them, who are doing Nigeria proud. Some are not doing Nigeria so proud. But we celebrate those who are making Nigeria's name to stand out in whatever sphere of human endeavor. So we'll be bringing to you what's happening in Abuja, where this event is holding, Nigerians in Diaspora Day, put together by the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. My colleague, Sadiat Dosumu, will be joining us to give us the feel of that event. How are Nigerians who are flown in? What are they saying about Nigeria? And how optimistic are the authorities that the diasporans who remit not less than $22 billion every year into the Nigerian economy, what they feel about this lovely, great country of ours. We'll get to my colleague in a bit, but let's look at some global things that have occurred, one of which will be our talking point as well today. United States President Donald Trump has imposed new tariffs on 60 trading partners in the latest escalation in the trade war reignited by the U.S. president when he returned to office last year. Those countries that are targeted include the UK, China, the European Union, which will face a tariff of 10 to 12% on all goods, accounting for almost all American imports. And those tariffs are also expected to fall on Nigeria because, according to the report that we have, it says that Nigeria and a couple of other countries will also be faced with 12% tariff. And this is because, according to the United States, that there are some issues around forced labor imports that it alleges Nigeria and these other countries are involved in. This was announced on Thursday by the Office of the United States Trade Representative. So it's a big one which we'll be looking at on the program. How does it affect Nigeria? I have somebody who will be joining me to give his perspectives. He's a governance expert. His name is Wale Dada. He's based in Washington, D.C. So let me see if we can join my colleague who is at the State House. That's Sadiat Dosumu, to share with us what is happening right there at that event, Nigeria's in Diaspora Day. But before she comes on, some topical stories as well. Iran says that it has carried out, we're not unaware of the resuscitation of fights between Iran and the United States. And Iran says it has carried out strikes on military facilities and bases across the Middle East in retaliation for the 13th consecutive night of American attacks on the country. Iran state media said explosions were reported along Iran's Gulf Coast and in the western, eastern, and central areas of that country. 4 people were killed and 5 others were injured in attacks. Iran later announced that it will do more strikes on U.S. allied Kuwait, while sirens sounded in Bahrain and as well as in Jordan. So those are what we have about this escalation of crisis between these two countries. It's getting messier by the day. Lives are being lost, Iranian lives, American lives, and the UN General Assembly is expected to meet in September. Is that body still active? Can it mediate? Apparently, the U.S. has no trust in the United Nations. That's what President Donald Trump has said. He has said it. He has shown as much in all he has done. Let me go to another continent in some of our topical news stories. A leader of India's youth-led movement, which is known as the Cockroach Movement, held a second round of talks with government officials on Friday after Prime Minister Narendra Modi pledged legal reforms and swift punishments for those involved in examination malpractice. The Indian capital has been rocked by these demonstrations led by the social media-driven Cockroach Janata Party, which has demanded an overhaul of the education system and the resignation of the education minister after repeated testing scandals. South Africa is where we're headed next with the news stories we have. Remember that President Cyril Ramaphosa has been facing some interesting scenario, allegations of, sleaze, the $500,000 that were stashed at his ranch, the Falafala crisis. Well, the South African court has ruled on Friday in favor of the president that impeachment process being launched against him by the parliament needs to stop. The president of South Africa had asked the West Cape High Court to stop that impeachment committee until his review of a November 2022 report that found that he, quote, may have committed serious violations and misconduct. So President Ramaphosa, some will say, he lives to fight another day. We'll be watching that story on how the president of that country, South Africa, is faring. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get across to my colleague, Sadia Dosumu, to tell us what's happening at the venue of the Nigerians in Diaspora Day celebrations. Then we'll get to our main topic with Wale Dada, a governance expert, on the renewed tariffs that U.S. has slammed on Nigeria. Let's take the short break.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live. The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figure, the state and non-state actors.
There is a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting the scheming.
This is not a period we should keep our world. Every part of this country is important.
The intrigue.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you've trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
For nearly 3 decades, you trusted us with the story of our nation and beyond. Now, our political program gets a powerful upgrade. Welcome to the all-new Democracy Today Extra. We're shifting the gears of political broadcasting. No scripts, no spin, just the uncompromising truth.
Is there true democracy in political parties in Nigeria?
Adila, why are we so obsessed with whether governors will use police against their opponents or even the president? Why?
Get ready. In-depth, no-holds-barred interviews.
Reserve seats, when it eventually comes to stay, is not the destination.
How do we safeguard the will of the people?
If a governor wants to intimidate you with the current police that we have, they will intimidate you. They don't need state police to intimidate anybody.
Fearless analysis, unfiltered facts.
The legislature is the fulcrum upon which democracy evolves.
We're bringing the ultimate searchlight on political actors, holding power accountable every single weekend. 10 p.m. Nigerian time on Saturdays and Sundays. Bold, analytical, uncompromising. Democracy Today Extra.
Okay, thank you so much for staying there with us. So let me bring in Wale Dada. Wale Dada is a governance expert. He joins me from Washington, D.C. Thank you, sir, for being part of the program today. We apologize, for the little break in our transmission. We're trying to get something sorted before coming to you. So, Mr. Dada, these tariffs that the United States has slammed on Nigeria, your impression about this? Because this is coming just a few days after, well, President Donald Trump wrote a letter to Nigeria's Bola Tinubu giving him thumbs up for the partnership between Nigeria and the U.S. in the area of security, fight against terrorism and all of that. And the Nigerian authorities, of course, have said, look, that's a partnership that is working, U.S.-Nigeria security. But a few hours after, less than 48, heavy tariffs on Nigeria because the U.S. has said our labor issues are funny. Your impression around all of this, Mr. Dada?
Well, thank you, Shola. And since we're coming off of the recent FIFA World Cup, Donald Trump has shown himself to be the Maradona of global politics, where one day he praises us and then the next day he switches to the left flank and imposes tariffs on Nigeria and multiple countries. I believe that this is one of the many challenges that the world is facing right now with the inconsistent policy from the White House when it comes to global trade. And in our case in Nigeria, this doesn't really impact us because of the fact that we don't do as much trade with the United States as we used to do in the past. We do roughly about $5.5 billion a year. Our total exports are closer to $63 billion a year. Our major trading partners are now Spain, India, and China. And so this shouldn't have a strong negative effect on our exports.
So, but the U.S. authorities, through that slam on Nigeria, said why they're doing this is because of labor-related issues. Can you throw more light on what you know about this?
I was looking at the report yesterday that showed that in Nigeria there are roughly about 1.3 million Nigerians, particularly children, teenagers, that work in slave-like conditions. This typically happens in the north central part of Nigeria, in the mines sections, Nasarawa states, parts of southern Kaduna, and it happens all across Nigeria with the concept of house girl, house boys that we have. But it's not a predominantly Nigerian issue. I actually think that this trade tariff imposed by the White House is more targeted at China, that has been accused for many, many years of slave-like conditions in the production of all the goods it exports around the world. But how it's going to play out with other countries that import Chinese goods or use Chinese components in producing goods that eventually end up in the U.S. is yet to be seen.
So, Mr. Dada, you have the impression that the U.S. may have just done this because they're displeased about issues of child labor. Is there anything more to it from what you think? Because that's what is done out there, child labor. Or is it because Nigeria just is not really on the trade radar of the U.S., apart from the oil that they had been enjoying from Nigeria?
Funny enough, Nigeria is one of the better countries when it comes to child labor or forced labor. There are many African countries that have worse conditions. The DRC is one, Eritrea is one, and we have a couple of other smaller West African countries. But when it comes to Nigeria, I think this is more of a policy mistake or policy blunder by the White House that would eventually go to the courts, like it did in February this year, when the first round of tariffs that were announced in 2025 April were struck down by the Supreme Court. And I see many companies that do business with countries like Nigeria and around the world going to the court system, and this will eventually be knocked down.
Okay, Wale, the price of oil now, I'm looking at the bigger issues now. Brent crude now knocking $96 per barrel because of that war in Iran, between the US and Iran. Any positives for Nigeria along these lines? Because we know when the people are fighting one another, some people profit.
As long as Dangote keeps producing and refining crude oil in Nigeria, and he keeps a decent amount for the Nigerian public, for the Nigerian market, I think we're all good. It's great that we're getting a windfall of foreign exchange dollars, foreign exchange. So that's a good plus for us. We also have the fertilizer companies in Nigeria that are doing relatively well. And so Nigeria is well insulated, or rather it's decently insulated this time from the price shock we're seeing in the Middle East. It's up to us to see what markets nearby within Central and West Africa where we can export more oil and we can export more fertilizer if we have production that outstrips our domestic demand.
So, Wale, Nigeria and its place on the world stage. Let me get your take on this letter. How are Nigerians reacting to the letter the Nigerian presidency has said President Trump sent, commending this administration for its effort in the fight against terrorism? Although we know those experts, which the U.S. sent, military analysts and experts, have returned to the U.S., and it seems terrorism just had an uptick after those guys left.
The prowess and the intelligence capabilities of the Nigerian military and our intelligence agencies have never really been in doubt, just for the fact that there are constraints on resources, equipment, and some of the training relationships we have outside with foreign nations. Our military has had to contend with a lot doing a lot of domestic operations. And of course, the fact that the White House or the U.S. put pressure on Nigeria, sending those troops earlier this year to support our troops in terms of technical training, that was a good thing. And yes, we have had some wins. And now that the U.S. forces or the training teams have come back to the U.S., the Nigerian government will have to, sustain the effort. I find it very interesting that not only, the time between when we got this letter from the White House and the fact that Donald Trump announced that there might, or rather there are feelers that there might be a U.S. military operation targeting rebels in Mali, came on the heels of the training that they have received the training Nigerian soldiers have received. So there's a possibility, I'm speculating right now, but there's a strong possibility that the lessons learned from operating in Nigeria are going to be deployed in Mali, because we do have a problem in the Mali and Burkina Faso regions right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Wale Dada, for giving us your perspectives, not just on the trade tariff that has been slammed on Nigeria, but other global issues from the U.S. capital, Washington. Thank you, Wale. Okay, so now let's head to my colleague who is here in Abuja with me. She's actually at the State House, talking about Sadia Dosumu. The Nigerians in Diaspora Day happening, a day set aside to honor those who are doing their bit, making this country proud, though they live and work outside the shores of this country. Sadia Dosumu, what's the mood like in that hall where Nigerians from the diaspora are gathered?
Yeah, hello, Mr. The message of this and of course, the theme for this year is enhancing global diaspora medical resources to strengthen local health systems and national health development. And this is what we're discussing as a knowledge. Actually, we're actually taking to interview some of the diasporans that came, some from the United States. and luckily they're doctors. So I asked them, I said, we've had issues and a lot of Nigerians, even a lot of Nigerian doctors, and so how do we convince, you know, the medical expertise when they are doing so many of them were like, it's been Jack Harry all for quite some time. So what they are they have to come back. So I said, how do we do this? How do this work? So explaining that the government has to come up with policies about attracting to the young doctors, nurses, that we hold them stay back in the country. But people are living in the country for support. They're looking for green country. If we make Nigeria comfortable for them, of course.
Okay, Sadia, let me pose this to you, because I think the quality of the line is not very good. I don't know whether the signals are jammed at the presidential villa. But the Nigerians who are in the country now, who have come in for this conference, they have optimism about the Nigerian nation. That's why they have bought their tickets, flown down to be part of this stay at this event organized by NIDCOM. What is their impression from those you've spoken to about the challenges Nigerians are facing, especially these issues of insecurity?
I didn't get that. I didn't get that. What did you say?
Yes, insecurity.
Okay. It was one of the concerns for raised, during it's one of the very strong communities. Being like some of them coming into Nigeria, the first thing to worry about is insecurity. The government can do more. That's part of we have to save those who want to remain in Nigeria. The government to look for other ways of ending the insecurity challenges in Nigeria. That they've been going about. It seems they've been going about this the same way. So they can also try other means to speak to other countries who have been able to get these things right.
Okay, Sadia Dosimu, thank you. Though the line wasn't very clear, but we can see you there, and you give us more of what the Nigerians who have come in are saying and what the authorities have been telling them. Because, like you and I know, this administration's foreign policy thrust lies on the 4 Ds: demography, development, development and diaspora. Yes, that's the 4th leg, and that's why we're looking at it on the program. Thank you. Okay, so with what Sadiat has shared with us, there's huge optimism. Diasporans, they've been doing Nigeria proud. Apart from sending us huge remittances, almost $22–24 billion every year, they're also putting their money where their mouth is. They're coming back home to be part of this stay. So if you're there and you have jackpot, do not forget home. We continue to pray for Nigeria and to ask those who are in authority to get this country become what it desires to be. Not everybody will check out. That's the program. I am Shola Jaisimi. I thank you for watching.
The fall armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies into varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ganier also fears that once introduced to farmers, the GMO maize would keep other local crops from growing. Kwapata says there is no evidence that would happen, but he acknowledges that people are concerned.
There's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of political anxiety, but in the final analysis as researchers, we are saying that the nation needs to give us a chance to do the research diligently, independently, without due influence.
Kwapata says the researchers will present the results of the trials only to government authorities so they can decide whether the GMO maize should be introduced in Malawi. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
Thousands of migrants returned to Morocco after crossing into Spain's Ceuta enclave. Displaced Gazans doubt U.S.-backed Hamas disarmament deal despite renewed peace efforts. And France contains one of its largest wildfires after 42,000 hectares burned. This is a World News on AIT. I am Ogom Ezedimbo. Welcome. Spain is scrambling to contain a migration crisis after tens of thousands of people crossed from Morocco into its North African enclave of Ceuta, triggering emergency security measures and political tensions across Europe.
Spanish authorities say around 40,000 migrants crossed into the Ceuta in recent days, many swimming around the border barrier separating the enclave from Morocco. While more than 25,000 have since left the territory, the unprecedented influx has overwhelmed local authorities. Madrid has deployed troops to reinforce security in Ceuta, while Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez and Interior Minister Fernando Grande Marlaska traveled to the enclave as the government stepped up its response to the crisis. This situation has reverberated across Europe. Italy has called for Spain to be suspended from the Schengen free travel zone, while France has tightened checks along its border with Spain amidst concerns over irregular migration and border security. This version starts with the broader issue, explains the current situation, and ends with the wider European implications, making it stronger for an international TV bulletin.
And thousands of migrants crossed into the Spanish territory from Morocco are returning home as Spanish and Moroccan authorities step up efforts to manage one of the region's largest recent migration surges.
Videos and images from Ceuta show groups of migrants making their way back to Morocco after crossing into the Spanish enclave, many having entered by swimming around the border barrier separating the territory from the North African country. Spanish police sources say about 40,000 migrants entered Ceuta in recent days. The Spanish Interior Ministry says more than 25,000 have since returned to Morocco, with departures taking place at a reported rate of about 150 people per minute. Authorities from both countries continue coordinating border management and humanitarian operations, while security forces remain deployed along the frontier to prevent further irregular crossings. The mass movement has renewed attention on migration pressures along Europe's southern border and the need for closer cooperation between Spain and Morocco on border security and migration management.
British Prime Minister Andy Burnham says the United Kingdom has offered support to Spain following the mass influx of migrants into the Spanish enclave, describing the situation as a matter of shared concern for European border security. Speaking in Sheffield, Burnham said his government had contacted Spanish authorities to offer assistance and to better understand the implications of the rapidly evolving situation.
But obviously that's a matter for the Spanish government first and foremost, but it is a cause for concern, and we are making contact with the Spanish government, the Spanish authorities, to provide support, but also to understand the implications of that situation.
Comments come after tens of thousands of migrants crossed from Morocco, overwhelming local authorities and triggering a major humanitarian and security response. Burnham said the United Kingdom would continue working closely with European partners as Spain seeks to manage the crisis and restore control along one of the European Union's busiest external borders. Spanish and Moroccan authorities remain engaged in efforts to facilitate returns and strengthen border management and prevent further irregular crossings into the territory. And also, Spanish Prime Minister has condemned the mass crossing of migrants, describing it as a violation of Spain's territorial integrity and vowing to restore control of the border. The influx has triggered one of the country's biggest migration crises in recent years.
Speaking during a visit to Ceuta, Sanchez blamed human trafficking networks for exploiting vulnerable people and pledged that Spain would defend both its national borders and the European Union's external frontier. Police sources say around 40,000 migrants crossed into the territory in recent days, many swimming around the coastal border barrier separating Ceuta from Morocco. The unprecedented influx has overwhelmed local authorities and prompted the deployment of additional military and security personnel. Spanish authorities are working with Morocco to manage the crisis, while emergency services continue assisting migrants and processing new arrivals. The incident has reignited debates across Europe over border security, migration policy, and cooperation with countries of origin and transits.
And from the migration crisis in Spain, we move to Gaza, where displaced Palestinians in central Gaza say they remain unconvinced that the newly announced U.S.-backed agreement involving Hamas phased disarmament and the withdrawal of Israeli forces will bring lasting peace, citing the collapse of previous ceasefire efforts.
In Deir el-Bala, residents displaced by the conflict said they have little confidence that the latest agreement will be implemented after months of war, repeated displacement, and previous deals that failed to halt the fighting. Some described the proposal as a possible step towards ending the conflict, while others said any optimism has been overshadowed by the destruction of homes, the loss of loved ones, and years of unfulfilled promises. Under the US-backed framework announced by President Donald Trump, Hamas would surrender its weapons in phases, while Israeli forces would gradually withdraw from Hamas under international monitoring. However, implementation remains conditional, with both sides insisting the order must first meet the key obligations. Despite the diplomatic breakthrough, fighting has continued in parts of Gaza, reinforcing doubts among many residents that the agreement will quickly translate into peace on the ground.
French authorities say a massive wildfire that has affected about 42,000 hectares remains contained within its perimeter, although firefighters continue battling persistent hotspots. Airborne crews and hundreds of emergency personnel remain deployed as the operation enters another critical phase.
Images from a French civil protection helicopter show waterbombing aircrafts making repeated drops over burning forests and smoke-filled landscapes near Bordeaux, as firefighters work to prevent fresh flare-ups. Officials say cooler temperatures and higher humidity have helped stabilize the blaze, allowing more than 140,000 evacuated residents to begin returning home. However, access to some of the hardest hit areas remain restricted while emergency crews monitor active fire zones. The wildfire, one of France's largest in recent years, has destroyed approximately 42,000 acres of forest since erupting last week. Authorities said the fire is contained but not yet fully extinguished, with aerial and ground operations continuing to secure the perimeter and prevent the flames from spreading.
China's leading human robots manufacturer Unitree Technology says new U.S. restrictions on foreign-made advanced robots could limit its future expansion into the American market as the company prepares for a multi-billion yuan and stock market listing in Shanghai. The warning comes amid escalating technology tensions between Washington and Beijing.
Unitree Technology, known globally for its humanoid and quadruped robots, disclosed in its IPO filing that although its current products have received U.S. regulatory certification, future models could be excluded under new rules introduced by the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, targeting foreign-made advanced robots. The company plans to raise about 4.2 billion yuan through its listing on Shanghai Star Market, with the proceeds earmarked for robotics research, product development, and manufacturing expansion. International markets account for more than 40% of its revenue, making access to the U.S. strategically important. The latest restrictions are part of broader U.S. measures aimed at reducing dependence on Chinese technology over national security concerns. Analysts say the move could reshape competition in the fast-growing global humanoid robotics industry, where Chinese companies currently hold a dominant position.
A visiting U.S. congressional delegation has urged Taiwan to move quickly to expand its drone capabilities and saying the self-governing island must accelerate production and procurement as it faces growing military pressure from China. The appeal comes as Taiwan's legislature continues debating competing proposals on how to fund a major drone program.
Speaking in Taipei, Republican Congresswoman Young Kim called on Taiwan's legislative yuan to send what she described as a strong demand signal by approving funding to build and acquire as many drones as possible and to do so quickly. The bipartisan U.S. delegation is in Taiwan for meetings focused on security and regional stability.
This delegation is here to identify ways that Congress can boost stability in the Taiwan Strait and preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific. Congressional support for Taiwan remains robust and very bipartisan. But we all must do more and do it quickly. Our adversaries are not resting, so we cannot either. Drones are central to warfare. We hope that the legislative yuan can send a strong demand signal to build and buy as many drones as possible and do it quickly.
Taiwan's government has proposed spending up to 210 billion new Taiwan dollars on domestically produced unmanned systems over the coming years, but the plan has become the subject of political debate, with opposition parties backing alternative funding models through the annual budget. The renewed push reflects growing concern over China's increasing military activities around Taiwan and the lessons drawn from recent conflicts where drones have become a key element of modern warfare and deterrence.
This is a World News on AIT. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Thanks for staying with us. Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, remained largely calm despite calls for a nationwide strike and anti-government protest over proposed constitutional changes that critics say could allow its president to remain in power beyond the end of his final term in 2028. Despite fears of unrest, the country remained peaceful and throughout the day, although security forces stayed on alert as authorities warned against unlawful demonstrations.
Images from Harare showed normal traffic, open businesses, and a visible security presence as authorities monitored the city following calls for demonstrations by opposition groups and activists. The protests were sparked by proposed constitutional amendments that would cancel future presidential elections and extend the tenure of President Emmerson Mnangagwa, who is currently serving his second and constitutionally final term. Supporters argue the reforms are necessary for political stability, while critics say they threaten democratic governance. Opposition parties have challenged the proposed changes in court, arguing that such amendments require approval through a national referendum. They accuse the ruling ZANU-PF party of attempting to consolidate its decade-long hold on power, a claim the government rejects. Despite fears of unrest, Harare remained peaceful throughout the day, although security forces stayed on alert as authorities warned against unlawful demonstrations.
Students in India's capital say tougher penalties for leaking examination papers are welcome, but insist deeper reforms are needed to restore confidence in the country's education system. The calls follow weeks of nationwide protests over recurring exam scandals that forced the resignation of India's education minister.
Students at Sri Ram College of Commerce in New Delhi say legislation increasing penalties for examination paper leaks is a positive step, but argue it addresses only one aspect of a wider problem affecting transparency, accountability, and equal access to education. The demonstrations were driven by allegations of repeated examination irregularities that sparked outrage among thousands of students preparing for highly competitive entrance and recruitment tests. Protesters demanded stronger safeguards, greater accountability, and comprehensive reforms to prevent future leaks.
I feel whatever initiative they've come up with is really good, and it's a very important step that they've taken. But I feel the main aim should be stop the paper leak entirely, or come up with mechanism that can at least improve the situation a little. Obviously, it cannot be done in a day or two. It would take some time. But we should at least start taking steps towards it. Just extending the jail time and the punishment doesn't stop crimes from happening, even other crimes. Meaning, like, the system has to change fundamentally, like the entire base of it has to change. And this entire, this thing that paper leak has sparked this entire conversation about the education system. So I'm really happy, and I really want that the government would take some steps towards improving the entire education system.
Yes, this law is a step in the right direction. They are finally focusing on the education sector. I would like to see more laws being passed for the education sector and the anti-paper leak in the parliament. It's a step in the right direction.
Obviously, I believe that it has come very late. We have seen hundreds of paper leaks in this country, and now in 2026 we are taking that step which should have been taken 10 years back. I believe that it's too late. However, there is a positive thing that it has finally come. So I believe, yes, to some extent it will help the students. There are still actions to be taken in the right direction, such as changing the system. We are still going through manual examinations. There are less computer-based examinations in this in our system, such as like in CLAT, and other exams. We are taking manual examinations, which increases the discrepancies in checking the paper.
The Indian government says the proposed legislation is intended to deter organized examination fraud and strengthen the integrity of the country's testing system.
The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. No. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
However, many students maintain the lasting public confidence will depend on broader institutional reforms beyond tougher criminal penalties.
Peru's Constitutional Court has overturned the 15-year prison sentence imposed on former President Ollanta Humala in a corruption case, ordering his release in a decision that marks a major twist in one of Latin America's biggest political scandals. The court ruled that Humala's conviction should be squashed, although it did not declare him innocent of the allegations. The case is expected to return to the lower courts for further proceedings. Humala, a former army officer who served as Peru's president from 2011 to 2016, became the first Peruvian leader to stand trial, which implicated senior politicians and business leaders across Latin America. Prosecutors alleged that Humala received illicit campaign funds from Brazilian construction giant during his presidential campaigns. He consistently denied any wrongdoing. The scandal triggered investigations across the region, leading to the prosecution of imprisonment of several current and former political leaders, and remains one of the largest corruption investigations in Latin American history. And workers and residents have gathered at the site of a deadly coal mine explosion in Pakistan's southwestern Balochinta province, where at least 34 miners were killed in one of the country's worst mining disasters in recent years. The blast is believed to have been triggered by a buildup of methane gas ripped through underground mine near the provincial capital, trapping dozens of workers beneath the surface. Emergency teams worked through the night to recover victims and search the damaged tunnels as grieving families waited outside the mine for news of their loved ones. Mine workers say the tragedy underscores the dangers they face every day, describing the job as one with no guarantee of returning home safely after its shift. Pakistan's mining sector has long faced criticism over poor safety standards, with fatal accidents linked to explosions, tunnel collapses, and inadequate ventilation occurring regularly across the country's coal-producing regions. And next is Sport Track. Team Nigeria continued its impressive campaign at the Commonwealth Games, adding to its medal across athletics event. And world record holder Tobi Amusan was unable to defend her women's 100 meters hurdles title and settling for bronze after finishing third in 12.60 seconds. Goodness Wanchuku won the gold in the women's discus with a world record throw of 39.66 meters, while Chukwuebuka Enekweche also claimed gold in the men's shot put. Jessica Oji completed another successful day for Team Nigeria by winning silver in the women's shot put on her international debut. Nigeria now has 60 medals at the Games, comprising 8 gold, 5 silver, and 3 bronze medals. Attention now shifts to the men's and women's 400-meter finals, where Samuel Ogazi, Edidiong Okonudo, and Ella will be aiming to add to Nigerians' medal tally. The second round of group matches at the 14th Women AFCON will continue today with Group B. 2022 champions Bayana of South Africa 6 resurgence against Ivory Coast, while Tanzania will attempt to make it 2 wins from 2 matches when they face Burkina Faso, who lost to Ivory Coast in their opening match. Meanwhile, host Morocco have secured their place in the knockout phase of the competition after a 1-0 victory over Algeria in their second group game to give them maximum points from 2 games. And Senegal defeated Kenya by a lone goal to record their first win of the tournament. And that's the world news on AIT. I am Ogom Ezinibo. Thank you for staying with us.
neutralizes 102 terrorists during July operations. And Niger State Police arrest man for mass production of fake NIN and voter cards. This is Abuja Report on AIT. I am Aicheda Majakondomi. You are welcome. Now, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has ordered the demolition of an illegal settlement near Karimajiji in the Kukwaba district of Abuja, describing it as a suspected hideout for criminal elements. The directive followed a meeting of the FCT Security Committee on Friday, after which the minister led security operatives to inspect the settlement.
After meeting with security chiefs, during which the current security situation in the territory was reviewed, the FCT minister decided to see things for himself by visiting the illegal settlement near Karimajiji, where intelligence reports had revealed that suspected criminals often retreated to the area after carrying out attacks in parts of the Federal Capital Territory. He directed the FCT Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanusi, to work with the Director of the Department of Development Control to immediately demolish the settlement as part of efforts to improve security across the nation's capital. The minister later inspected the ongoing construction of the access road linking the FCT Fire Service Station to Arterial Road S1. Wike expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of work, while urging the contractor to consider extending the scope of the project to deliver greater benefits to residents.
The first segment of this road is building the bridge that leads to that point, but we have told them that it should be extended in order to lead to Oladipo Edia Road. And we believe, I just asked the management of the company now, they are still insisting that by December they will hand over the project. What I do not know is the extension will have to be included. But I'm putting pressure on them that it will be very appropriate to also include the extensions so that it will be meaningful. But we're happy with the job they've carried out.
When completed, The infrastructure is expected to improve traffic flow, enhance emergency response times, and boost accessibility across the rapidly developing Gadwa district. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
Still on matters of crime, the Commissioner of Police FCT Command, Ahmed Sanusi, says the command has recorded major success in its ongoing crackdown on crime, particularly with the arrest of 3 suspects for vandalizing public infrastructure across Federal Capital Territory. The Commissioner, who said this during a media briefing in Abuja, emphasizes that proactive patrols and credible intelligence from residents led to the recovery of vandalized public assets, including drainage covers, solar street lights, armored power cables, and communication cables during operation in Maitama, Gariki, Durumi, Jabi, Apo, Legislative, Lugbe, and Nyanya. He said 5 suspects who are currently in police custody were arrested in connection with the recovery and will be charged to court after investigations. Almost 400 kidnapped victims were rescued by the Nigerian military this July during its various operations across the country. Troops also neutralized 102 terrorists and arrested over 345 suspects within the same period. These are highlights of the monthly briefing by the Defense Headquarters. Defense correspondent Has Akodi has to report.
So, the Nigerian security forces continue to make strides against terrorists. It's the July edition of the briefing by the Defense Medial Operation, led by the Director, Major General Michael Onoja.
Troops also supported.
In June, the military said it rescued 542 kidnapped persons, neutralized 129 terrorists, and took 486 suspected criminals and collaborators into custody for profiling. The scorecard for July, Major General Michael Onoja says, almost matches that of the preceding month.
During the month, we neutralized over 102 terrorists, with 345 terrorists and criminals arrested. We also rescued 393 kidnapped victims. Additionally, 57 insurgents surrendered to troops, while 59 arms and 1,811 rounds of ammunition were recovered.
The Nigerian military will, he stressed, work assiduously to crush those he described as enemies of the state. Has Akodi, AIT News, Abuja.
Now, of the world to commemorate the 2026 World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, says the fight against the menace is non-negotiable. In 2026, the fight against sexual exploitation and human trafficking in Nigeria reached a new intensity. NAPTIP recorded 2,355 sexual offenders. Of these, 456 have been convicted, 1,182 still await trial, and 265 remain under investigation. Director General Binta Adamu Bello reaffirmed the agency's unwavering commitment.
Our response must go beyond just rescue. So helping them rebuild their lives through psychosocial support, through education, skills development, and sustainable livelihood, it is one of the most effective ways of preventing them from being trafficked again.
No institution, no country can solve a crime built this way alone. No one. That is why a united, coordinated response is required, and this is why UNODC is uniquely positioned to support it.
Traffickers no longer travel to find their victims. They reach them where young people already are, on social media, in messaging apps, in the digital space we consider safe. Behind every case NAPTIP reports on is a person.
Trafficking in persons continues to evolve, exploiting technology, false promises like we have mentioned, and human vulnerability. But so must our response.
The increasing number of Nigerians rescued from Mali and other countries underscores the need for a coordinated national framework that guarantees the safe return, rehabilitation, reintegration and empowerment of victims, which draw global attention to one of the fastest growing dimensions of human trafficking, the exploitation of people through online fraud schemes and cyber-enabled criminal enterprises. The World Day Against Trafficking in Persons is marked on July 30th every year. These success stories were achieved through partnerships with international allies and civil society organizations confronting transnational crimes and sexual exploitation head-on. Now, original inhabitants of the Federal Capital Territory says years of marginalization and poor representation have left them on the fringes of politics and governance. Determined to change the narrative, indigenous youth have launched a grassroots mobilization campaign across the FCT's 858 communities to encourage greater civic and political participation. The campaign aims to equip young people with the knowledge and skills to overcome barriers to governance and inspire them to take a more active role in shaping the future of their communities.
The participants say while Abuja has grown into a city that belongs to all Nigerians, the rapid transformation has made it more difficult for the original inhabitants to secure adequate representation in government. At the town hall meeting in Kuje Area Council, speakers urged indigenous youth to take ownership of their future by participating actively in politics and community leadership.
They are the dominant population in Nigeria. And so whether we like it or not, sooner than later, they will take over the leadership of the country. And because the country is faced with a lot of challenges, it is important that we train the youth to understand the anatomy, the psychology, and the philosophy behind these challenges.
Stakeholders stress that sustained civic education and mobilization are key to ensuring that indigenous youth are informed, organized, and ready to take on leadership roles.
The last election that we did, this kind of awareness were not done. And we decided to follow the footsteps of INEC. Before the general elections, there are sensitization, voter educations. So definitely we look at it, it is our duty to educate those that we vote, the youth leaders.
To disabuse them from sentiment and sectionalism.
The town hall meeting was organized by the Abuja Original Inhabitants Youth Empowerment Organization. The event focused on empowering young indigenous people to speak with one voice and play a more active role in the governance and development of the Federal Capital Territory. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
Ahead of the 2027 general elections, a new trend of production of fake voter registration cards and national identification number (NIN) cards has been busted by the police in Niger State. The Commissioner of Police, CP Adamu Elaman, who disclosed this while parading the 42-year-old Mohammed Buba at the command headquarters, also hinted that suspects involved in the recent land crisis that claimed over 100 lives between the Kamuku and the Fulani communities in Rafi local government area are also in the police net.
It is the briefing by the Niger State Police Command to showcase some of the significant operational achievements in July 2026. 71 suspected criminals were arrested during this period. One of the key suspects, 42-year-old Mohamed Buba, was arrested by operatives of the command's tactical support team following intelligence reports from Munya local government area for allegedly producing fake national identification number (NIN) cards and permanent voter cards (PVCs) for more than 1,000 unsuspecting residents.
He charges the victims 2,000 per NIN and 1,000 per voter's card. Adding that, he produced the fake cards for over 1,000 persons and has realized over 3 million naira.
Police warned members of the public against patronizing unauthorized agents for identity and voter registration services, urging residents to use only approved government channels.
We have gotten this one and we'll still work on them and we'll get other conspirators that were doing the same job with them. And by God's grace, I'm promising Nigerite we'll do all what we could to make sure that we use our expertise and everything to recover more.
Similarly, CP Adamu Eleman added that some suspects have been arrested in connection with the recent land crisis between the Kamuku and the Fulani communities in the Rafi local government area, which led to the death of about 100 persons and the burning down of another 100 houses. Other recoveries made by the command during the period under review include 10 AK rifles of 74, 49 and 47, 330 rounds of live ammunition, 9 children rescued from traffickers, large quantities of illicit drugs, among others. Zachary Omale, AIT News, Mina.
If you're just joining us, this is Abuja Report on AIT, reaching you live from our Paduma Hill studios in Asokoro. Here is a reminder of our top stories. Federal Capital Territory Minister orders demolition of illegal settlements near Karimajiji in the Kukwaba district of Abuja. Military rescue 393 kidnapped victims, neutralizes 102 terrorists during July operations. The Niger State Police arrest man for mass production of fake NIN and voter cards.
Every great stew comes down to one moment. The moment that decides everything. When the tomato paste meets the oil, fries well, blooms deep red color, and gives off rich aroma. And when it blends well with everything else in the pot, I see it all coming together. New Tasty Tom fries well, blends well, shines in the moment.
My love, you shine so bright.
Welcome back. Now to health matters. Nigeria's partnership with Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, is set to further strengthen primary health care and routine immunization following the approval of a new $500 million grant for the 2026 to 2030 period. The commitment was reaffirmed during a visit by Gavi Chief Executive Officer Dr. Sania Nishtra to the Solarized Apo Primary Healthcare Center in Abuja. Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Muyi Aina, described the Apo facility as a model for collaboration between the federal government and Abuja Municipal Area Council. And Gavi, he said the new funding will enhance access to quality healthcare services and support sustainable immunization programs across Nigeria.
You may not have the 100% of the budget, but the most important thing for a commission organization is how do you ration what you have, so that you work within the resources available to achieve whatever you want to do. Going about the Kirby, another area where it has been on the railroad over a number of years, is now ongoing. So our own is what we call here incremental intervention. Government can do whatever they want to do, but we look at where they are not going because of any reasons. We now come in as incremental interventionists to complete or to support and move forward.
Executive Officer Dr. Sania Nishta said the 5-year support package will fund vaccine procurement and strengthen Nigeria's primary healthcare system. She noted that Gavi's partnership with Nigeria has helped immunize more than 75 million children over the past 2 decades, while commending the country's continued financial commitment to vaccine financing. Dr. Nishtar also reaffirmed Gavi's commitment to supporting Nigeria's efforts to reach zero-dose children, strengthen health systems, and improve maternal and child health care. She described the Solarized Apo Primary Healthcare Center as an example of how strategic investments can expand quality health care and improve health outcomes for vulnerable populations. Nigeria has unveiled a new agriculture financing model that uses AI-driven system to automate disbursement and recovery of funds under the Renewed Hope Smaller Support and Value Chain Fund. This is as government is rolling out a 250 billion naira intervention fund to expand access to credit for smallholder farmers and raise Nigeria's annual grain output from the current 11 million metric tons to 25 million metric tons.
It's a comprehensive framework that will transform agricultural lending operations through digital technology, value chain financing, and mechanization.
Yes, I took
Speaking at a media parley, the managing director, Bank of Agriculture, Ayo Sontiri, said government is repositioning the bank into a modern development financial institution capable of serving millions of farmers across the country.
The President gave $250 billion to the Bank of Agriculture for this program, right? For us to finance, smallholder farmers. So the point is, if we're entrusted with such responsibility, who are we to sleep, let alone not design a program that works? So we designed, how this program will work from end to end, how we're using technology and all that to cover the program. And we've gotten to a point where we are now, we've rolled out the program. We're now testing it to ensure that we are seeing, all the gaps so that we can take our lessons learned, fact sheet and try and improve on the services that we're providing to the farmers.
The program, known as the Renewed Hope Smallholder Support and Value Chain Fund, is expected to raise Nigeria's annual grain output from the current 11 million metric tons to 25 million metric tons by providing affordable financing, improved farm seeds, and technical support to farmers.
Now, the Bank of Agriculture would operate almost only through a bank account on the phone or on your computer. We now advanced, the use of bank accounts to also having a wallet system. You load 5 bags of fertilizer on someone's account, on his wallet. By the time you get to maybe a collection center, they have a POS where they can use to deduct money from your account. That same POS can deduct the inputs. So for us to be able to finance a farmer through a farmer aggregation company, I also need to know that he has a Bank of Agriculture account. And through the digitization of all our processes, AI can do the magic for me. I don't need banking officers to be checking, has this farmer aggregation company put money in his 50,000 farmers account, where he's checking individual accounts. How many accounts can one individual check, right? And you're talking about multiple transactions that they need to check.
While the first phase of the initiative will commence with 500,000 farmers this farming season, the scheme will ensure about 2 million farmers across the Federation get the support needed for increased food production. Ngozi Onyejiako, AIT News, Abuja.
Every great stew comes down to one moment. The moment that decides everything. When the tomato paste meets the oil, fries well, blooms deep red color, and gives off rich aroma. And when it blends well with everything else in the pot, I see it all coming together. New Tasty Tom fries well, blends well, shines in the moment.
My love, you shine so bright.
Welcome back. In a bid to reposition Nigeria's public service as a global institution of excellence and efficiency, the Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms, Dasuki Arabi, has urged public officers to embrace the principles of good governance, organizational effectiveness, and regulatory compliance. Arabi made the call at the opening of an induction program organized by the Bureau for the leadership of the South-South Development Commission.
Agabi said the induction will equip the Commission's management with the knowledge required in public sector governance, ethics, financial management, and regulatory compliance.
Citizens' quest on government or governance and service delivery is on the rise. Make it an imperative for public officers to acquaint themselves with the rudiments of governance. Therefore, the responsibility before you are enormous and the need to sustain harmonious working relationship is required to achieve the overall organizational goal of your commission.
Stakeholders describe the program as a key step towards strengthening leadership and accountability in public institutions.
This induction definitely would provide something invaluable, the opportunity for us to pause, reflect, align and strengthen our shared understanding of governance, accountability, leadership, and institutional excellence.
Together, we can build a peaceful, secure, and prosperous South-South that continues to serve as a catalyst for Nigeria's economic transformation and sustainable development.
They are of the view that effective service delivery and institutional stability depend on strong leadership and compliance with established government frameworks. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
The Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has announced the submission of former President Goodluck Jonathan's name as its presidential candidate for the 2027 general election to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, despite ongoing leadership disputes within the opposition party. The Interim National Working Committee, led by Kabiru Turaki, disclosed it had manually submitted former President Goodluck Jonathan's name alongside those of governorship, National Assembly and State Houses of Assembly candidates to INEC in compliance with the Electoral Act 2026. Addressing a press conference late night, the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Inni Ememebong, says INEC acknowledged receipt of the submission, even though the electoral umpire allegedly denied the faction access to electronic submission codes.
This is why every Nigerian, regardless of political persuasion, has a stake in defending multi-party democracy and resisting every attempt at state capture. Nations prosper when political competition is free, fair, and credible. We remain hopeful with God on our side, not man on our side, not power on our side, not money on our side, but with God on our side, victory is certain, even if it is delayed.
And that's Abuja Report on AIT. I am Aicheda Majekodome. Thanks for staying with us and do have a lovely weekend.
In southwestern Zimbabwe, crops in the Mangwe area have withered away. Even local farmers will be among Zimbabweans who need aid until next year. That includes 42-year-old Singazi Sibanda, a mother of 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up. There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor,
at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. And when a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our U-monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CGID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Anna Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajuffo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business,
This is Democracy Today on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I am TV Tiav. Welcome. It was easily noticeable that President Bola Tinubu drastically reduced his public engagements on return to Abuja on June 2 after the Eid al-Kabir holiday. He was mostly represented at most of the public functions by his deputy, Kashim Shettima, or the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, the President's Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, the First Lady, Remi Tinubu, and even President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and the House Speaker, Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. President Tinubu, in this outgoing week, after a long absence from public engagements, received 2 sets of visitors at the presidential villa in Abuja, where he made comments that have generated a lot of reactions. These were his meetings with the Catholic bishops on Tuesday and the Olubadan of Ibadan land, His Royal Majesty Rashidi Ladoja, on Thursday. Tonight, we shall review some of the key issues the President raised in his comments at the 2 meetings and how they have resonated with Nigerians. We have in the studio a renowned public analyst and columnist, Majid Dahiru, to engage some of the issues, but also get ready to be an active part of the conversation tonight. And that's because we shall be taking most of your comments from our social media handles, and you can join us on AIT Democracy Today on X, Facebook, Instagram, and Trends. You can also comment on the live feed of this program on our YouTube channel, which is Africa Independent TV. But then before we get into that, let's bring you up to speed with some major developing stories.
It's Friday. And so, let's begin today's edition of Political Updates across Nigeria with the Kabiru Turaki-led Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, which announced the submission of the name of former President Goodluck Jonathan as its presidential candidate for the 2027 general election.
We have successfully submitted manually and in full compliance with the Electoral Act 2026 the entirety of the list of candidates sponsored by the Authentic People's Democratic Party. This submission, containing the names of our presidential candidate, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, as well as all governorship and National Assembly and National and State Assembly candidates, receipt of which has been duly acknowledged by INEC.
And from Tuesday, INEC will, ahead of the 2027 general election, commence nationwide one-week display of the preliminary register of voters for claims and objections. Oyo State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Professor Rahman Adeniran Tella, who confirmed this in a statement in Ibadan, the state capital, said the exercise will run daily between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. The display, which will enable registered voters to correct misspelled names and other biometrics, identify fake voters and those who are dead for removal from the voters' register in their polling units, is part of INEC's timetable and schedule of activities ahead of the 2027 general elections. Now, police have arrested 42-year-old Mohammed Buba from Munya local government area of Niger State for allegedly producing fake national identification number, name cards, and permanent voter cards
He charges the victims 2,000 per NIN and 1,000 per voter's card. Adding that, he produced the fake cards for over 1,000 persons and has realized over 3 million naira.
Meanwhile, the opposition African Democratic Congress, ADC, has challenged President Bola Tinubu to extend the same security resolve that secured the rescue of puppies and teachers kidnapped in Orire local government area of Oyo State to rescue other Nigerians who remain in captivity across Kwara, Borno, and other parts of the country. The party was reacting to the president's remarks on Thursday while receiving traditional rulers from Oyo State, led by the Olubadan of Ibadan.
Thanks for staying with us. The major stories there for you, and we'll get into the conversations right away. And just like we told you, get ready. Let's get your comments, even questions on AIT Democracy Today. That's our social media handles as we get into the discourse. And we have with us a renowned public affairs analyst and columnist, Majid Dahiru. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for
You are dressed like one of them today.
Oh.
The politician. It's all right. The president, after a long absence from public space, we saw him this week meet with the Catholic Bishops' Conference, members of the Catholic Bishop Conference of Nigeria, and then the Olubadan. And a number of some of those things, Nigerians have been picking up, trying to piece one or two. And that is one thing with Nigerian leaders. Most times they talk to Nigerians through aids, media aids, statements, and some reps and all of that. But anytime they speak by themselves, you see the kind of reaction that we're seeing now.
And that's because when they speak, it is more authoritative, it's unfiltered, and they speak from the heart, and they speak to the issues that they're trying to address. And in this particular instance, when the president spoke to a delegation from Oyo State, a delegation of traditional rulers led by the Olubadan, Chief Oba Rashid Ladoja, the president sort of put a stamp of authority on some of the narratives, the informations, if you like, even the speculation surrounding the abduction and rescue of the Orire school children and their teachers. He practically summarized what has been put out there by the critical stakeholders involved in that military operation. So that seems to have driven home the point that maybe for the first time in a long while, the federal government indeed decided to deploy the full might of the state in pursuit of terrorists and bandits that abducted our children, and in the process secured their release. And there was something he talked about what he said. He went as far as saying that they went after their families.
Yes.
And you could see he spoke with disdain and anger, as though we wanted to do to them what they intend to do to. And he said categorically that we refused to negotiate, we refused their demands, and we went after them. That was the way he said it that shows that I didn't know this was possible. Because this is the first time the president is saying this emphatically. We've had abductions under this administration since the last 3 years he's been in office, and you hear things like we deployed non-kinetic means to secure their release. So the president will not address the issue. So we take it for granted, or we conclude the fact that, okay, probably must have used negotiated means to secure the release of some of these abductees. And this is something that some of us have criticized seriously. We have said it over and over again that when you negotiate with these terrorists and bandits, you simply abandon them. There's nothing good that can ever come out of it. And I, for one, for instance, I don't like to hear that expression called non-kinetic approach. It's something that I disdain so much. And I've always urged the Nigerian state to go after domestic and foreign enemies with all the might of the state.
And the non-kinetic involves repentant terrorists.
To me, when I hear Nigerian government officials talking about non-kinetic approach to security, it is simply the pacification of bandits, the appeasement of bandits through whatever means, security and some payment. But the president said something, again, instructively. He said, this is now the beginning of a new approach that they're going to try to adopt. Meaning the president as commander-in-chief appears to have tasted blood. So he's now willing to go. So the advice of the ADC is in order. We want to see what happened in Oyo, as commendable as it is, and indeed we must commend it. We want to see that replicated across the country, and it is possible. It is possible, particularly in the Benue and Plateau security situation. We no longer want to hear or see the designation of the mass killings in Benue and Plateau as communal crisis. We want to see government treat it as it is. According to the Tortiv, he said this is ethnic cleansing, this is genocide.
Land grabbing.
Land grabbing. So the government must understand that there are no two fighting situations in these two areas. There are no two communities fighting, no.
Now he has approved the establishment of a division in Makurdi.
With the headquarters in Makurdi. So we want to see the same action taken here. Let this be a security renaissance for Nigeria, where we would mobilize all men, material, and other relevant resources to take this war to these terrorists and bandits, defeat them comprehensively once and for all.
Indeed. Let's also listen to what the president said about forest guards, state police, the security situation. He also mentioned Burkina Faso, Niger Republic, and Mali.
It is our hope that INEC you mentioned are neutral. They've never intimidated anybody. If political opponents are crying wolves, maybe they are afraid of their own shadows and the uncertainty in the companies they keep. Not me. In demanding that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, dealt with making voters' cards easily available to all eligible voters and end with election results that reflect the true choice of Nigerians. INEC you mentioned are neutral. They've never intimidated anybody. If political opponents are crying wolves, maybe they are afraid of their own shadows and the uncertainty in the companies they keep. Not me.
In some repetitions there, I thought we'll finish with security before we go to the political matter, but the producer has already taken us to the political statements the president also made. In fact, this was one of those that, if you go online, a number of people were talking about, but shockingly, the opposition did not react to it in the way and manner some persons expected, because they kept blaming the APC. The APC was responsible for crisis in ADC, in NDC, in SDP, PRP, and everywhere, But the president is now saying, look, but one thing he said was, look, all is fair in politics. And a number of people are running away with that, it's almost similar to what he said in 2022, that grab it, run with it.
Well, the thing is, by now, we should have understood the kind of democracy we are practicing. And the president maybe wants to defend himself against allegations of interference in the running of INEC, and the undermining of independence as it relates to other political parties, individual on his power of incumbency. So maybe that's his own way of defending himself. But you see, I choose to look beyond some of the back and forth in terms of blame trading in the polity, to look at the fundamental issues at stake here. You see, the crisis you see across political party lines is simply a function of the failure of the political party system in Nigeria. And I've said this severally. The attempt by rival political parties to even interfere in other parties and undermine it using certain weaknesses, certain loopholes within their own system, didn't start today.
Sure. It's part of politics. It's
part of politics. So what usually you do is you look at your opponents. What are they doing? What are they not doing right? And you see if you can leverage on that to get judicial interference, to peddle them. It has happened severally. In fact, the opposition used it so much against the ruling party between 2015 and 2019, when a number of states in Nigeria, particularly Rivers and Zamfara, didn't have candidates because PDP engineered, so it's something that has happened over and over. It's not.
But the accusation this time was that the president and his party were driving towards a one-party state. That was the...
I've always said that, look, opposition was going to suffer a major blow ahead of the 2023 election if the PDP violated zoning. Sometimes in Nigeria, we need to take certain things into cognizance. I've not seen any government as mercurial as the Buhari government in the war against opposition. I've not seen any before. In fact, the entire gamut of the Buhari administration's war on corruption was war on opposition. We saw it in this country. Yeah. They launched an inquisition into the PDP financing, campaign financing. Started from there. The PDP spokesperson was clamped into. We saw it. It was as if one of the major criticisms of the Buhari government's war on corruption was it was a corrupt war on corruption because it was skewed against the opposition. It was partisan in nature. Yet opposition was resilient. We didn't see the campaign into the ruling party between 2018, 2015 and 2023. Rather, we saw people the campaign from the ruling party to the opposition. Yeah. It was in 2023 that the Nigerian opposition suffered a major problem. When the PDP violated zoning and feeded the northerner at a time that many stakeholders across party lines said power should tilt towards the south. Yeah. Especially on the platform of a party like the PDP that was strongly supported by the south. Unfortunately for the party, as was predicted, the party didn't win that election. A southerner emerged from the APC as president. Naturally, there was what was called a Southern Alliance, a Southern rapprochement, especially when Tinubu himself was a skilled politician who opened his doors and reached out to his fellow brethren from the south. Yes, yeah. So it was just natural for people from the stronghold of the PDP, Niger Delta, or South, if you like, the Southeast, to now gravitate toward one of their own, who's now president.
In fact, the then former Delta State governor, who was a running mate in that election, said, look, it was when they gave him the ticket that he realized that the people...
was and we predicted this is ahead, that people were going to stick into oblivion.
Is that most probably what the president is talking about, or what we're going to see in 2027?
It's part of it. Look, so PDP was no longer going to be in opposition, and I've always done this. Look, at the 1-year anniversary of Chief Ndokpesi, we had a symposium here. I predicted clearly, that was in 2024 now, just 1 year after. I said the PDP would likely not have candidates going to 2027 elections. Or if they will have, they will simply be placeholders for the ruling party in 2024. So nobody should have expected a position from the PDP side. Unfortunately, the ADC, they sort of tried to pull, okay, after much said and done about one-party state and the fact that other parties have been decimated into the APC, the ADC came up as, okay, the last frontier of opposition, call it a coalition if you like, but they committed the same blunder with the PDP, again, by violating zoning. So critical elements, including Peter Obi again, that should have been part of this coalition, around the southern candidacy, pulled out again to the NDC, leading to a weakened opposition, right? This on one hand. Then, beyond this, we are a 27-year-old democracy. One would have expected that by now, opposition parties would have learned a thing or two about how to run and manage political parties in the true sense of the word. My dear brother, it is easy for anybody at all to disorganize a political party. You know why? They hardly obey their own rules. There's no political party in Nigeria, including the opposition, that can boast of a credible membership register.
But this time they were forced to submit the digital register.
Is it credible? If it was credible, how could the party in Nigeria was able to conduct a free, fair, and credible direct primary election? From the ruling party to the opposition party. To the extent that when the ruling party brought a very terrible innovation to our electoral system, something that is another new law in our democracy, where you conduct elections at the party level, and the party cannot publish list of candidates up to today.
Up to today.
All parties followed suit. Atiku's NDC, Wike's PDP, Obi NDC are in the same basket.
They are waiting for tomorrow, August 1, when INEC will publish the provincial list.
So what is now the difference between how you operate your own system and how the ruling party is operating? Now, if, for instance, there are crises now arising from this method you've adopted, whereas the ruling party can simply call a meeting. They have more than 30 governors.
Yes.
They have the president and say, okay, you, don't be angry. Take this one. How will the NDC and the ADC resolve their own problem when they imitated and copied exactly the bad ways of the ruling party? What mechanisms do they have to solve the problem? So if the ruling party, for instance, without necessarily considering, decide to now engineer crisis there, legitimately,
because aggrieved aspirants...
We definitely emerge. You wouldn't start blaming the ruling party. So the problem is, how come...
In fact, the running mate today, Rotimi Amechi, had gone to court.
Initially,
until he was given the nominated as running. That's when we
they are waiting to watch and see. So what if someone decide to, pour kerosene into the fire that might likely engulf these parties? Do you not blame the ruling party? The question is, how come the opposition party that want to take off from the ruling party cannot even manage the political party in a manner that signals a paradigm shift from the status quo, that now signals hope that when these ones come to power, they will not behave the way these other guys behave? What is so difficult to run a political party along the lines of true liberal democratic practices?
They say it's not easy to conduct primaries. That's what the number of them on this same seat you are sitting told me here. But my producer is now saying, look, we have the track-up of the president on what he said about security, or is it insecurity? Let's listen to him, and then we'll tidy up that.
What is the federal government doing? What is the state government doing? That we now found that between you and your security people, to which I'm going to thank them through you. You have made a turning point in the issue of kidnapping in Nigeria. The fact that you did not pay ransom, the fact that you stood your ground, shows that, yes, we now have a government that knows what it's doing.
The security situation is what it is. We don't have another country but here, this Nigeria. And we revert to our national anthem. In this complexity, diversity, we shall thrive, live, rejoice, and be good to all of us as humanity. And that is what we're doing. Yes, I've seen that the challenges are there. I inherited it. I didn't run away. I asked for this job, and I'm in it.
Yeah, the president again on some of those issues he's been talking about. But my concern is there's so much emphasis because I think at the meeting with the Olubadan or so, he told them, look, any soldier you see on the road, give them a pat on the back. They're doing well, and all of that. We've created divisions and all of that. There will be state police and the rest. But the big question is, yes, it's good to invest in the military, advancing the war and all of that, but what happens to the Nigeria police force? Can you recall anything apart from the recruitment that the president has approved? I think about 50,000 or so that he has done for the Nigerian police force since 2023.
Yes, I think it's a source of concern because ordinarily, the police force is supposed to be the lead security agency when it comes to internal security. And one would have expected that a thorough police reform should have taken place between when he became president and now, especially when his NSA is a retired police officer. I've made the point several that Nuhu Ribadu should use his influence as a retired police officer, serving as NSA, first of his kind in the history of Nigeria, to push through a comprehensive police reform as part of consolidating the architecture of national security.
Yeah, I think there was one, I can't remember his name exactly, but I think a Dahiru or so that was National Security Advisor.
Ismail Gwarzo.
Gwarzo, yes.
And that was under the military. I'm talking
under
about
the military,
Fourth
okay,
Republic.
yes.
That was under the
military from Shonikon to Abacha.
Yes. So, but under the Fourth Republic,
yes.
He's been the first. And for me, I don't see anything wrong with that.
No, certainly not.
I've always said that anybody can be NSA as long as they have the skill set. And so, one would have thought that would have been a focal point for him to use that influence to say, look, we need that. So, because if you observe, the previous NSAs we've had are mostly drawn from the army or the military. And there have been an overt militarization of national security because of what they bring to bear. So one would have thought that there would have been a departure, but that has not happened. But Peter says me, the only thing we can now hold on to is the state police that the president himself has initiated. And why this is significant is this. There's no president before Bola Tinubu, since 1999 at least, that ever agreed to even take a second look at of state police, because nobody wanted to cede their power of policing to subnationals. So for Tinubu to have done this, in spite of himself being a politician, politicians think of the next election, they don't think of the next generation. This is one of those steps that somehow you wonder, well, all hope is not lost in Nigeria, really.
But you remember he was pushed to do so. The U.S. Congress, they are hearing clearly when they were outlining the problems with the Nigerian security architecture.
But the fact that he accepted.
Yeah. Did he actually have a choice?
No, he had a
because almost, if you look at it, almost everything they said at that public hearing, the U.S. Congress public hearing, he has followed through.
Yeah.
Withdraw police from people who are not this thing.
No, the truth is he has a choice. You know what I'm saying this? It is important for critics like us to always give credit to people in power whenever they do something right.
You know
why?
For those who believe in state police, because there are still Nigerians who do not believe in state police.
Oh, well, the thing is, whether you believe or not, somebody has taken a decision to do something novel, something of an innovation. It can go wrong or it can go right, but it's better than taking no decision at all.
Sure.
Now, for me, where the onus lies now is on the state governors. We must focus now on state governments and continue to set an agenda for them using what went wrong with the former police force and please appealing to their conscience not to repeat the same mistake at the state level. For instance, we must tell the Nigerian governors, 36 of them, that in constituting your state police, don't make it a local police, a native authority police, or a tribal police force, or a religious one. I hear people say they want to collapse the existing vigilante going to the police force. I say, no. Vigilantes should remain vigilantes and hunters. They will still be required. They will still be needed. Your police force should parade the best human beings possible with the right intellect, patriotism, and most importantly, integrity.
And the right training.
From anywhere you can find them, to draft them for training. That is, your police force should be comprised of people of impeccable. It's something that you must correct.
Yeah.
Because in the old order, misfits are never do well. We are said to go to. If you are stubborn in the area, you used to break people's head up and down. You say you are very stubborn. You should go to the police or the army. No.
Yes.
Some people don't enforce law, and when they get to that system, they corrupt it. So bring the most decent people, those gentlemen and women that are decent, that are law-abiding, bring them into the police force of your respective states, and please, in the interest of this country and the preservation of its continuous existence, we must appeal to the conscience of the Nigerian police, of the Nigerian governors to please do not make a mess of state policing as you have done some other things under your jurisdiction. You know why? If state police fails to improve security, Nigerians will ask for all-out anarchy of everybody carrying weapons to protect themselves. That will be the end of Nigeria. Even though some of us believe in the liberation of arms possession, but not in the manner it will be demanded for if state policing fails. So a lot of responsibility is on the shoulders of the Nigerian governors. So from today going forward, please, we must jump into that era. This is not state independent electoral commission. No. This is not state any other thing. This is security. Please. in administering this institution in your state, sacrifice your personal, political, tribal, religious interests for the collective interest of security, national security, beginning from the each and bits of the country called Nigeria, which is comprised of 36 states. We must, if we need to kneel down, if we need to organize prayer sessions, if we need to
Which
organize...
is what most Nigerians do.
We just have to... What we need to do, govern us, please. This is the last lifeline we have as an independent country to restore security and order. If you mess it up, I don't know what else Nigerians will ask for. Other than to say, look, the Nigerian state is no longer able to protect us.
Let us protect ourselves.
And with the state exist, we need to collapse at that level. So a lot of responsibility is now on the governor. For once, commit class suicide in this regard.
The same way the president has committed class suicide to say,
powers to you.
Powers to you. There are some academics who are saying, look, Omotekun and all of that, if they are not integrated into the state police.
No, they should be vigilantes.
But they're saying some of them have been trained in carrying local arms and all of those things.
Amotekun is tribal in nature.
No, but state police, the truth is state police will be tribal.
No, residency. This is one of the mistakes we must correct going forward.
But that is the narrative. The state governors are putting forward, the National Assembly and everybody.
Must correct them, and I'll tell you why.
So you are saying that somebody from Kogi State, for instance, who is in Nasarawa, should be recruited? Yes.
I'm not fit to serve in the Kogi State Police Force. You know why? I don't live in Kogi. I don't know the terrain. My son, about other children, have not visited their hometown more than 5 times in their lifetime. You can't carry such a boy and take him to Kogi to go and become a police officer because he's from Kogi. Let him serve in Abuja where he's used to. We're all Nigerians.
But Abuja is federal police that we have here.
I'm just saying.
Yes,
assuming, for instance, Abuja was like a regular state. In Kogi, there are people of other ethnic groups, including Aborigines that are resident. When we talk about residency, residency includes the Aborigines and those who came to reside. They're all residents. Pick from them the best people of character that can provide security for the environment. If it takes Adibu man in my government to be the best person that will serve as the DPO, as long as I can go to bed and sleep, as long as my parents, my uncles in the village, make him the DPO.
This is your proposal, and I'm not sure it will fly with
it. Has to fly.
I'm not sure it will fly.
Let me tell you the danger in tribalizing the police force. Beneath the surface of the 3 major ethnic groups of Nigeria, you have more than 1,000 ethnic groups and subgroups. If you tribalize the police force, it will become another entity that has been consumed by identity.
And some persons have also raised this issue because they said if you pick only the indigents, they could turn against non-indigents who are resident in those
another
areas.
Tribe within the state. Another tribe within the state, among you the indigents. One tribe can use the police force against another tribe within that same state. The local government chairman can try to use the police and populate it to his own tribal men against other tribes in that same local government. That's why residency. Let me tell you one thing about residency that people are afraid of. Like water. Like water. If you apply a merit-based criteria to people into the police force, limiting on residency, right? Like water, everybody will find their space within that system. You discover that the indigents will not be shortchanged. The indigents whose talent, whose calling is to be in the police will naturally find their way. The residents who don't want to be part of the police will not join. But those who have the passion to say, when others are sleeping, I think I should be awake to monitor what's happening. Let them be an opportunity.
I hope when they put up the framework, the bill for the framework of the state police, when the National Assembly is considered, I hope you will be there to make this public presentation.
That's why we are starting it.
Yeah, we'll start it now. At that public.
It has to be based on merit. Yes. Let us prevent the mistake that happened at the federal police. We use quota system to populate the police with ethnic and tribalistic tendencies. And most people in Nigeria, in the federal police force, you see, are there at the pleasure. They are there to service that narrow tendency. So I'm saying, let us not repeat that mistake at the state level.
Which will be worse, catastrophic.
It will be catastrophic.
Indeed, we shall take a break now. When we return, we'll put up what the president said. You mentioned governors here repeatedly. What he said about the governors. He said he has removed subsidy, he has given them money, they are busy doing flyover. So we get to that after this break. Stay with us.
I was in one of these internally displaced communities recently with one of his commissioners. And the commissioner made a pledge of 150,000 naira for the 3 IDP centers. 150,000 naira pledge. And I say, hey, Honorable Commissioner, if what you want to spend is only 150,000 naira, come. Privately. I went and gave the money to him. But this is an emergency. The implication of that is that the governor does not empower his appointees to work. I went to another IDP place where a community was attacked. The deputy governor of Benue State went to that place and pledged 1 million naira to the soldiers in an emergency situation. The deputy governor doesn't have 1 million naira to spend. That is the pathetic situation in Benue State. And so now, other states, you find other states buying vehicles, buying security gadgets and rest of them, and donating to these security formations. But not so in Benue State.
That is the Senate Minority Leader, Dr. Abba Moro, representing Benue South. After that interview that we had with him here this week, the Benue State government has reacted, and the reaction is actually coming from the office of the Deputy Governor of Benue State, where his Chief Press Secretary is refuting claims by Senator Abba Moro that the Benue State Deputy Governor Sam Ode visited an internally displaced persons, that's IDP camp, and pledged the sum of 1 million naira to the Nigerian army. They said in the statement they are categorically saying that the claim is entirely false, misleading, and devoid of any factual basis. In fact, they said that there is no IDP camp in Benue South, and where such an event could have happened. But then we are of the opinion that such claims that the senator has made should not just, the reaction should not just end with a statement. We have extended an invitation to the Benue State Deputy Governor Sam Ode, and we are making it public that he should come on this program for a conversation. Indeed, there are certain questions that his statement or the statement from his office did not answer, and perhaps when he comes for a one-on-one conversation, even if it's virtual, you know, such will be more appropriate. We're also having comments across, but let's see if what the president said about the state governors. If we have that clip now, let's have it. Okay, but the president was clear. He said, look, he has removed subsidy. The governors are now using it to build flyovers. I'm just referring to, because it's not just state police.
Of course, a lot of things must go along with it.
If you look at the road leading to Relay,
most communities in
where, yes, where those children and their teachers were kidnapped. Terrible.
Terrible.
Even in Kogi State, where they kidnapped the other people right in SSC, if you see the road going to that place, it's a journey. And that is what, you know, is happening across.
So the man is actually in order to have said, look, it's like 20 jobs to say, don't embark on white elephant projects at a time that we are under a security emergency. Why not deploy this money to enhance security mobility? So for me, governors again, like, look, we also need to echo that to say, really, prioritize things that can enhance and restore security and normality to this country. So you don't construct flyover where you don't have traffic, where you don't have more than you can apply the road. So why not actually construct roads into the rural areas, to the hinterlands that are very vulnerable to bandit attack and terrorist attacks?
When I listened to what the president said, what came to my mind was, okay, you said governors should not do flyover and all of that, but you are doing Lagos, Calabar.
He too should.
You are doing Sokoto, Badagry. You are doing
especially the Calabar coastal road.
Yes.
My problem with the coastal roads, I also consider it one of those projects that I think shouldn't be a priority at this time. And it's simple. You call it a coastal road. Rather than constructing road on the coast, what happened to waterway navigation between Lagos and Calabar? Can't you have ferries moving from Lagos to Calabar along the coast, on the water?
Blue economy.
On the water. So why construct roads that when it rains, the Atlantic will simply cover it up for a few days until water recedes again. So for me, even environmentally, it's not even sustainable. So I consider that what are the kind of project that he should avoid as he's telling this other government to avoid flyover. Fine, articulate that road. I'm saying we could have fuel navigate from Calabar to Lagos by the waterway, which is even a form of diversified form of
transportation.
Like
Because
you said,
our water transportation is completely
very underdeveloped. So NIWA and other relevant agencies should have simply deployed the kind of materials and resources that will now enable to travel seamlessly between Lagos along all of those coastal cities all the way to the end of Nigeria in Calabar. That would have been more sustainable.
Beautiful scene.
Beautiful, very beautiful. So for me, this is not environmentally sustainable. Financially, it is for me not a priority because major highways in Nigeria, federal highways, are under disrepair, and most of these bandits take advantage of broken down roads to attack commuters. So the advice he has given to governors, it is also important for him to also take similar advice and review his budgets going forward to prioritize critical internal roads that connect cities and towns in Nigeria over and above starting a new one that actually leads, if you ask me, really nowhere.
He was also making reference to, social investment, and all of that. But he said hunger has been in Nigeria even before he was born.
That's not an excuse to make it worse. The truth of the matter is, it's one of subsidy and flotation of the naira aggravated whatever situation he met on ground. Now, for many years, people have advocated for this policy to be removed. Unfortunately, most Nigerians didn't challenge that line of that orthodoxy. We swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. A few of us kept our voices loud to say, remove subsidy from petrol in Nigeria. It's like asphyxiating a human being and preventing from breathing in air. Because affordable energy by way of subsidized petrol is the oxygen upon which the economy of Nigeria is kept alive and kept afloat. Before you can administer other things to make it grow or develop. To even remain afloat, you need subsidized energy to produce. And so I criticized that policy before, during, and after. And if nothing is done about this situation, if no government decides to restore subsidy, either by the ruling party or the opposition, Nigeria will not recover from this hunger malaise we are facing, this hunger epidemic we are facing.
The restoration of subsidy.
Yeah, it has to be. Look,
shouldn't the subsidy be restored in order, be introduced in other areas?
No. That's another orthodoxy that we must defeat in the public space. Energy is energy. Energy is fundamental to every other areas of intervention. Even down to national security. Recently, I attended an event where some Air Force officers that attended the event said, because of the cost of Jet A1, it has impeded their flying operations. Because what they quote at the budget, by the time they go to the open market, the price has increased. So it now impedes the efficiency in air operations. It's the same thing with land operations. If you observe critically around Abuja City, patrol vehicles of police officers have reduced drastically in Nigeria because of this cost of energy. Because energy is an integral part of national security. That's why no government in the world, none, plays with national security. America is fighting today. Iran, the second part of the war with Iran, has less to do with Israel and more to do with national security. The Strait of Hormuz. Yes. To the point that when Trump initially secured an agreement with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz was opened, and the price of petrol in the U.S. didn't come down as rapidly as he expected, he issued a warning for the president tweeted to say, bring down that price. If you go to the UK, the conversation around the UK politics today between Kevin Badenoch's Conservative Party and the Labour Party is part of energy. Both promising on what to do to bring it down. Nigeria is the only country where that conversation is not going on, where all parties are agreed that subsidy should go. And when I try to enlighten Nigerians that opposition is failing in this regard.
But just like you said, all the major candidates...
They subscribe to this. And I'm saying, 2 years is enough for people to have a rethinking of this policy. To say, look, I may have agreed with this policy initially, but right now I've seen that it's no longer sustainable.
Some persons will say perhaps they should look at, what do they call the WTO DG called safety nets, and all of those.
It won't to America. Let me tell you this: America subsidizes energy. The top 3 sources of energy in the world, top 3, include the United States, China, and Saudi Arabia. These countries, as of 2023, these countries have spent about $7 trillion subsidizing fossil fuel energies sources. Yet America subsidizes food. America subsidizes education. America subsidizes...
Pays the unemployed.
In fact, the largest chunk of American budget about 80%, is for social security, in addition to efforts on energy. What am I saying? You can subsidize energy and subsidize food along with it, but start with energy. Because if you don't subsidize energy, price of food will keep rising. So Nigeria is the only country that I know that is serious-minded, the only sane country where citizens buy energy and food at market rates.
Let's take this comment from Victor Tehumba, 9250. I think it's on X. He says, though it's on state police, the idea of state police is good, but not workable in the country like ours. Citing the examples of the religious security in Kano State who are like extremists. And he also says, how is the funding of the state police going to look like? Many Nigerians are still
a very
not...
important issue.
Yeah.
Now we're closing over. There are states in northern Nigeria that have declared Sharia. Are they going to use this?
And they could not enforce it because they didn't have state police.
You are using Hisba. And the federal police actually receded from the space. Now that they have police, are they going to use this police force to enforce the constitution of Nigeria or the introduced extra-constitutional laws that are religious in nature? That's what this young man is just raising now. Now, as for the funding, let us not make excuses for the governors. The governors should call for the money to fund security.
It's a primary
responsibility. I will not be done to for money. If they cannot get the money, let them resign and allow people to come in and take over the states. Simple and short. But this issue he raises, this is an issue that we need to iron out. It's fundamental. Because you cannot use the instrumentality of the state to violate people's rights and religious beliefs because the dominant religion in the state has adopted the state religion, which is against the constitution. Now I'm talking about the fact that our police force at the state level must not be ethnic, religious, tribal, or regional in nature. It must, in our own interest, though.
Yes.
Look, in our own interests, allow only people that merit it to go to the police force. Their job is to secure you. What you should expect from them is security. Simple. There should be no quota system. There should be all the things that we know that destroy the federal policy system should be immune by the state against such tendencies. This is very important. Otherwise, if state policing fails in Nigeria, my dear brother, I do not know what next we will agitate for or clamor for.
Was it not, we are running completely out of time, but are we not, was it not curious that at both the meeting with the Catholic bishops and the Olubadan of Ibadan land, the president did not mention the social cash transfer?
Let me say this.
Is it not?
It is inadequate. You see, a country like Nigeria that is struggling with unemployment, underemployment, debt crisis, low standard of living generally, we can't be talking about social intervention now. What you're talking about is...
But you said the U.S., for instance, subsidizes the pays and all that, and the U.S. population is more than us.
Because U.S. has got to the level of prosperity where they can afford this. But they didn't start social security in America became institutionalized in the 1930s when President Roosevelt became president. Before then, it was off and on, it was not regular. And before that type of it was not existing. I think we must first go back to productivity first as a country. And in terms of productivity, the state, the Nigerian state and the states of the federation must retake their premier position as drivers of the economy. I am one of those who believe that government must do business.
They should do business.
They must do business. Now, get everybody working. By the time we produce enough for export, and the wheel of production keeps turning, and the expansion in jobs vis-a-vis our export output keeps increasing. The more you export, the more you need more hands.
But that will depend on the electricity that you're able to provide.
That's why I said a lot depends on the states.
Yes.
They should also go and generate electricity. They've been given the authority to do so. What am I saying? Let's say in principle is that if we expand job creation, and majority of Nigerians are now pulled out of poverty, there are people that have the opportunity that they can never work. The old, the elderly, the indigent and all. We can now manage the size of those that we can now contribute so much more money for by way of social security. Until then, let us even put people that are able-bodied to get to work first. By the time we get to a level of prosperity, relative prosperity, we can now begin to reserve some things for those that are unable to enter the labor force to work productively for themselves and for the country.
Thank you very much, Majid Dahiru, Public Affairs Analyst. A lot to talk about, but we also hope that some of the solutions and issues we'll put on the table, those who have ears will listen. And those who have the right, need to take the right action will do the same thing. Thank you so much for your intervention. And that's the program today. Like we always say, democracy should work for Nigerians, and that is what we're advancing on this program. Stay out of trouble and continue to be a good citizen. I am TV Tiav.
Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have, once means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in Sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson and Mika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.
The number of children dying before their 5th birthday has hit a record low, according to new United Nations estimates. And Malawi is among countries highlighted in a UN report released on Wednesday for making significant reductions in child deaths. It, alongside Cambodia, Rwanda and Mongolia, have all been credited with a more than 75% drop in under-5 mortality since 2000. In the Malawian town of Nemetete earlier this year, parents like Secret Gibson were queuing up to get their children vaccinated against malaria, under a new program being rolled out in countries across the continent.
When a child receives the vaccine like this, it means as he grows, he will be a healthy and strong person. But also, as he attains maturity, it's like you have already laid a good foundation for him. Because if you don't take him for the vaccine, the clinic has reservations to treat a child who did not take the jab.
Preventable and treatable causes such as pneumonia, diarrhea and malaria made up the majority of the 4.9 million under-5 deaths in 2022. While that's a halving of the mortality rate since 2000, it also still represents 1 death every 6 seconds. And the UN warned that the world is behind in its goals for reducing preventable deaths by 2030, with progress slowing since 2015. Overall, deaths of babies and children under 5 in 2022 were concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. It represented 57% of the global total, despite only accounting for around 30% of the live births that year. The UN said better access to primary healthcare and community health workers could vastly improve the outlook. But it also warned that climate change, increasing inequity, conflict and the long-term fallout from the global health crisis could all threaten progress.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges.
Nyesom Wike orders demolition of suspected criminal hideouts in Abuja settlement. In business, Minister of Power rules out immediate electricity tariff increase as generation steadies at 5,000 megawatts. And in sports, Team Nigeria chases more glory in athletics at Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. This is the News Hour on AIT. I am Binta Bukar. Tonight with me on the AIT News Hour is Shola Jayasimi.
Thank you so much, Binta. Now let's begin with the report that almost 400 kidnapped victims were rescued by the Nigerian military this July during its various operations across the country. Troops also neutralized 102 terrorists and arrested over 345 suspects within the same period. These are the highlights of the monthly briefing by the Defense Headquarters. Our correspondent Haza Kodi reports.
So, the Nigerian security forces continue to make strides against the terrorists. It's the July edition of the briefing by the Defense Medial Operation, led by the Director, Major General Michael Onoja.
Troops also support
assaulted.
In June, the military said it rescued 542 kidnapped persons, neutralized 129 terrorists, and took 486 suspected criminals and collaborators into custody for profiling. The scorecard for July, Major General Michael Onoja says almost matches that of the preceding month.
During the month, we neutralized over 102 terrorists, with 345 terrorists and criminals arrested. We also rescued 393 kidnapped victims. Additionally, 57 insurgents surrendered to troops, while 59 arms and 1,811 rounds of ammunition were recovered.
The Nigerian military will, he stressed, work assiduously to crush those he described as enemies of the state. Has Akudi, AIT News, Abuja.
The Nigerian military needs to make more efforts to secure the release of many more held in captivity by terrorists. This is a charge by the African Democratic Congress, ADC, who wants President Bola Tinubu to extend the same resolve used in getting the pupils and teachers in Orire, Oyo State, to other Nigerians who remain in captivity across Kwara, Borno, and other parts of the country. In a statement by the ADC's National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the party said that the successful operation in Oyo should not be treated as a special case, but a general standard in responding to kidnapping cases. The ADC called on the president to use what they called, and I quote, no-deal approach in demonstrating equal resolve and sending equal, unmistakable message to raise the hope of victims' families that government has not forgotten them.
The Nigerian Army has intensified efforts to counter the growing threat of improvised explosive devices, IEDs, by training more specialist engineers and strengthening collaboration with local and international partners. The initiative formed the focus of a seminar organized by the 41 Engineer Brigade in Kaduna as part of activities marking the graduation of Explosive Ordnance Disposal, that's the EOD X2 Course 126.
The brigade is actively involved in Operation Fasanyama and other subsidiary operations of one division area of responsibility.
This manner is not only timely and relevant, but a call to duty for us to continually refine our strategies and enhance our capabilities in countering these persistent threats.
Complicated military operations and humanitarian activities in conflict-affected areas. The widespread use of this device have complicated military operations and humanitarian activities in conflict-affected areas. Notwithstanding, the Nigerian Army Engineer continue to play a vital role in defeating improvised explosive device threats.
The Commissioner of Police FCT Command, Ahmed Sanusi, says the command has recorded major successes in its ongoing crackdown on crime, particularly with the arrest of 3 suspects for vandalizing public infrastructure across the Federal Capital Territory. The Commissioner said this during a media briefing in Abuja. He emphasized that proactive patrols and credible intelligence from residents led to the recovery of vandalized public assets, including drainage covers, solar street lights, armored power cables, and communication cables. During operations in Maitama, Gariki, Durumi, Jabi, Apo Legislative Quarters, Lugbe, and Nyanya. He said 5 suspects who are currently in police custody were arrested in connection with the recovery and will be charged to court after investigations.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has ordered the demolition of an illegal settlement near Karumajiji in the Kwaba district of Abuja, describing it as a suspected hideout for criminals and other persons who ought not to be there. The directive followed a meeting of the Federal Capital Territory Security Committee, after which the minister led security operatives to inspect that settlement.
After meeting with security chiefs, during which the current security situation in the territory was reviewed, the FCT minister decided to see things for himself by visiting the illegal settlement near Karumajiji, where intelligence reports had revealed that suspected criminals often retreated to the area after carrying out attacks in parts of the Federal Capital Territory. He directed the FCT Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanusi, to work with the Director of the Department of Development Control to immediately demolish the settlement as part of efforts to improve security across the nation's capital.
So you have to work with them for security.
The minister later inspected the ongoing construction of the access road linking the FCT Fire Service Station to Arterial Road S1. Wike expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of work, while urging the contractor to consider extending the scope of the project to deliver greater benefits to residents.
The first segment of this road is building the bridge that leads to that point, but we have told them that it should be extended in order to lead to Oladipo Edia Road. And we believe, I just asked the management of the company now, they are still insisting that by December they will hand over the project. What I do not know is the extension will have to be included. As I'm putting pressure on them that it will be very appropriate to also include the extensions so that it will be meaningful. But we're happy with the job they've carried out.
When completed, the infrastructure is expected to improve traffic flow, enhance emergency response times, and boost accessibility across the rapidly developing Gadwa district. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
The Senate committee probing the use of funds earmarked for protection of schools across the country under the Safe School Initiative has opened the probe being conducted by the Senate Ad Hoc Committee, which will examine billions of nairas disbursed over the years in the immediate aftermath of the 2014 abduction of Chibok schoolgirls. Chairman of the committee, Senator Oji Uzokalu, told the Education Minister, Tunji Alausa, and his counterpart in Finance Ministry, Taiwo Oyedele, who appeared that transparency and accountability in public funds management is what the legislature is after. The Minister of Education explained that most of the financial transactions under investigation were before he assumed office.
Ad hoc committee was initially constituted by Senate to investigate the implementation of funding, operational efficiency of the Safe Schools Initiative SSL program. However, in the course of our preliminary engagement and documents review, the Senate observed critical interdependencies across the federal funding channel targeting education, security, and safety nets. Consequently, the Senate in a preliminary resolved to expand our mandates to conduct comprehensive evaluation of financial flows, operational bottlenecks, accountability, and structure across the concerned ministries and agencies of government. I have the privilege of being Minister of Education for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Those disbursements happened almost 5, 6, 7 years ago. And I can tell you today, since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was sworn in, there has never been the only disbursement that happened probably in the last 3 years ago was this targeted disbursement that was given to the police, Nigeria Police Force, the National Civil Defense Corps, and I believe a bit of that money went to one of the other armed forces units. But those disbursements were done entirely by the Foreign Ministry of Finance. That, for us in the Federal Ministry of Education, I think we got a bit of targeted funding, which we can account for that when we go into a private meeting.
On our part, we are committed to transparency. We are committed to working with the National Assembly to try and address any issues that we may find. Whether those issues happen before my appointment or not, I think is secondary, like Your Excellency rightly noted, because government is a continuum. And once we have the opportunity to serve, we must accept responsibility for the office. Whenever we find anything that has not been done properly, where it's for us to acknowledge and then find the solution to it so that going forward, everything will be better and the Nigerian people will be also the beneficiary of the work that we do.
The committee agreed that other issues will be discussed in closed sessions for its sensitivity.
Now let's bring you one more story that we have here. It's on this politics. The Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, says it has forwarded the name of former President Goodluck Jonathan as its presidential candidate for next year's presidential election. The Kaburu Turaki group addressed a press conference on the decision.
We are pleased to announce that notwithstanding INEC's refusal to provide us with the necessary access codes, the codes, of course, is an administrative convenience rather than a legal requirement. We have successfully submitted manually and in full compliance with the Electoral Act 2026, the entirety of the list of candidates sponsored by the Authentic People's Democratic Party. This submission, containing the names of our presidential candidate, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, as well as all governorship and National Assembly and National and State Assembly candidates, receipt of which has been duly acknowledged by INEC.
Insists it remains the authentic leadership of the PDP.
This is why every Nigerian, regardless of political persuasion, has a stake in defending multi-party democracy and resisting every attempt at state capture. Nations prosper when political competition is free, fair, and credible. We remain hopeful with God on our side, not man on our side, not power on our side, not money on our side, but with God on our side, victory is certain, even if it is delayed.
The PDP also alleges irregularities in the release of the certified through copy of a judgment, claiming that portions of a document did not fully reflect what was delivered in open courts. And the PDP faction accuses INEC of failing to maintain neutrality in matters concerning the party, alleging that the electoral body has repeatedly ignored material facts and court orders favorable to the faction.
Nigeria's general elections are drawing closer, and law enforcement agencies are doing all they can to ensure the process is without hitches. The police in Niger State have arrested a man for allegedly producing fake voter cards. Correspondent Zachary Omale reports.
It is the briefing by the Niger State Police Command to showcase some of the significant operational achievements in July 2026. 71 suspected criminals were arrested during this period. One of the key suspects, 42-year-old Mohamed Buba, was arrested by operatives of the command's tactical support team following intelligence reports from Munya local government area for allegedly producing fake national identification number NIN cards and permanent voter cards PVCs for more than 1,000 unsuspecting residents.
He charges the victims 2,000 per NIN and 1,000 per voter's card. Adding that, he produced the fake cards for over 1,000 persons and has realized over 3 million naira.
Police warned members of the public against patronizing unauthorized agents for identity and voter registration services, urging residents to use only approved government channels.
We have gotten this one and we'll still work on them, and we'll get other conspirators that were doing the same job with them. And by God's grace, I'm promising Nigerite we'll do all what we could to make sure that we use our expertise and everything to recover more.
Similarly, CP Adamu Eleman added that some suspects have been arrested in connection with the recent land crisis between the Kamuku and the Fulani communities in the Rafi local government area, which led to the death of about 100 persons and the burning down of another 100 houses. Other recoveries made by the command during the period under review include 10 AK rifles of 74, 49 and 47, 330 rounds of live ammunition, 9 children rescued from traffickers, large quantities of illicit drugs, among others. Zachary Omale, AIT News, Mina.
You're still watching the AIT News Hour. Up next is business, but after the break.
It's
kiss me, ma. This is your 100% in my year.
Babes, are you sure you want to spend this much on hair? Since your landlord just increased rent, I saved for this one separately on Money Point.
Ma, you say you save on Money Point?
Yes.
This Madam Money Point here, the array of hair dryer there, his target savings Money Points I used to have it. The rest of this my sub, his fees savings Money Points I used to do it. The salary of this my staff is save as you transact, son.
Jennifer, Money Point save as you transact. Money Point fixed savings and Money Point target savings.
Where the German won't contribute to it? Where should they? Come on, oh, you go give your money to Hadaku to save. You see Money Points accounts there. You know, go open a savings account. Now, Hadaku, you shoot. I beg everybody inside this my saloon. Oh, yeah, bring out your phone and download the Money Points app now. Even you. What are you waiting for?
Download the Money Point banking app now and start saving with the bank you can trust.
Money Point, made for your progress.
The home is under attack. But not for long, because Hypo is here. Dirty floors and surfaces.
Not on our watch.
Every day with Hypo. Dirty and stains no fit do us shakara. We got the remedy, original palasa. Hypo, Hypo, go Hypo.
Germs always find a way back.
No green. Protect every day with Hypo.
Hypo, go Hypo.
Win big in the Milo Text and Win promo. Yes, 6 brand new cars, along with billions in airtime and cash prizes are up for grabs. Just buy any 20-gram Milo promo sachet, find a unique code inside, then dial *8011*4#. Or scan the QR code on the pack for a chance to win big. Buy more, win more. Promo starts July 1st to October. Milo.
Milo. Soft life isn't luck. It's a recipe. The right ingredients, the right balance, and everything just works. That's what soft life truly is. Choosing what's already made right for you. Hair growth, itchy scalp relief, dandruff control, anti-breakage. Every jar made to give your hair exactly what it needs. No stress, no guessing, just soft, easy hair every day. So yes, be a chef. And when you get it right, it's effortless. Lush hair, live the soft life.
Welcome to Business Report. I am Amaka Okoro. The federal government has ruled out any immediate increase in electricity tariffs, saying its priority is to improve power supply, expand metering, and strengthen the electricity value chain as generation continues to remain above 5,000 megawatts. Minister of Power Joseph Tegbe disclosed this during a media stakeholder session in Lagos, where he dismissed reports suggesting that the government plans to raise electricity tariffs. He said electricity generation has consistently exceeded the 5,000 megawatts mark over the past 2 weeks, reflecting gradual improvement in the sector. The minister explained that government efforts are currently focused on expanding access to reliable electricity, closing the country's metering gap, and restoring investor confidence. Tegbe also confirmed that the federal government has plans to phase out electricity subsidiaries from 2027 as part of wider reforms to address the sector's growing financial challenges. Now, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has warned that differing regulation standards across Nigeria's emerging state electricity markets could discourage investment and weaken consumer protection. The Commission is advocating a harmonized consumer protection framework and stronger collaboration among federal and state electricity regulators under the Electricity Act 2023. Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of FCCPC, Tunji Bello, made the call at a stakeholders' engagement on consumer protection and regulatory cooperation in Abuja.
The obsolete meter intervention illustrates an important principle.
The Commission respected AERC's statutory mandate and recognized its technical expertise. We did not seek to assume the role of the sector regulator. Instead, we acted in a way that supported the existing regulatory framework and strengthened its effectiveness. In my view, this is what modern regulatory governance requires. Institutions should understand and respect their respective mandates, communicate openly, support one another in the exchange of their lawful responsibilities, and work together to protect the interests of consumers.
The meeting brought together the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEMSA, and state electricity regulatory commissions.
The federal level has tried. It's been ongoing. The reforms at the federal level have been ongoing for probably the past 2 decades. And it's time for the states to also step up in that leadership space and show how things can be done differently in some instances, or how reforms can be brought closer to the grassroots.
Having a convergence like this is very paramount to foster collaboration. Coordinated efforts towards serving the different electricity market have been created, especially considering customer protection.
Bello said, while the Electricity Act empowers states to establish independent regulators, effective collaboration is essential to ensure uniform consumer protection nationwide. And now to stock report. Trading on the Nigerian exchange closed the week on a weaker note as the benchmark all-share index slipped marginally amid a sharp decline in trading activity, despite sustained investors' interest in selected equities. The all-share index depreciated by 0.03% to close at 245,315.26 basis points. The volume of shares traded is 898.7 million, corresponding to a market value of 44 billion naira. The market capitalization now stands at 158. Topping the decliners chart. Now, over 100 equities participated in today's trading activities, with 33 gainers and 29 losers. On the decliners chart, we have Veritas Capital Management and Trust, which declined by 9.49% to close at 1 naira 43 kobo, followed by Vitafoam. Vitafoam depreciated by 7.70% to close at 179 naira 80 kobo, among others. On the decliners chart are On the gainers chart are Etana PLC. Etana PLC appreciated by 10% to close at 33 naira. Magni Coals and Foss Holdco are also in the group of gainers. Foss Holdco appreciated by 8.38% to close at 130 naira. Newly listed Alva Capital attracted strong investors' interest on its debut on the Nigerian exchange, recording the day's highest trading volume, valued at 2.6 billion naira. The stock was followed by Chams and Sterling Bank, and the initiates. In terms of trading volume, with today's decline, the index has now recorded a 0.84% weekly loss, but maintained a 7% gain over the past 4 weeks and an impressive 57.62% year-to-date return, reflecting the market's continued resilience and shifting investor sentiment. And that's Business Report. I am Amaka Okoro. The news hour continues.
Thank you, Amaka. Determined to make Delta State an investment destination, the government is set to host a 3-day summit next week. Commissioner for Public Information, Charles Aniago, outlined the modalities drawn up for a successful event.
We felt that it was high time we moved out to bring in investors who can now take advantage of these many other interventions of government to be able to establish their own companies, do business with our people, and at the end of the day, generate employment for our people, which we believe in the long run will also boost the standard of living of the average Delta. And so that's why we are now proceeding to organize an economic and investment summit.
Also said international investors from Brazil and China are expected in Asaba.
At the end of the day, we are going to be able to have interactions and expose to them those other opportunities that indeed abound in our state. A good number of very notable companies in Nigeria have also supported us. We wanted just one diamond sponsor, but today we are having 5 diamond sponsors. We thought that it was going to be just one good sponsor, but we have about 3 good sponsors.
The Commissioner of Information, Public Communication there in Delta, Charles Aniago. Now, for millions of vulnerable Nigerians, inability to obtain social protection in government-funded programs often results in a lack of critical support in times of hardship. This means more needs to be done to ensure more Nigerians are being catered to. Our correspondent, Olamide Ario, has this report.
Allegations of theft of sums running into almost 800 billion naira have cast a long shadow over Nigeria's social protection programs. Former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs Sadiya Umar Farouk is being prosecuted by the EFCC on this. Her successor, Betta Edo, was removed by President Tinubu following controversy over about £500 million naira kept in a non-government account on her orders, a transaction under EFCC investigation. The scandals have renewed concerns about transparency and accountability in the programs designed to support Nigeria's poorest citizens. The concerns come at a time when Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation and one of its largest economies, continues to grapple with widespread poverty, with over 100 million people estimated to be living on less than $1.90 a day. Many individuals and households struggle to access benefits due to gaps in implementation, coordination, transparency, and public awareness.
Through this approach, the ministry is committed to reducing fragmentation, strengthening institutional collaboration,
tracking progress, discussing bottlenecks openly, and agreeing on follow-up actions are essential for building public trust and ensuring that resources achieve the intended results.
So stakeholders have gathered to review the project.
You need a legislative framework to create the institutional and legal framework for the implementation of social protection in Nigeria. And for us, helping to make that happen is one key success story. Then secondly, advocacy, raising awareness about the impact of social protection. That also has helped amplify the voice of the voiceless.
This second National Advisory Working Group meeting has called for increased funding, stronger institutional collaboration, improved monitoring mechanisms, and greater citizen participation to ensure that social protection programs reach vulnerable Nigerians they are intended to serve.
The Kaduna State government says it is stepping up investment in its healthcare sector. As the government says, its partnership with the Gates Foundation is delivering results in expanding access to quality health services, especially for vulnerable and underserved communities. Governor Obasani says the partnership, which stemmed from an agreement signed in New York last year, has helped fast-track healthcare reforms across the state. Speaking during a meeting with a delegation from the Gates Foundation, the governor disclosed that the state has recruited 1,500 healthcare workers under a 5-year plan to employ 1,800 personnel, describing the move as a major step towards addressing the shortage of health professionals.
Today, I'm proud to say that Kaduna State government is leading in an effort to move our Tier 1 primary healthcare facilities to level 2, which for me is very important because as we're speaking, we're targeting 255 our primary healthcare facilities to be moved to level 2. To date, we're almost achieving that target. Looking at the fact that when we're trying to address the issue of gap, when you look at also our secondary healthcare facilities, I think we are the only state that have also combated our primary healthcare facilities. Not only the further we moved into level 2, we also choose some of them, one in each local government, to make them center of excellence.
to make sure that everything that we've talked about, at least in the health sector, as part of the KMAF, is going to be operationalized in Kaduna. So we wanted to share with you on that update and also get your endorsement of this, what we think is a transformational reform, because what you've always told me is that you want to make sure that whatever, it's hard to put money, but then it's a tragedy if that money you put is not well executed. Yeah. So this unit is going to help us with that execution. So we wanted to share that with you.
Staying with health-related matters, attempts to stem the brain drain in Nigeria's medical sector received a boost on Friday as Nigeria's first private medical university, the PAMO University in Port Harcourt, got 71 of its students inducted as doctors. The pro-chancellor of the university, Peter Odili, himself a medical doctor who was once the governor of Rivers State, told the new doctors to uphold the ethics of the profession and commended the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria for granting the university's approval to increase its admission quota.
The university has inducted another set of 71 graduates into the medical profession. The registrar and the CEO of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, while congratulating the graduates, said PAMO University of Medical Sciences, which started as a mustard seed, now stands tall.
Little did we know also that within 20 years of graduating medical doctors and producing physicians for this country and humanity, that this ivory tower will stand tall as the private medical university, and indeed not just private medical university, the medical university in this country with the highest carrying capacity as we speak.
The pro-chancellor of the university, Dr. Peter Odili, and the vice-chancellor, Professor Smith Jaja, charged the new inductees to surpass the performance of their predecessors.
What I be masters of the stuff that will show you different in character, different in discipline, different in the way you attend to your patients, different in the way the patients receive. 71 medical graduates have been inducted into the medical profession. At PAMO University of Medical Sciences, I'm proud to inform everyone that these graduates have gone through the best training any medical graduate can receive.
Authorities of the institution thank the registrar of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria for approving an increase in the admission quota of medical students to 200. The management also commended the Rivers State government for its scholarship scheme, which has enabled Rivers indigenes who could not have afforded tuition fees to benefit from quality medical education. Egogon Akabui, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
And still to come on the news hour tonight. Global community tasked to do more to curb human trafficking.
After 2 weeks of intensive training in technology, innovation and entrepreneurship, participants of the Young Innovators Bootcamp held in Abuja have said they have gotten the best. The youth showcased the skills they acquired, demonstrating how early exposure to practical solutions can indeed result in societal change.
We have intensified public enlightenment campaigns across communities, schools, markets, motor parks, places of worship, and digital platforms.
We sincerely apologize for the mix-up in that report. Now let's now tell you that the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTI, says the fight against the menace is non-negotiable. In 2026, the fight against sexual exploitation and human trafficking in Nigeria reached a new intensity. NAPTIP recorded 2,355 sexual offenders. Of these, 456 have been convicted. 1,802 still await trial, and 265 remain under investigation. Director General Binta Adamu-Bello reaffirmed the agency's unwavering commitment.
We have intensified public enlightenment campaigns across communities, schools, markets, motor parks, places of worship, and digital platforms. Through sustained advocacy, we continue to educate Nigerians on the deceptive tactics employed by the traffickers.
Increasing number of Nigerians rescued from Mali and other countries underscores the need for a coordinated national framework that guarantees the safe return, rehabilitation, reintegration, and empowerment of victims, which draws global attention to one of the fastest growing dimensions of human trafficking, the exploitation of people through online fraud schemes and cyber-enabled criminal enterprises.
Our response must go beyond just rescue. So helping them rebuild their lives through psychosocial support, through education, skills development, and sustainable livelihood, it is one of the most effective ways of preventing them from being trafficked again.
No institution, no country can solve a crime built this way alone. No one. That is why a united, coordinated response is required, and this is why UNODC is uniquely positioned to support it.
Traffickers no longer travel to find their victims. They reach them where young people already are, on social media. In messaging apps in the digital space we consider safe. Behind every case NAPTIP reports on is a person.
Trafficking in persons continues to evolve, exploiting technology, false promises like we have mentioned, and human vulnerability. But so must our response.
The newly constituted Kano State Anti-Drug and Anti-Thuggery Task Force is calling on key agents of socialization to support the government's efforts in combating drug abuse, substance misuse, and thuggery across Kano. The chair of the task force, Muhuyi Magaji, made the appeal during the inaugural interactive session with journalists.
Family, schools, the media, and peer groups are widely recognized as major agents of socialization that influence the attitudes and behavior of young people. Recognizing the important role these institutions play, the chairman of the Kano State Anti-Drug and Anti-Thuggery Task Force, Muhuyi Magaji, is urging them to partner with the government in addressing the growing challenge of drug abuse and youth violence in the state.
So this committee is soliciting the support of the media so that they will come and join hands together to educate our people, number one, on the dangers of this menace, number two, on how to come and support the activities of this committee and all the stakeholders. And most importantly, I will use this opportunity to call on the parents. We have a very crucial role to play. We should not allow ourselves, or rather to be we are just parenting by name. We must guard our words. We must guard our children.
According to the task force chairman, police statistics indicate that about 70% of violent crimes recorded in Kano State are linked to drug abuse and substance misuse, a figure he described as alarming.
So now we have a mechanism that will allow us to checkmate the excess of Daba gang. And this Daba issue is a byproduct of this drug abuse. It's a drug abuse, and sometimes is based on the influence of drugs. For any reason, there's an attack, a reprisal attack will occur, and another reprisal attack, and that is what is making it so difficult and making it so rampant.
This inaugural meeting marks the beginning of a statewide public awareness campaign. The task force says it will embark on sustained advocacy and sensitization through the media before commencing enforcement operations at identified crime and drug spots across Kano State. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
The Taraba State government has begun fresh recruitment process into the state fire service. The first phase of the exercise held in Jalingo, the state capital, with shortlisted candidates scheduled to undergo further training with the Federal Fire Service Academy.
Taraba State has witnessed
several major fire incidents in the recent past in different parts of the state. Prominent among them was the St. Mary's Catholic Church fire incident in Wokari local government area. Notable in most incidents is the inability to contain the fire outbreak due to lack of facilities or late response of fire service personnel. Aside setting up a committee to investigate the cause of the incessant fire outbreak incidents, the state government has procured firefighting gadgets and has also taken up the improving of human resources to ensure effectiveness in fighting fire outbreaks. A 3-day recruitment exercise organized by the state government to recruit employees into the state fire service ended with the shortlisting of 196 candidates. The Permanent Secretary General Services said the shortlisted candidates will undergo further training with the Federal Fire Service Academy in Lagos. He explained that the training will enhance firefighting capacity in the state and also strengthen emergency response.
Firefighting is a service, and I want to believe they will take it serious and know what this means to the state and to the entire people of Taraba State.
The Permanent Secretary also commended the State Governor Abukefes for his commitment to strengthening the state's firefighting and emergency response services through the recruitment initiative.
So by taking them out of the street, it means the state government has done a lot in tackling unemployment and tackling poverty in the state.
All successful candidates are expected to be employed by the Taraba State government upon completion of all the recruitment processes. Lamini Truye, AIT News, Jalingo.
Nigeria has unveiled a new agricultural financing model that uses artificial intelligence-driven systems to automate disbursement and recovery of funds under the current administration's Smallholder Support and Value Chain Fund. This is as the government is rolling out a 250 billion naira intervention fund to expand access to credit for smallholder farmers and raise Nigeria's annual grain output from the current 11 metric tons to 25 million metric tons.
It is a comprehensive framework expected to transform agricultural lending operations through digital technology, value chain financing, and mechanization. The managing director of the Bank of Agriculture, Ayoson Tori, said, repositioning the bank into a modern development financial institution capable of serving millions of farmers across the country is on course.
The President gave $250 billion naira to the Bank of Agriculture for this program, right? For us to finance, smallholder farmers. So the point is, if we're entrusted with such responsibility, who are we to sleep? So we designed, how this program will work from end to end, how we're using technology and all that to cover the program. And we've got into a point where we are now, we've rolled out a program. We're now testing it to ensure that we are seeing, all the gaps.
The program, known as the Renewed Hope Smallholder Support and Value Chain Fund, is expected to raise Nigeria's annual grain output from the current 11 million metric tons to 25 million metric tons. But how?
Now, the Bank of Agriculture would operate almost only through a bank account on the phone or on your computer. We now advanced, the use of bank accounts to also having a wallet system. You load 5 bags of fertilizer on someone's account, on his wallet. By the time you get to maybe a collection center, they have a POS where they can use to deduct money from your account.
While the first phase of the initiative will commence with 500,000 farmers this farming season, the scheme will ensure about 2 million farmers across the Federation get the support needed for increased food production. Ngozi Onyejiako, AIT News, Abuja.
Delta State Governor Sheriff Oboriwori has approved a comprehensive welfare package for indigents of the state who returned from South Africa following recent xenophobic attacks. This includes 2 million naira grant for each affected family and monthly stipend to support their reintegration under the package. Each individual returnee will receive a monthly welfare stipend of 200,000 naira, while every affected family will receive 300,000 naira monthly, effective from August 2026 until the end of the governor's first tenure on May 29, 2027. Speaking during the reception of the returnees at the Unity Hall Government House in Asaba. Governor Boriwari, who was represented by his Chief of Staff, Johnson Irijo, condemned the xenophobic attacks, describing them as a gross violation of human dignity. According to him, no individual should be subjected to violence, intimidation, or discrimination on account of nationality. He expressed sympathy with the victims over the physical, emotional, and financial losses they suffered. The governor also commended President Bola Tinubu for his prompt intervention, which he said facilitated the safe evacuation of the affected Nigerians from South Africa. As part of measures to cushion the effects of the ordeal, Oboriwari announced that the state government will provide free medical screening for all returnees at government-owned health facilities. He also directed the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Services to provide trauma counseling and psychosocial support for the victims and their families.
Now let's take you outside Nigeria now, where the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has condemned the mass crossing of migrants into Ceuta, its province, describing it as a violation of Spain's territorial integrity, vowing to restore control of the border. The influx has triggered one of the country's biggest migration crises in recent years.
Speaking during the blamed human trafficking networks for exploring vulnerable people and pledged that Spain would defend both its national borders and the European Union's external frontier. Police sources say around 40,000 migrants crossed into the territory in recent days, many swimming around the coastal border barrier separating Ceuta from Morocco. The unprecedented influx has overwhelmed local authorities and prompted the deployment of additional military and security personnel. Spanish authorities are working with Morocco to manage the crisis, while emergency services continue assisting migrants and processing new arrivals. The incident has reignited debates across Europe over border security, migration policy, and cooperation with countries of origin and transits.
You're still watching the news on AIT. Up next, sports with Osaigbovo Osifu.
Beautiful move up the yellow vest of holder of Australia, third from right, going pretty well too. Pretty much matching Nene, stride for stride as they come into the...
Hello and welcome to Sports Track on African Pen Television. Osaigbovo Osifu. We'll begin with the Commonwealth Games, where former Nigerian international table tennis star and seven-time Olympian Folake Oshonaike has praised the preparation put in place for Team Nigeria's participation at the Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games. Speaking exclusively to AIT's Amofuma Ebare in Glasgow, Oshonaike said that the quality of team's preparation under the leadership of National Sports Commission made her feel like, picking up the bat again and competing. And right now, Amofuma Ebare is currently standing by. He will be taking us through what is happening there. 16 medals so far for Team Nigeria. Amofuma, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Osaigbovo Osifu.
Very well. Just take us through. You spoke to Shonaike, who said he would like to pick up the bat again, and all of them. What did she see that made her to feel that way?
Well, she was just being figurative in her assessment of what has transpired since Team Nigeria arrived Aberdeen, from Aberdeen where they had a close camp, and their arrival to the Commonwealth Games, the 2026 edition holding in Glasgow. For her, who has attended 7 Olympics, she felt or feels that the preparations, for the current team was adequate, in the sense that it was a great departure from what has happened hitherto, with Team Nigeria. She was not only the person who echoed, such, a former international athlete, talking of Moses Urode Oyuki, who represented Nigeria over the 110 meters hurdles, also asserted, that the preparations and the way, the leadership of the National Sports Commission conducted themselves amongst, the athletes was very commendable. That hitherto, this was not the practice. So Funke is not likely and won't come back out of retirement, but she is impressed about, how the athletes were prepped up, for the Commonwealth Games, and the reaction in terms of the enhanced, bonuses, to the athletes.
Okay, let's talk about, we already have 16 medals at the time of this report, as at the time we are talking right now. What are the projections going forward? We know that we are in 400 meters finals, we are in 200 meters finals, and more games to play. What are the likely possibility that we will gain more medals and more gold medals?
Well, the projection was to surpass the last edition, which was held in Birmingham City here in the United Kingdom, which was 12 medals. So the projection by the podium board was actually 16 gold medals. As of today, with few events to go, Team Nigeria has in their bag, 8 gold medals. Some persons have come out to say, that the National Sports Commission, through the podium board, advised or informed, Nigerians wrongly. Well, I will not agree with them, that it was a wrong advice, in the sense that some athletes that, fortune didn't shine on were athletes that, the podium board considered that judging from the level of preparation and what they have done in the season, coming to these games, that they were sure gold medalists. Kain Shola is an example over the 100 meters. He finished with a bronze medal. Toby Amushon is another athlete, that was a sure bet, for the gold medal, but surprisingly, she finished with, a bronze medal. So if you take that too, plus the 8, Nigeria has that, it would have given you, 10 medals. And we're looking also at the women's, relay and the mixed relay, plus the men's relay. These were all the calculations, and plus the athletes, in the weightlifting event. If all of these had gone the way, the leadership of the NSC and the podium board are projected, they would have been very right. But sometimes you do these predictions, and then when it gets to the athlete's performance, they come, below what the projection had.
Thank you so much, Omofuma Ibarra. We have to go on now. Thank you so much. Maybe tomorrow again, you will join us on Sportify. Thank you. And moving on now to other stories, the draw for the 2026 Veterans Football Tournament has been held, setting the stage for the competitions, which will kick off on August 8. Former Nigerian international Samson Siasia Patrick Pascal conducted the draw, which placed 21 teams into 4 groups for the 2-month tournament. One of the standard group stage fixture will see Abuja All-Stars International take on Nuruddin as in All-Stars in the highly anticipated clash. The organizers say that the event is designed to keep former footballers united, active and physically fit, while also identifying and nurturing young football talents.
The Invitational Tournament was established 6 years ago. The intention behind it, the objective behind it was for us to have a tournament where we use to network, make friends, and also show that for veterans, it's not just about winning.
This is veterans. Everything we are doing, we are formulating our policy to accommodate age. Because one of the main reasons here is to bring veterans together, to have a good time, enjoy the game, even though it may be at a slow motion, than being for active players. That is why even the timing is reduced.
The winner of the tournament will take home 2.5 million naira, while the second place will take home 1.5 million naira, and the third place takes home 1 million naira. That's sport. Many thanks for watching. I am Osaigbovo Usifo.
Okay, thank you so much, Osas, with that report also from Omofuma in Glasgow, the Commonwealth Games. I am Shola Jaisimi.
And I am Binta Booker. Many thanks for staying with us.
At Chabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
Behind every health conversation is a story of challenges, discoveries, resilience, and the search for better solutions. Hello and welcome to Health Digest, your go-to program for timely, relevant, and people-focused conversations. I am Ukemere Tukwa. Today we bring you stories and conversations shaping health and well-being, including important discussions on why investing in early childhood development, especially for children affected in conflict, displacement, and humanitarian crisis, is essential for Nigeria's future. On that note, let's begin with our health news.
Fortification is the practice of deliberately adding essential vitamins and minerals to commonly consumed foods during processing. Identifying micronutrient deficiency as a critical public health crisis in Nigeria and a major driver of anemia, especially in some vulnerable groups like pregnant women and children under 5 years, the federal government, through NAFDAC, began large-scale food fortification in 2002 with food vehicles such as flour, vegetable oil, sugar, and margarine.
A lot of people use flour. Sugar, there's no one that won't use sugar. Oil, we must cook with oil, you know? And of course, who doesn't use salt? Everybody. Benefit is to ensure a healthy nation.
When you fortify a food, that means you are increasing the nutritional value. So definitely, it's an improvement to the diet.
Need to review progress of this cost-effective strategy and addressing emerging challenges informed this gathering here in Lagos.
The food labels speak to you. The food labels contain information that is relevant and very useful for making informed decisions about the foods that we consume.
I do believe that for us to be able to achieve the desired impact, it's important that the key government agencies are aligned in ensuring that there's compliance to the various fortification standards that we do have available.
Implementation of large-scale food fortification in Nigeria faces significant hurdles, primarily driven by supply chain constraints, small-scale producers, and weak regulatory enforcement.
Still ahead on Health Digest, some major health developments making headlines. A new report by Moving Mind Alliance has revealed that millions of Nigerian children between the ages of 0 and 8 living in humanitarian settings remain fiscally invisible with no dedicated budget line supporting their early childhood development. Experts say increased investments during a child's earliest years is critical for better health, learning, and long-term national development. Also, the World Health Organization has reaffirmed that childhood immunization remains one of the most effective public health interventions, protecting millions of children each year from vaccine-preventable diseases. Health experts continue to encourage parents and caregivers to ensure children receive all recommended routine vaccinations. Next, it's Truth Lab, where we shed light on health topics that matter and separate health facts from the myths. Stay with us. Today's question is, can you eat your way to twins? The answer is no. There is no scientific evidence that it does. However, in a town called Igbo-Ora in Oyo State, often called the twin capital of the world, known to be a town with one of the highest rates of twin births anywhere. For generations, many residents have believed that regularly eating ewedu, glasa, and local white yams, as well as drinking the town's water, contribute to the unusually high number of twins. However, scientific research tells a different story. Studies have found no proven compound in ewedu or okra leaves